Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes mimicking actor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a normal day when the chaos started, emphasis on the was. Class 1A was in session, school was about to end for the day, and the weekend was only an arm's length away. The students were barely listening to their homeroom teacher as they did their best to sneakily pack their bags, and then, abruptly, Aizawa shut off the display, facing them head-on. Alright, since you've all decided that this lesson isn't interesting enough to keep your attention, Aizawa started, flashing his quirk for good measure, we'll be doing a more hands-on approach to the matter. The statement managed to catch the interest of his students, the 20 kids finally giving their full attention to the man. After all, the topic had been about creating hero personas, and how some heroes separate their normal identity from their hero one by acting differently. How could Aizawa turn the lecture into an assignment? Most of you seem to act as you normally would when you put on your hero outfits, except for a select few of you, Aizawa pointed out, eyeing them with boredom. The only student that I can firmly say is creating a type of persona is Midoriya. The rest of you don't change a single thing. Most of the class shrunk in on themselves, embarrassed for not changing themselves or, in Midoriya's case, being so obvious that his smile was for show like All Might. That isn't necessarily a bad thing, just like it isn't automatically good. That's why, instead of forcing you all to create hero personas, I'm going to have you put on a peer's persona. Aizawa took a moment to pause, letting his students work themselves up into a flurry of questions with this new information. If no one but Midori has a persona, how are we supposed to mimic anyone else? Ashido asked, confused. How will we decide who is who? Ida asked. Will we draw lots, or be allowed to choose for ourselves? Can there be more than one of a person? Are people just swapping roles? Hagakure asks. Ooh, can I be Yamamo? Or Deku? Why the F would you want to be Deku? He just cries the whole time. Bakugou sneered, and Midoriya curled in on himself even more, if that was even possible. More questions filled the air, and after a few more moments of excitement Aizawa cleared his throat. The class quieted immediately. I will choose who everyone gets. There will only be one of each person. I will give you your peer to copy, and you may not directly say who you are supposed to be to any of your classmates. The point is to get into character as best as you can. Without going into the other changing rooms, of course. Aizawa let the girls take a second to glare at Mineta, who flinched. Smirking, Aizawa added, I will give some of you more difficult personas, ones that will directly conflict with your normal actions. I expect you all to stay in character the entire day on Monday. Is there a prize for the best actor? Ashido asked, and Aizawa hummed before grinning wider. Sure. The student who acts the most like their character gets a perfect score. The student who successfully strays away from their own personality in order to achieve their characterization gets 5 points extra credit. The person who freaks out present mic the most while achieving those other goals will get a free pass off of any assignment of their choosing. The class perked up at the offers, and Aizawa rolled his eyes as he watched his students grow determined to win. Sitting down, Aizawa quickly wrote down each of his students' names on little slips of paper, then passed them out. As the bell rang, Aizawa called out, remember the rules. Don't tell anyone who you are, do your best, and stick with the character for all of Monday. Oh, if only he knew what chaos he had started. Monday starts about as normally as any Monday does, but it's a little off-kilter from the very beginning. Usually Ida is the first one to enter the room. However, today is different. And that's why Achiko Uraraka is the first student to enter the classroom, half an hour early to class like an overachieving student would be. She walks with a stiff gait and her head held high, a tenseness in her shoulders that is never there normally. She sits in her seat, diligently pulling out her notebook and sitting properly. And then she giggles, but nobody knows because she's all alone, except for Aizawa, but he's well asleep on the floor. It takes 7 minutes for the next student to arrive, now only 23 minutes remaining before class. Mina Ashido walks in, steps far more graceful and far less bouncy than usual. Her hands are clasped politely in front of her, and then her small smile breaks into a careless grin as she spots her peer. Hey, Raka! Ashido greets, a little too loud, and then she cringes. I mean, good morning. Voice softer, and with a polite nod, Ashido takes her seat. 8 minutes pass, with 15 minutes before the bell, and more students arrive. Yuga Aoyama frowns as he enters, dark eyeshadow and mascara on in an attempt to seem goth. Tsuyu prances into the room, giving a carefree wave as she drops into her seat. Rikido Sada curls in on himself, but still gives a warm smile as he enters. Hantashiro greets everyone politely, and tries to be more at ease. Mashireo Ajiru, however, seems to have a wider, almost forced smile that seems just a little too big. 3 more minutes pass. 12 minutes remain before the bell. Denki Kaminari comes in, mouth covered with a mask and surprisingly quiet for once. Ejiru Kirishima walks in, waves, then pulls out a packet of sugar and pours it into his mouth, only grimacing at the taste once, to his credit. Kyoka Jairu walks in, blush on her cheeks and a kind smile on her face. Mizo Shuji walks in, freezes, and then excitedly shakes his limbs, all 6 of them, as he greets them, as if trying to be more noticeable. Koji Kuda walks in last, still meek but trying as he gestures to the makeshift belt around his waist, then pulls out some glitter and throws it into the air. Aoyama breaks character for a moment to cheer Kuda on, but Aizawa seems to still be sleeping so his peers let it slide. 2 more minutes pass. 10 minutes remain before class. Toru Hagakure walks in with a loud "Karo" before heading to her desk. Minoru Mineta walks in, cut-up cords hanging off of his ears, and what looks like 2 of his purple balls stuck to his chest. If Uraraka throws the boy out of the window, claiming it's her duty as class representative, nobody bats an eye. She's staying in character, hand chops and all. A minute passes, with only 9 left. Shudo Todoroki walks in, calm as usual as he sits at his desk. Then he pauses, blinks, and says, "You guys are so manly," in the most unenthusiastic tone the phrase has ever been spoken in. Another minute goes, with 8 remaining. Mineta runs back into the classroom, Quirk-supplied ball notably absent, and Uraraka lets him sit down. Fumikage Tokoyami follows seconds after, looking at them all with disinterest before sitting at his desk. He doesn't say a word, and no one is quite sure if he's playing a character or not. 2 minutes pass, 6 are left. Momo Yayorozu walks in, expression one of regret as she passes the front, before schooling into determination. "My apologies," Yayorozu whispers, and that's the only warning Ishido gets before the normally prim and proper girl tugs at the other's skirt, lifting it a mere centimeter before rushing off, face bright red and full of remorse. The class stares for a moment before everyone forces themselves back into character, sure that their shock will end there. A minute passes, 5 remain, and the class is proven wrong as Katsuki Bakugou walks in. His head is down, shoulders drawn in, and for once the boy seems to have found his belt and his tie. His peers blink at how poorly the tie is done, surprised. Explains why he never wears a tie, Hagakure remarks, voice passive, and the class is surprised when Bakugou doesn't shout before remembering the goal of the day. 2 minutes pass, and only 3 remain. Tenya Ida walks in, looking displeased at being so late even as he tries to relax. Sadly, the boy can't quite untense his shoulders as he shoots a wide smile at his peers before dropping into his seat. Another minute passes, and the class grows restless. No one is quite sure how to talk to their peers, because they can't quite tell who is who. A few are obvious, with Yayorozu as Mineta, the poor girl, and Kirishima as Satu, but too many are just acting shy and some are just smiling wider than usual. It's not much of a change. The final minute passes, and the bell rings. Aizawa stands up, looking around. "Good morning, students," Aizawa says, and that's all he gets a chance to say before the door slams open. And then Izuku Midoriya walks in, his normally bunched up, too short tie completely forgotten, shirt untucked and pants starting to sag. The class stares at him as he walks into the room without so much as a "hello" or an explanation for his lateness, nonchalantly making his way to his desk. Or so they thought. Midoriya stops a desk too early, glaring at Bakugou with a look of open disdain that no one from 1A has ever seen on his face before. And then he opens his mouth. "What the F are you doing in my seat, shitty nerd?" Midoriya asks, lips parted into a sneer that is far too similar to Bakugou's for his peers' liking. "Get the F up, Deku." Bakugou, apparently Midoriya, scrambles out of the spot, eyes wide and teary. "Alright, Kakin." He bows awkwardly before moving into Midoriya's normal spot, trembling even after Midoriya drops into the blonde seat, a smirk on his face. "No fing way," Ishido whispers, accidentally breaking character, and Aizawa shoots a glare at her that shuts her right up. "Bakugou," Aizawa starts, and to one, as surprised Midoriya looks up without hesitation, but with a look that seems to try defying authority without words. "Try not to be late next time." Midoriya rolls his eyes, and somehow the action is enough to further shake his peers. "Yeah, whatever. Let's just get started or something." He sounds bored, as if he's ready to just ditch class and go back to the dorms. Aizawa does, indeed, start class, brushing off Midoriya. The rest of the class slowly looks away from the greenet, and the day continues. The day continues, but it's one of the most bizarre days that 1A has ever faced, and perhaps ever will. If one were to ask the students what they considered the oddest moment, it's unclear what would be the final, definitive answer. Some considered their peers' entrances to be the most shocking, as it was the first impression they all got of one another, and some personalities were so different, they'd be ingrained into their heads forever. Ashido would point to this moment, as Midoriya and Bakugou's interaction had shaken her to her very core. However, others may point to different moments of the day. Hagakure would point to English class, where Yamada-sensei freaked out upon hearing one of his favorite students, yet again, Midoriya, talk. Alright, listeners. Yamada cheers, smacking his hand on the board with far too much enthusiasm for a Monday morning. Who can tell me the correct way to arrange the following words? He gestures to the cluster of words that he's written, all in English of course. Bonus points if you can explain why, of course. The room is silent, each student trying to figure out how they're supposed to react. Ashido, for once, cringes as she realizes that she should raise her hand, as she's Yaoyorozu. But she doesn't actually know the answer, which is quite un-Yaoyorozu-like, in her opinion. On the other end of the spectrum, Ida practically vibrates in frustration, knowing that Kaminari never answers unless he absolutely has to, and even then the answer is usually thrown together. It's rather frustrating, in his opinion, and Ida makes a mental note to talk to the electric boy about this issue. And then promptly wonders if making mental notes is breaking character or not. As Ashido panics internally and Ida has a mental crisis that starts to edge towards mental breakdown territory, Yamada decides to call on one of his favorite students, oblivious to the reaction he'll get. Midoriya. Yamada cheers, and doesn't notice how Bakugou glances up after a mere second of hesitation. What do you think it is, buddy? Midoriya slumps further into his seat, eyeing the board with obvious boredom as Bakugou makes a show of biting his lip, puffing out his cheeks in contemplation. Bakugou starts, but it's too soft and Yamada doesn't notice it. Midoriya? Yamada tries again, and his smile drops into a soft frown when Midoriya, once again, doesn't pay any mind to the teacher. Listener, are you alright? Here, Midoriya does look up, but it's to roll his eyes and scoff. Yamada pauses at the noise, and opens his mouth to ask a question when Bakugou finally speaks up. Sensei, the answer would be, I will run with my friends on the Friday after next, right? Bakugou looks to Yamada with an obviously hesitant expression, and a few students have to hold back their laughter when they see the confused look on their teacher's face. Yes, Yamada says after a moment, nodding. That's correct, Bakugou. Thanks for answering. I didn't answer, but go off, Midoriya mutters under his breath, and those nearby do their best to hold in their laughter. Yamada blinks, looking at Midoriya with a concerned gaze. Listener? Yamada asks, eyebrows creasing as he slowly asks, what did you just say? Midoriya shrugs, the movement fluid and lazy. Raising his voice, he repeats, I didn't answer, but go off. Lips twitching into a smirk, he asks, happy now, sensei? Yamada shakes his head slightly, lips curving downwards more and more with every passing second. But I was talking to Bakugou? Yeah, no, Midoriya snarks, and Yamada looks terrified at Midoriya's tone of voice. Excuse me for a moment, class, Yamada says, and then walks outside, shutting the door. This action does nothing to give him privacy, as the entire class easily hears as the man shouts, presumably into his phone, Shoyuta. What the fresh F is happening to Midoriya today? A pause, then, he's swearing, Sho. He never swears. Did you break him? Inside of the classroom, Midoriya doesn't even bat an eye, instead leaning his head back and shutting his eyes, tuning out the world. He doesn't react when a clearly shaken Yamada returns, and the rest of the class is in awe at the boy's lack of reactions to Yamada's dramatic ones. Of course, there are moments that don't relate to Midoriya that are just as memorable. If one asked Jairu for her favorite part of the day, she'd point to the many, many times that Kirishima pulled out sugar at completely random times, only to chug the packets with a slight grimace, then proceed to act like he had gotten stronger. Aoyama adored every time that Kuda threw glitter, which usually happened after a teacher said something he liked, or during breaks between classes. Azui croaked out a laugh when Ida tried speaking in memes, only to utterly fail in his attempts, to the point that Kaminari broke character in order to give Ida a crash course in online humor. Some students don't stand out much on their own, but definitely shine when next to the right person. Todoroki, for example, seemed to excel the most when banking off of Midoriya, complimenting the boy and actually smiling a few times. Tokoyami's character was only revealed when he followed Bakugou around, beak curving into a subtle smile as he muttered about how, you're clearly All Might's child, Midoriya, which earned Tokoyami a quick scowl before Bakugou remembered himself, and instead gave a stuttered denial. And, of course, there was the class that made and broke multiple students' impressions, and confirmed everyone's belief that Izuku Midoriya is a terrifying actor. Foundational Hero Training. Class 1A heads off to their Foundational Hero Training course at long last. The 20 students go to their locker rooms to change, with Uraraka having to throw Mineta into the boys' locker room before slamming the girls' door shut behind her, and everyone opens their cases without any further excitement. And then Midoriya lets out a shout. "Who the F, let me grab the wrong case?" Midoriya shouts, and everyone blinks in surprise, first at the swearing, then at his apparent mistake. Because Midoriya is holding case number 18, which is his case. "Midoriya bro, that's not the wrong one?" Kirishima points out, confused, but then he lets out a squeak when Midoriya grabs him by the shirt and pulls him close. "Listen up, sugar high," Midoriya snarls, and someone snorts, "I don't know who the hell you think you are, calling me by Deku's name, but this isn't my FING costume." Unlatching it, he points to the green jumpsuit and says, "Like I'd wear a bunny suit." None of the boys seem to know whether to laugh or cry at that. So they just stare at him as he turns on Bakugou, yanking the boy's case out of his hands before shoving his own in place of it. The blonde in question glares at Midoriya for a moment, then quickly fixes his face into a pathetic frown before nodding, rushing to get into the costume. Are we supposed to swap outfits?" Hanta asks, and gets a few shrugs in return. "I refuse to wear that cloak," Aoyama says bluntly, pointing at Tokoyami's outfit. "There's no shine. I don't think I can fit into my outfit." Ida says, awkwardly chopping his hand. "Bunch of wimps," Midoriya complains, and then he scowls as he pulls out the gauntlets that come with Bakugou's outfit. Bakugou looks over, eyes narrowing as he looks at the gear, his own hands holding the arm braces that Midoriya usually wears. The 1A boys freeze, wondering if the two will break character over this. They wouldn't continue if it meant risking damage to themselves, would it? Luckily, Midoriya seems to have a way to get around the issue without letting up on the snarky personality. Scowl growing, he says, "Deku, give me those stupid braces." "Why yes, Kaken," Bakugou replies, forcing the stutter as he holds out the requested pieces. In return, Midoriya shoves the gauntlets at Bakugou. "You can carry these around, maybe you'll be able to throw better hits after carrying the extra weight," Midoriya comments rudely, already pulling the braces on and stomping out of the locker room. Bakugou quickly follows. It's a rather odd sight, seeing Bakugou in a green jumpsuit that's a few inches too small, with his normal gauntlets and boots. Todoroki blushes as he pulls on his own costume, and Kirishima looks at him oddly. "What's up with you?" Kirishima asks, and Todoroki avoids eye contact. Bakubro looks extra manly today," Todoroki gets out, and Kirishima laughs at the impression. As it turns out, the girls have a similar reaction to the sight of Midoriya in the explosive teen's tank top including hero outfit. Midoriya, for his part, simply huffs and looks away, acting as if he's unaffected by the attention. All Might blinks at the outfit, looking between Midoriya and Bakugou with quickly growing confusion. Young Midoriya, All Might starts, and is promptly cut off by Bakugou's cheerful, "Yes, All Might?" All Might looks at Bakugou with apprehension, then rubs his eyes. "Young Bakugou?" he asks warily. "What do you want?" Midoriya asks, and All Might actually takes a step back, much to the growing delight of 1A. I may need to go see Recovery Girl," All Might admits to the class sheepishly. "I do believe I've hit my head on something." "Nonsense, All Might!" Uraraka shouts, chopping her hand through the air thoroughly. "Our peers are simply doing an assignment, there is nothing to be concerned about." This seems to bring relief to the hero, who chuckles awkwardly before finally starting the lesson. Things, of course, only go worse from there. Mainly because All Might decides the day will be focused on sparring, specifically quirk fights. Unfortunately, when All Might calls out for the pairs, he uses their real names. Which means most of the students don't go where their teacher tells them to. A few do, but that's only because they're set to fight one another. Namely Siro and Ajiru, and, of course, Bakugou and Midoriya. All Might has the bright idea to have everyone watch the individual matches, stating that they can all improve by seeing what their peers do correctly and incorrectly. Which means that everyone sees the shitshow that promptly goes down the moment Bakugou and Midoriya's fight begins. Really, with how spot-on Midoriya has been all day, no one should have been surprised that Midoriya would change his fighting style to match Bakugou's. But despite this obvious leap, everyone was still stunned when Midoriya charged forward immediately, starting with an infamous right hook. "That's Bakugou's opening move," Uraraka murmurs, eyes widening in awe as Bakugou leaps out of the way, clearly confused by the movement, and apparently irritated, if his narrowed eyes are anything to go by. He's so manly, Todoroki whispers when Midoriya dodges Bakugou's right hook, letting out a taunting, "Tryin' to copy me, shitty nerd?" As if I'm that predictable. "Oh shit," Kaminari murmurs, once more breaking character. He's roasting Bakugou. "I don't talk like that," Shuji murmurs through one of his extra limbs, then realizes his mistake and winces. The fight only devolves from there, Midoriya throwing out insults and goading Bakugou, riling up the blonde as he effortlessly leads the fight. A few gasps can be heard when Midoriya mimics Bakugou's explosive flight by flicking his fingers at the ground, using bursts of air to shoot himself above Bakugou in a precise motion that helps him land a solid hit on the blonde. "Motherfucker!" Bakugou shouts, and Midoriya laughs. "Look at that, the nerd has a mouth on him." Smiling cruelly, he says, "And here I thought that was beat out of you years ago." And everyone knows that the line is the killing blow when Bakugou freezes, only to restart with a shriek of rage and an explosive punch. Everyone winces, worried for Midoriya, only to be soothed when the boy easily pins Bakugou, knocking him to the ground. "Looks like you're still below me, huh?" Midoriya says, voice contemplative yet cocky, smirking cruelly. "I'm not surprised, you've always been a pebble underneath my feet." In the blink of an eye, Midoriya is thrown off of Bakugou, the blonde shoving the greenette to the floor before storming off, leaving Midoriya on the ground. As Bakugou stomps away, screaming incoherently, All Might can only turn to Midoriya with a concerned expression. "Are you quite alright, my boy?" All Might asks, and the class watches on as Midoriya turns to him with a sneer. "I'm not your boy," Midoriya snarls, teeth exposed, and then scoffs as he pulls himself off of the ground. "As if I'd ever be related to you." Uraraka can't help but break character in order to console the number one hero, who, despite knowing that Midoriya and Bakugou have swapped personalities, seems hurt by the words. All Might would later admit to Midoriya that he had, indeed, been wounded by the scathing insults, to which Midoriya would apologize with an overabundance of tears. Midoriya, for his part, just stomps away from the sad hero, angrily muttering about how stupid Deku tried to impersonate me. As if on cue, the bell rings, ending the PRD. Awkwardly, the rest of 1A heads back to the changing rooms, then to their classroom, wondering what their teacher will say upon their return. Aizawa sighs as he looks over his notes, observations he'd noticed and comments he'd received from his coworkers written down for him to factor into his students' final scores for the day. Glancing up, he scans his 20 students, all of whom currently work silently, and recalls what he's seen and heard. Most did well. It was a fun activity, he supposes, so it makes sense. Of course, most of them had flaws in their performances. Some, like Ashido, had an unfortunate habit of breaking character, especially when they thought they wouldn't be noticed. The morning was especially bad, as it was obvious that the early students had assumed he was actually asleep, as if he'd missed their first attempts at acting as someone else. He'll have to talk to those students, make sure they understand that the moments where they think they're safe are the most dangerous ones, as that's when an enemy can get the jump on them. Then there are those like Todoroki, who didn't quite act well enough. Sure, Todoroki said all of the right phrases, and even stuck to the right friends, once he knew who was supposed to be who for the most part, but the emotion was non-existent. Words and actions aren't always enough, emotions, fake or not, are also part of the equation when it comes to personas. And, of course, there are those who reduce their assigned classmates to one-off jokes or vague representations. While Kirishima's random consumptions of sugar did clarify who he was, Satu is much more than that. Hell, if Kirishima had just mentioned a new episode for some random baking show, he would have been much better off than he is now, having downed at least 30 packets of sugar. Finally, there are those who cracked after seeing how they were portrayed like Bakugou. Which, in the blonde's case, is quite disappointing, because Bakugou had been doing quite well. The boy had been nearly flawless in his execution of Midoriya's little tics and actions, from the stuttering to the poorly done tie. If their sparring match hadn't been against one another, and Bakugou hadn't seen how Midoriya had immediately copied his fighting style, which Aizawa will get back to, because that was impressive, dare he think it, he likely would have gone the entire day without folding. He would have been competing with Midoriya for the perfect score, but instead Aizawa has to dock off some points for that final reaction. Which brings Aizawa to the one student who did perfectly. Izuku Midoriya, set up to be Katsuki Bakugou. To be quite honest, Aizawa hadn't expected Midoriya to do so well. Midoriya is a rather timid boy, most of the time, always flinching away from sudden movements and questioning himself. But apparently, most of the time doesn't include when Midoriya has to act, because Midoriya had come in, metaphorical guns blazing, going so far as to be late in order to make a grand entrance. From there, Midoriya had acted just like his peer, from the cursing to the casual, slouched posture that Bakugou always has. Doesn't Midoriya have an analysis notebook? Aizawa wonders, recalling a few mentions of the thing. He's pretty sure that it's about quirks, but Aizawa wouldn't be surprised to hear that it's got more than just that by now. And considering Midoriya has known Bakugou for years, the two coming from the same middle school, and likely the same elementary school as well, if Midoriya has been analyzing for that long, it's not too big of a stretch to see how Midoriya was able to copy the boy so perfectly. Although a part of Aizawa is concerned about what apparently happened at the end of the fight. Midoriya's comments are worrying, to say the least. He'll have to talk with the boy soon, but that's for another day. At least he scared the sheet out of Hisashi, Aizawa thinks with a smirk. Nodding to himself, Aizawa gives Midoriya all 3 prizes, the perfect score, extra credit, and a note that he has a free pass to get out of any assignment he wants. Aizawa doubts that the boy will actually use it, but he's earned it. Acting like Bakugou must have been tough, straying so far away from his own nature and having to face the surprised reactions of his teachers without so much as flinching. Actually, Aizawa wonders how Midoriya would fare, acting as someone newer to him. With Bakugou, the boy has had years to study his person. What if he's only known the subject of choice for months, and doesn't see them out of school? Midoriya, Aizawa calls out, just as the bell rings. With the day ending, the problem child finally listens to the sound of his actual name, perking up. Stay after for a moment, will you? Midoriya nods, and Aizawa watches as the class empties out. It's only when the two of them are remaining that Aizawa smirks and asks, Midoriya, how would you like to impersonate someone else for tomorrow? Midoriya's eyes spark with anticipation, a question falling from his lips automatically. Who would it be, sensei? Midoriya asks, and Aizawa hums. Myself, Aizawa answers, and Midoriya's shaky smile quickly turns into a wide grin. I'd be honored, Midoriya says, and Aizawa finds himself mirroring the boy's expression. Perfect, Aizawa says, and internally he thinks, I can't wait to see how this goes. It goes wonderfully. Aizawa has to hide his smirk when Midoriya walks into class seconds before the bell, a mug of coffee in his hand and a spare capture weapon wrapped around his neck, which Aizawa didn't even give him. How did Midoriya get that? With a tired expression worn into his face. Instantly, the silence is replaced with a multitude of questions, the rest of 1A trying to understand this change of events. Midoriya glares at the class, and Aizawa almost chokes because Midoriya's eyes seem to glint and darken despite the boy not having a quirk to do that. Silence, or you're out, Midoriya says, and the room falls quiet. Well, except for one. Why do you get to dress up again? Mineta asks, and Midoriya sighs and points to the door. Get out, Midoriya says. You're expelled. As the class devolves into pandemonium once again, Aizawa decides that he's completely okay with his decisions. Maybe next time, they'll listen to my goddamn lecture, Aizawa thinks, and if he chuckles, only one green-haired boy actually catches it. And that is quite alright. If Monday was amusing for Aizawa, Tuesday is downright hilarious in the hero's eyes. It starts off perfectly, and Aizawa has to hide his smirk when Midoriya walks into class seconds before the bell, a mug of coffee in his hand, a spare capture weapon wrapped around his neck, which Aizawa didn't even give him. How did Midoriya get that? And a familiar tired expression worn into his face. Midoriya even has dark rings under his eyes, and Aizawa honestly cannot tell if it's makeup or actual eye bags that the boy has suddenly gained. The silence that had just fallen over the class is replaced with a multitude of questions the moment Midoriya enters the room, the rest of 1A trying to understand this change of events. Midoriya glares at the class, and Aizawa almost chokes because Midoriya's eyes seem to glint and darken despite the boy not having a quirk to do that. Silence, or you're out, Midoriya says, and the room falls quiet. Well, except for one student. Why do you get to dress up again? Mineta asks, and Midoriya sighs and points to the door. Get out, Midoriya says. You're expelled. As the class devolves into pandemonium once again, Aizawa decides that he's completely okay with his decisions. Maybe next time, they'll listen to my goddamn lecture, Aizawa thinks, and if he chuckles, only one green-haired boy actually catches it. And that is quite alright. What is not quite alright, however, is that the class has yet to settle down. Aizawa glares at his students, opening his mouth to chide them, but it seems that his student is already prepared. Quiet down, Midoriya says. If I have to remind you one more time, I'll make you start writing essays on why silence is a virtue in the world of heroics. The class finally falls silent, and then a single, shaking hand raises. Aizawa raises an eyebrow, but calls on them anyways. Mineta. Am I actually expelled? Mineta asks shakily, and Aizawa lets one of his practically patented smiles grow on his face. Are you questioning your teacher's decision? Aizawa asks, and just like that Mineta is racing out of the room, tears forming in his eyes. Aizawa watches the boy flee, and then clears his throat. If that is all, Aizawa says, turning to the chalkboard. Only to see that Midoriya is already writing on the board, the words, the points of personas and aesthetics written in his usual, lazy scrawl. Aizawa's lazy scrawl. Not Midoriya's signature scribbling. Aizawa wonders if Midoriya wrote yesterday's notes in Bakugou's handwriting style instead of his own. He decides that he can always ask later. Turning to face the class, Midoriya begins to speak. As you learned yesterday, having a persona can be tricky. A single sentence can cause you to stumble, breaking your entire act in seconds. For many of you, it's clear that personas aren't easy to maintain. However, there are multiple perks of having one. That's part of what we'll be discussing. Along with that, we need to talk about aesthetics. Having a flashy costume is fine for some, and is part of the glamour of being a darling hero, but fashion can override functionality, and it's important to make sure that your look isn't so overdone that it negates your ability to be a hero. Midoriya picks up Aizawa's phone, tapping in the passcode without thinking and clicking on the screen, immediately projecting a hologram onto the board. You will have 15 minutes to go over your own image. Think about the pros and cons that having a persona would grant you, along with any flaws in your costume that may decrease your performance as a proper hero. Begin. The class is frozen for a moment, and then they all begin to write down notes, some scribbling furiously while others struggle to start. Aizawa, for his part, just watches as Midoriya looks over the room, sighs, and then climbs into a yellow sleeping bag. The boy falls asleep instantly, dropping to the floor, and Aizawa can't help but stare. That sleeping bag hadn't been there a moment ago. And, more importantly, how did Midoriya know his password? Or his lesson plans? Aizawa chalks it up to being a Midoriya thing, and promptly falls asleep in his own sleeping bag. He's got 13 minutes of free nap time, and he'll take what he can get. Yamada decides that he might just cry when he walks as classroom, only to find a certain grape-haired student missing, and another resting in the corner, wrapped up in a familiar sleeping bag and apparently asleep. What the F-? Yamada murmurs under his breath, in English, of course, because he has standards. Then, louder, hey, listeners. Mind telling me what's going on? Ida steps up to his duty as class representative, standing up and explaining that, we have 2 Aizawas for the day. This Aizawa is sticking around for all of our other lessons. He points to Midoriya as he speaks, and Yamada watches as Midoriya opens one eye and glares at his peers. Glares? What has Shoyuta done to the poor listener? Yamada wonders, but he doesn't voice that question, instead choosing to ask, alright, and where's the tiny listener? I expelled the brat, Midoriya mutters, shifting into an upright position. If that's all, you should start the lesson, Zashi. I'm stuck supervising these hellspawn for the day, we might as well be productive. Yamada blinks at his student's words, unable to decide which part deserves the freakout that's going on inside of his head. Is it the expulsion? The ease with which Midoriya called him Zashi, despite taking a whole month to switch from present Mike-sensei to Yamada-sensei? The fact that he called his classmates hellspawn? Yes. The answer is yes. All 3 deserve the freakout. Yamada excuses himself from the room, shutting the door behind him carefully. A loud scream can be heard throughout Yui, and nobody bats an eye. Not after yesterday. Midoriya doesn't show up for lunch, and so his friends decide to find him. Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka and Shinso head down to 1A. The first 3 are concerned that their friend is skipping lunch because he doesn't know where to sit. Shinso just wants to see what made his homeroom teacher look so petrified. Ida opens the door to their classroom, and all 4 freeze upon entering, openly staring at the scene before them. Aizawa stares back, a jelly pouch raised halfway to his mouth, cocooned in his sleeping bag. Midoriya lays beside him, a mirror image of the man. An empty pouch lays beside the boy's head, it's the exact same flavor. Half of the greenet's face is covered by his capture weapon, making the eye bags all the more prominent. Well, I can see the resemblance, Shinso admits, causing Todoroki's eyes to widen. I've been looking in the wrong places all along, Todoroki whispers, looking as if he's just had the most important revelation of his entire life. Aren't you supposed to be eating right now? Aizawa asks, and Ida jumps into an explanation. We were just worried for Midoriya. We didn't know if he had eaten, but it's clear that he has, so . I don't really care, Aizawa admits. Go back to lunch. Without another word, Aizawa closes his eyes, falling asleep immediately. Ha, Uraraka says, and just like that, Aizawa and Midoriya are left to their naps. All Might decides quite a few things on Tuesday. The first is as follows: All Might does not like the personality swap assignments that Aizawa had recently assigned to his students, and he especially does not like that his successor has been singled out to continue impersonating others. It just feels wrong, on a fundamental level, to see his bright and cheery boy so not bright and cheery. One cannot blame All Might for his loss of words, he's still reeling from Midoriya's scathing remarks from yesterday's swap. And now, today? With Midoriya acting like his coworker? All Might decides that he is more afraid of Midoriya acting as Aizawa than he is of Aizawa himself. Because Midoriya is not made to be giving harsh glares and cold comments, and yet he's still doing exactly that. You know, I thought that teaching book was supposed to teach you something, Midoriya remarks as All Might sends the other students off to their activities. Midoriya had refused to join in on the basis that they only had 18 students, and All Might is too afraid to ask where Mineta has gone at this point. But it seems that you're as incompetent as always. My boy, All Might says instinctively, and Midoriya sighs. The problem child is on house arrest again. Midoriya turns a sharp eye on All Might, and here the retired hero could almost swear that the boy is using erasure, because his eyes seem almost red as he says, if you don't behave, you will be, too. Yeah, All Might decidedly does not like seeing Midoriya as a mini Aizawa. He prefers the hero fanboy, thank you very much. Overall, the day is a success in Midoriya's eyes. While obtaining the necessary props for the day had been a bit of a hassle, he had, after all, had to snatch the key to Aizawa-sensei's room off of Yamada-sensei, and then return it without getting noticed. It was definitely worth the effort to have the capture weapon, lesson plans, and sleeping bag. And thanks to Midoriya remembering his teacher's password after seeing the man put it in during their 4th week of school, Midoriya thinks he did pretty well during the day. And Aizawa-sensei must think so, too. Midoriya thinks, because Aizawa asks for him yet again when the day ends. Midoriya, Aizawa says as the bell rings, for the 2nd day in a row. Stay after, again, will you? Midoriya agrees, and the day continues as it should. Shoyuta has his fun, sending Midoriya off to act as a miniature version of himself for the entirety of Tuesday. It's amusing, seeing how the problem child's peers, and Hisashi, freak out over the acting skills that Midoriya holds. Shoyuta is most impressed by the boy's ability to wield the capture weapon, which he apparently got by sneaking into his dorm, having snatched the key off of Hisashi, somehow, despite having zero training with the thing. But the events of the day are unimportant. Right now, Shoyuta has something else to focus on. Midoriya, Shoyuta says as the bell rings, for the 2nd day in a row. Stay after, again, will you? Midoriya agrees easily, although this time he's less hesitant and more excited, eager. He likely thinks that Shoyuta will give him another person to imitate, which Shoyuta definitely will, in the future, but that isn't what Shoyuta wants to talk about today. Not that he wants to talk about the topic at hand, necessarily. Rather, Shoyuta wishes that the conversation they're about to have is one that never would have been needed. He wishes that his student could have had a, kami forbid it, normal childhood. One that Midoriya could look back on fondly, because the world knows his high school years aren't made up of sunshine and rainbows. But no. That'd be too nice of the world, wouldn't it? Instead, the world must have wanted Izuku Midoriya to be the real-life equivalent of a goddamn anime protagonist, because the boy seems to have more problems than Shoyuta realized. He just hopes he's over-exaggerating, overthinking things and taking Midoriya's comment a touch too far. But it's better to be safe than sorry, and Shoyuta has had too many sorries this year to even think about not playing it safe, not when he has a choice in the matter. So Shoyuta calls for Midoriya to stay back after class, and ignores the part of his brain that pleads for him to just let Midoriya impersonate someone else, maybe Nezu, this time, instead of prying into this boy's past. Midoriya looks up at Shoyuta with wide, anticipating eyes, chin barely jutting out of the capture weapon that pulls around his neck, far too big for him. He doesn't ask any questions, instead just waiting for Shoyuta to speak. So Shoyuta does. I wanted to ask you a question regarding Monday's activity, Shoyuta starts, and Midoriya blinks at him. Yes, sensei? Midoriya prompts, and Shoyuta can see how the boy doesn't understand what's the matter quite yet. There was a comment you made, during your spar with Bakugou, that left some concerns. Shoyuta keeps his eyes on Midoriya, waiting for any change in reaction. So far, nothing. I'm quoting this from what I've overheard, so I don't quite have the exact phrasing, but did you say to Bakugou that you thought something was beat out of him years ago? And there it is. Midoriya freezes, looking like he's just now recalling that moment. He opens his mouth, but Shoyuta isn't finished. I know that you were following the rules of the activity to the letter. You were only saying things that you thought Bakugou would actually say in that scenario, and for that specific fight, you were shouting at Bakugou as if he actually was you. So tell me, problem child, and here Shoyuta sees how Midoriya flinches back, eyes widening almost impossibly more, what happened at your old school, that you know Bakugou would make such a statement? No. Because there is no guessing here. Not with Midoriya, who is curling up on himself, hands tangling into the capture weapon that he wears. Nothing, Midoriya whispers, but he's not looking at Shoyuta anymore. Nothing happened, sensei. I was just taking it too far. Really? Shoyuta asks, and if his disbelief is evident in his tone? That's irrelevant. Then I suppose you don't mind explaining why you said that, if you want to say that nothing happened. Midoriya's eyes meet his, suspicious, skeptical, analyzing. Shuta's words aren't what he expects, apparently, and Midoriya seems to be searching for the right response. Slowly, carefully, Midoriya responds with, I thought it was like Bakugou to be insulting during a fight. I thought that if I started speaking like him, he would make an abrasive comment about how that isn't like me. I see, Shoyuta says, and Midoriya looks at him with obvious surprise before relaxing ever so slightly, assuming he is in the clear far too early, because Shoyuta continues with, if that's truly the case, then why go so far as to say it was beat out of you? Midoriya startles again, wincing. If nothing actually happened, why wouldn't you make a comment about how Bakugou was mimicking you? That would also fit into the boy's persona, would it not? It would, Midoriya admits, and Shoyuta nods. It would, Shoyuta repeats, and asks once more, so why did you actually make that comment? The room is silent for a moment, and then another one. It stretches out, slow and uncomfortable, and just when Shoyuta is starting to wonder whether or not the problem child will actually speak up, he does. It slipped out, Midoriya says, voice small and posture withdrawn, shoulders hunched and body curled in on himself. I didn't mean to say it, sensei. But it's true, Shoyuta asks, and the barely noticeable nod makes something in his chest tighten and twist. Someone beat you, Shoyuta says, because he needs to be sure that Midoriya is acknowledging this, admitting this, so that he can figure out what to do for his problem child, how to help the boy who seems so impossibly small in this moment. Yes, sensei, Midoriya says, and Shoyuta fights to keep the scowl off of his face. Was it a family member? He asks next, and here Midoriya jumps, shaking his head quickly as words spew out of his mouth, denying the notion frantically. No. Mom would never. She's always done her best for me, and Dad was never around, so he couldn't have hurt me, not physically, Shoyuta fills in, and sighs. He's relieved, at the very least, that the boy is safe in his own home. But if it wasn't his family hurting him? Your peers? Shoyuta asks, and Midoriya flinches again, head tucking into his chest. They bullied you. It's not a question anymore. Not with how Midoriya trembles in front of him, scared and panicked. Not with how Midoriya has admitted to being beaten. Not with the nickname he sports, the same one that he shouted at Bakugou for all of Monday. Deku, Shoyuta starts, and he finds something boiling in his heart with how Midoriya looks up to him with tearful eyes. It's not a good name, is it? Midoriya frowns, and Shoyuta hates asking but he still does. What did it originally mean? It means worthless, Midoriya says, and Shoyuta hates that. It does not, Shoyuta denies, and Midoriya stares at him. It may be what they used it as, but it's not worthless here. Didn't you say it yourself, back when you took it as your own? Deku stands for what you want it to mean, kid, and nothing else. Not now. Not when Shoyuta has a say in this goddamn mess. Midoriya starts to cry, and really, it was only a matter of time before that happened. The boy is an easy crier, and in a conversation like this? Tears were bound to be shed. But luckily, these tears don't seem to all be bad, because Midoriya is staring up at him with a fire burning in his eyes, determination almost tangible. And then, inexplicably, the fire dies out. And Midoriya flinches back, head dropping as he murmurs, it's because I have a quirk here. And that isn't the answer Shoyuta expected, not one bit. Because stating that the difference between now and then, between Yui and middle school, is the possession of a quirk, then that can only mean. You didn't have a quirk before Yui? Shoyuta asks, and the question sounds foolish, because nobody can get a quirk at such a late age, but Midoriya is nodding his head and softly admitting, yes, sensei. And doesn't that explain some things about his student? Doesn't that explain the stuttering, and the nerves, and the flinching that he's seen the kid try to hide? Doesn't that explain why Midoriya lacks the confidence a kid with such a strong quirk should have, why Midoriya shies away from too much attention as if it's automatically bad, why Midoriya seems to have no self-regard? Because he doesn't. Because any semblance of self-worth that Midoriya may have had has been stolen away from him, has been broken into tiny pieces, has been, apparently, beaten out of him. When did you get your quirk? Shoyuta asks, because he needs to know this, and his heart twists when Midoriya shrinks in on himself, as if trying to disappear. The day of the entrance exam, Midoriya murmurs, and Shoyuta believes it. But oh, how he hates it. Shoyuta wants to focus on Midoriya's impossible quirk, on the whys and hows that are running through his mind, but that's not what the conversation is about, not right now. No, right now Shoyuta has a scared, shaking kid in front of him, one who has had his spirit beaten out of him by his old peers. Wait. No. Kid, Shoyuta starts, swallowing because suddenly his throat feels too dry, and yet his eyes seem to be far too wet. Kid, I'm going to ask one final question, and I need you to answer me. Please. He's met with silence, but that's okay. He just needs one final answer. Was Bakugou your bully? No, that doesn't feel quite right. Was he your main bully? A pause, and then, unmistakably, another nod. This one paired with a muffled sob, and Midoriya pulls at the capture gear, like he's trying to use it to cover up the sound, and Shuta's heart shatters as so many realizations run through his head. He assumed a bully and victim relationship was a rivalry. He's put Midoriya up against his bully for training practices, up against someone who enjoyed hurting him. He made Midoriya impersonate his bully for an entire day. Soon, most definitely soon, Shoyuta will have to fix his mistakes. He'll have to talk with Nezu, figure out what can be done to help his kid. He'll have to investigate further into this matter, see how Bakugou even got into the entrance exams. With a past like that, it's obvious that something is wrong with the school they came from. At the very least, Shoyuta knows that there must have been quirk-related discrimination, because Midoriya has based his entire worth off of his quirk. And Shoyuta needs to apologize to Midoriya, properly, for having missed all of the signs that seem so obvious now. But for now, it's not about that. For now, Shoyuta focuses on calming his student down, on helping the kid relax. And if Shoyuta ends up pulling the kid into a hug, letting the boy soak his shirt with tears? Well, Shoyuta won't say a word. He'll just be here, making sure his problem child, his kid, is okay. Because right now, it's all he can ask for. He's asked enough questions as it is. Izuku gets the text in the middle of dinner. Kaken was the one who made it, so it's kind of spicy to Izuku, who grew up knowing the Bakugous well, even when he and Kaken weren't friends anymore, but maybe a bit, okay, a lot, too much for his peers, and is the perfect comfort food after the day Izuku has had. And boy, it's been a day. From the fun that was expelling Mineta, who, still hasn't returned, did Sensei take that seriously? Should Izuku even be upset about that, to the awkward talk Izuku had with Aizawa Sensei, where Izuku ended up revealing his past quirklessness, sobbing as Aizawa realized just what kind of past Izuku had, and found himself crying into his teacher's shirt as the man hugged him and apologized, as if he was at all to blame for Midoriya's history, to him. Izuku is tired and definitely in need of comfort. And so far, he'd gotten it. That hug had done wonders, and now Izuku is struggling to recall if a teacher had ever hugged him before. No. The answer is no, they hadn't, not since Izuku was deemed quirkless and worthless. The answer is no, because All Might is a mentor, and therefore doesn't count. The answer is no, because Aizawa is different, in the best of ways. Kaken's food is another, a nostalgic reminder of the good in his past. Even if it also reminds Izuku of awkward dinners where Kaken would pretend to like him, awkward dinners where Izuku strained his smiles as his skin formed new blisters underneath long-sleeved shirts in the middle of spring. Even if it also reminds Izuku that Aizawa now knows of their shared past, and seems to be all the angrier for it, and not at Izuku. But the text makes everything even better. If there's one thing Izuku likes, it's analyzing things. Studying quirks, breaking down subtle movements and expressions and dissecting what they mean, figuring out the best way to get around a certain terrain. It's what Izuku lives for. Izuku lives and breathes analysis, has notebook upon notebook with nothing but the thoughts and pictures that run through his head, the newest ones written in a code only he can decipher. He likes to know, to understand, to comprehend the world around him on a more precise note, and his analyses reflect that. And so does his acting. Izuku likes acting. He likes putting on a pretty face and letting the world fall for the illusion. It sounds nefarious when he phrases it that way, but it's the most accurate way to describe it. He likes putting on his Deku persona, one that lets him be confident and sure and there, ready to save the day even if it means destroying himself. Apparently, he can act as more than just himself. Apparently, he's got a bit of a knack for this whole acting thing, if his peers' and teachers' reactions are anything to go off of. He'd been convincing as Kaken yesterday, according to his friends, and he's glad. He poured everything into that school day, from the messed up uniform to the way Kaken holds his pencil, even mimicking the boy's fighting style. And today, as Aizawa Sensei, he'd fallen into the role seamlessly and completely. He likes it. Likes knowing that he's got a talent that fits perfectly with his favorite hobby. And so when he gets the text from Aizawa, he can't help but grin. Aizawa Sensei, if you feel up to it tomorrow, your person for tomorrow is Nezu. Aizawa-sensei, what do you say, kid? Izuku's smile only grows as he types out a quick response, happily agreeing to the assignment. He turns off his phone right after, glancing up to look at his friends, who all stare at him in silence. Do I have something on my face? Izuku asks, and it's Shiro who breaks the silence. You're still grinning like Aizawa, Shiro admits, and Izuku blinks in surprise before blushing, embarrassed. Ah, sorry. I guess it's become a habit. Please break that habit, Kaminari says quickly, tone edging into a pleading territory, and Izuku can only laugh when his peers chime in with their own pleas. He lets his smile soften, returning to its familiar form, and his classmates relax as it does. Dinner continues from there, and Izuku is happy when he ends up back in his room. The moment he shuts his door, Izuku sets to planning. He won't let Aizawa down tomorrow, because Nedzu will be fun to impersonate. Wednesday morning arrives, and the students of 1A head to their classroom. Some choose to talk with friends, but most keep an eye on the door. They're not wary, of course, nor are they tense or apprehensive, but they're definitely prepared. As they should be, considering how the past 2 days have gone. With Midoriya's explosive entrance on Monday, and his snappy arrival on Tuesday, they have every right to assume that Midoriya will make an interesting impression on them when he walks through the oversized door today. But when the bell rings, the only figure that moves is Aizawa, who slips out of his sleeping bag and walks over to his podium. Only half a second, Aizawa notes. I wouldn't suppose that you're waiting for anyone, are you? A few of the students shake their heads, causing Aizawa to grin. Good, because Mineta is officially expelled. A new student will be taking his place soon. A collective sigh of a good riddance comes from the 6 girls of 1A, but a sharp hand raise from Ida causes Aizawa to call on him. Where is Midoriya? Ida asks immediately, and a cheerful voice answers. I'm not sure he'll be needed today. A collective scream can be heard that emanates from 1A, which is understandable. Most would scream, too, if a desk that had been empty was suddenly, decidedly not empty. But Midoriya is perched in his seat, despite having been missing from the room just seconds ago, a sickly sweet smile that doesn't seem quite right plastered on his face. And, really, the day only goes on from there. When Yamada heard the scream in the middle of homeroom, his face dropped into an uncharacteristic frown. It can be reported that a few English curses slipped through his lips, but only Hitoshi Shinso can attest to that. The rest of the class, unfortunately, was too worried over the sudden shrieking to pay attention to the murmurs of their teacher. I'm going to resign, Yamada whispers, exhaustion and fear mixing in his voice, and Shinso winces with sympathy for the man. Sliding his phone out subtly, Shinso opens the group chat he's been forced into, by Midoriya, of course, because the boy takes "I'm not here to make friends" as a challenge that he will always defeat, and types out a quick message. Hey. So, Mike-sensei is freaking out and my class has started to flip. Because, hearing an entire class shrieking is supposed to be unusual. Who is he today? Not a minute later, Shinso has a response from Uraraka. And he grins, typing out a new message. Can you get Aizawa to write me a free pass to slip into your English class for a few minutes? I need to see the reaction. A few moments later, when the class has finally settled and Yamada has regained his composure, Shinso gets a text back. Uraraka, he says he'll give you a pass, but you have to record it. Shinso takes the deal without hesitation. A video is sent to the teacher's group chat. The camera is shaky, as if the holder is already trying to hold back laughs. They sit in the back of the room, camera aimed at the doorway. There are 19 students in sight. 18 of them sit perfectly still, looking somewhat petrified. The last, Midoriya, smiles brightly, almost eerily, and winks at the camera. For a split second, it almost seems like the boy has a scar cutting over his right eye, but surely that's nothing more than a trick of the light. Either way, as quickly as the image appears, it's gone, and Midoriya turns around once more to face the front. The person holding the camera takes a moment to readjust, allowing the camera to also see Midoriya and the door at a better angle. From this point of view, Midoriya is in frame enough that his outfit is visible, and what a sight it is to see. Midoriya sports a white dress shirt and red tie that is, for once, actually done correctly, with a black waistcoat on top and matching dress pants. His signature red sneakers have been replaced by an orange pair, and his feet are swinging freely as he waits. The bell rings, and the door opens. Yamada walks into the room. His smile is noticeably fake, forced as if he's already regretting entering the room. He greets the students, but freezes when he finally sees Midoriya. And then he shakes his head and takes off his glasses. A hand comes up to rub at his eyes, and the camera zooms in. If a teacher were to squint and focus, they'd be able to see the way Yamada's eyes glisten with unshed tears of hopelessness. What a poor man. Midoriya doesn't show up for lunch. His friends are too afraid to look for him, so they ask Aizawa to check on him. So Aizawa sends All Might to Nedzu's office, claiming that the principal wanted to see him. All Might walks into the office, and finds a sight he never wanted to see. Midoriya, his boy, his successor, his protege and child in all but blood, sits across from his boss. His boss, who smiles widely, wider than he's ever grinned before. It's eerie and uncanny, and the smile is too big, it looks wrong on the creature's face. They do not look at him, instead smiling brightly at one another over tea and chess. Not breaking eye contact or conversation, Midoriya moves a piece and says, "I must admit, it's a wonderful idea, but I don't quite believe you'd be able to get the proper backing." "They'll back whatever I say if I say it well enough," Nedzu retorts, moving a pawn. "And if there's two of us backing the same cause, the probabilities increase." Midoriya finishes, and then, with a final move, announces, "Checkmate." And Nedzu breaks eye contact first. All Might has never, in all of his years, seen Nedzu look away first. A part of him screams to run far away. It questions what Aizawa has done to make his boy so powerful. It questions how far this will all go, if there will ever be an end, if his boy will ever come home. But Nedzu is looking down at the board, eyes glinting as he sees that he has been bested. And then he's looking up, and his smile is doubling impossibly so, and fear begins to take over every inch of All Might's being. "How would you like to come in for tea next week?" Nedzu asks. "I've heard about some interesting notebooks, why don't you bring them with you?" "Same time?" Midoriya asks, and Nedzu nods. "I'll clear my schedule." Only then do the two geniuses look away, heads turning in sync to face him. With a chirp to his voice, Nedzu asks, "Was there something you needed?" All Might blinks, pales, turns around and walks right back out of the office. He decides to call in sick for his lesson, surely, the others will understand. The school day ends, and the class of 1A sighs in relief as their normal Midoriya is back. All Might drops by the dorms, along with Yamada, to see that their sunshine boy is as usual, and they find themselves at ease when he smiles his normal beaming grin. In the principal's office, however, two figures remain. Nedzu and Aizawa sit across from each other, the former nursing a cup of tea, the latter a mug of coffee. "Midoriya was quite interesting today." Nedzu praises, eyes fuzzy with recollection. "I'm impressed by how easily he picked up my habits, especially considering the small time frame he had to prepare." "Midoriya is one of my brightest students," Aizawa confirms, and the answer pleases the creature. "I think he'll be one of mine, too," Nedzu decides. "He's going to show me his analysis notebooks next Wednesday, we've set aside another tea session. If they're anything like his acting abilities, I do believe I'll be taking on a new personal student." "You haven't had one in years," Aizawa points out. It's not accusing, or questioning, it's just a statement, one that indicates just how much the green-haired boy has impressed the creature. "I have not," Nedzu agrees, and the room is filled with silence for a moment. But only for a moment, and then Aizawa is speaking up. "I need you to book a meeting for me, if you would," he starts, and Nedzu perks up. "Where to?" "Aldera Middle School." Then, as if it needs to be added, Midoriya's old school. "I see." A pause, and then, "Is there a particular reason why?" "Midoriya alerted me to some rather alarming things, yesterday afternoon. I have reasons to believe that Aldera is guilty for many things, including false records for certain students and quirk-based discrimination. I'd like to confront the staff about this, see what they say. See what they don't, is left unsaid, but both men are very aware of it nonetheless. I'll do what I can, Nedzu assures, and with a sharp, toothy smile, "You'll have a meeting by this weekend at the latest, if I have a say." Aizawa knows that the creature has much to say, and so he walks out of the office with a wide grin of his own. Oh, how he can't wait for the days to come. Shoyuta isn't blind, believe it or not. It'd be illogical to assume that he is, considering that his quirk relies on his sight, but some people seem to assume that he is nonetheless. Sometimes, it's in a literal way. Like when Ashido rushes to hide a quirk-dissolved item, or Kaminari acts like Shoyuta didn't see the way he short-circuited in the middle of a lesson. Sometimes, though, it's a different matter entirely. Because surprise, surprise, Shoyuta can, indeed, see when someone is upset, or angry, or simply just tired. He can read the room, can pick up on the tells people give up subconsciously. He knows when someone is flinching out of fear or jumping for joy. And that's why he can see that neither Hisashi or Yagi are taking the personality swaps well. It's not like they've tried to hide it, frankly. Hisashi has called him multiple times in the past 3 days, shouting and crying into his ear as he begged Shoyuta to explain what he was doing and why he wouldn't simply stop. Yagi had been found tearing up in the teacher's lounge, murmuring about how he'd missed his boy. Hell, Shoyuta had to replace Yagi for hero training this afternoon, because the man couldn't handle seeing Midoriya as Nezu for another moment. So is it really surprising that Shoyuta can see how much these sudden changes in Midoriya's actions have hurt them? Shoyuta doesn't think so. And maybe it's this knowledge that pushes Shoyuta to send the quickly becoming a routine text to Midoriya, giving him an assignment that he had planned on waiting a few days to offer. His plan had been to make the boy impersonate the hero next week, since the personality is rather close to Midoriya's normal one, just more outgoing. But that's exactly why Shoyuta is offering it now. A silent compromise for himself and his coworkers. He still gets the joy of seeing Midoriya inevitably cause chaos, but Hisashi and Yagi won't flip their sheet upon seeing him. It'll all work out in the end. Besides, Shoyuta wants to see how Midoriya will play this one out. He wonders if Midoriya will be able to get his hands on one of Hisashi's spare leather jackets. The students of 1A aren't surprised when they walk into their classroom, only to see that Midoriya has yet to arrive. They don't wonder why their peer hasn't shown up yet, not when the bell ticks down to its final minutes. No, they've learned over the past 3 days, and they know better now. Instead, the class turns to one another, hushed whispers filling the air as they try to guess who their peer will be today. Guesses vary, from some as tame as All Might to ones as risque as midnight. Excitement and anticipation grows, but not their voices. Never their voices. They're too afraid of Midoriya hearing, and Midoriya reacting in character. Because Midoriya may be sweet and good, but his character could be, well, another Bakugou, who would blow up in rage at the topic. By the time that the bell rings, everyone is already seated, anticipating their classmates' arrival. The bell doesn't even finish its chiming before the door slams wide open, and Midoriya saunters through. His outfit is, as usual, one of the most notable things at first glance. The jacket is rather large on him, clearly one of Yamada-sensei's. Black pants cling to him, and black boots go up to his knees. While he doesn't have a directional speaker on, he does wear a pair of headphones around his neck. Orange-tinted sunglasses rest on his nose, and Midoriya waves with a fingerless glove-covered hand. "Good morning, listeners." Midoriya cheers, voice loud and enthusiastic and full of pep. Most of the class can't help but feel cheerful as he walks into the room, gait confident as he says, "Since Shoyuta decided to have his fun recently, I'm going to be sticking around for the day. Is that cool, little dudes? Rock on." Kirishima cheers, and Midoriya laughs. It's a loud, unabashed noise, and 1A is full of joy as class begins. Hisashi stares at the closed door to his classroom, unsure if he even wants to open it. Let it not be said that Hisashi does not like teaching, because that would be a complete and utter lie. In fact, the blonde takes immense joy in teaching the little listeners all that he can, watching over his homeroom of 1C with a bright smile and teaching English with cheer in his chatter. He's always been a fan of speaking, what with his quirk and extroverted nature, and being a teacher falls right into his usual habits. And even if Hisashi wasn't a fan of teaching, which he is, don't get him wrong, he'd still be content at the end of the day because of the students alone. While some can be downright rude, blatantly disregarding him in a fit of teenage rebellion, others are absolute rays of sunshine who seem to legitimately enjoy learning. So maybe they remind him of himself, he's a bit of a sentimental man. But it's one of those sunshine children who make Hisashi contemplate simply walking away for a day. Or a week, or a month, or however long he has to wait before Shoyuta stops assigning them new people to impersonate. Because Izuku Midoriya may be one of his favorite students of all time, but he's a little too good at what he does. It's uncanny, and a touch too terrifying, to see how easily the green boy of sunshine is able to switch from his normal sweet smiles and shy stutters to, well, Bakugou. It's not natural. When Hisashi thinks of Midoriya, he thinks of the little angel that usually walks into his class with a fierce determination to ace the day, and walks out with a tiny nod and a little goodbye, Yamada-sensei, every single day. He thinks of the little sprout who has flourished over the months, a timid boy replaced by one who is more confident, more sure of himself. He thinks of someone who can only be described as good, pure, and, after overhearing some of the 1A students, a cinnamon roll. But then Shoyuta gave his students that god-forsaken persona assignment, and assigned Midoriya to Bakugou. Bakugou, who is loud and explosive and very much not a cinnamon roll that is too pure for the world. Bakugou, who is the antithesis of Midoriya. And Midoriya aced it. He threw himself into the role as if it was as easy as breathing, and Hisashi wasn't prepared for it. But when Monday ended, he thought it'd be over. But no. Instead, Shoyuta couldn't be done with just one day. Of course not. And Midoriya dressed up as Shoyuta for Tuesday. And Nezu for Wednesday. And Hisashi might be crazy, but he could have sworn that some of the 1C kids were chanting Rat God Wednesday after school. So, no. Hisashi can't be sure whether he wants to enter his classroom or not. Honestly, he's far too tempted to just walk away, maybe camp out in the teacher's lounge for an hour. If All Might can do it, why can't he? But no, he won't do that. That isn't fair to the little listeners, to abandon them because he's terrified of Midoriya's out-of-this-world acting skills. So with a forced grin and a heavy sigh that would impress Shoyuta, Hizashi opens the door. And the sight he's greeted with is better than he could have ever expected. Welcome to another wonderful day, listeners. A familiar voice cheers in perfect English. Who's ready for another day of fun? Hizashi's mouth drops, he won't deny it. But no one could blame him, not with the image before him. Midoriya glances over to him, a knowing smile dancing on his lips. He lifts up a hand, pulling down his sunglasses so they perch on the lower half of his nose, eyes glinting with mischief as he says, still in English, "Hey, welcome to class. Want to give me a hand with the lesson?" Hizashi takes in the oversized leather jacket that he just knows came from his room, the headphones resting around the boy's neck, and the slicked back hair. A smile climbs up his face, and Hizashi responds with a whooping, "Of course, my dude. Let's get this show on the road." That's the spirit. Midoriya cheers. Alright, listeners, so today's lesson is on prepositions. If Hizashi tears up during the lesson, that's nobody else's business. It's not like they can blame him either, when his favorite listener is acting like him. It may not be his usual sunshine, but he's radiant nonetheless. And Hizashi is all too happy to look on the bright side. Shoyuta doesn't get asked to check on his student, not today, his other 18 students simply walking off with cheerful expressions. They don't seem concerned about checking on Midoriya, but Shoyuta decides to see how he's doing anyway. He finds Midoriya in 1C, but he hears the boy first. The boy and Hizashi, of course. And Shuta's English isn't the greatest, but he's pretty sure that the two are singing an English song right now. Likely one from some musical, if he knows Hizashi at all. Everyone give it up for America's favorite fighting Frenchman. Yeah, he's Lafayette. Definitely singing from a musical. With a sigh, Shoyuta pushes open the door. He's not in the least surprised at the scene that lays before him. I'm taking this horse by the reins, making redcoats redder with bloodstains. Hizashi sings from on top of a desk. Lafayette. Midoriya shouts, and Hizashi pumps a fist in the air as he continues. And I'm never gonna stop until I make M drop and burn M up and scatter their remains. I'm dash. Lafayette. Midoriya slams his hands on the table, eyes wide with delight. Watch me engage in M, escape in M, enrage in M, I'm dash. Hizashi. Shoyuta shouts, and Hizashi startles, slipping off of the desk. Two pairs of wide eyes stare at him, like frightened deer. And then, in sync, show. Two giant grins beam right at him like twin suns, and Shoyuta activates his quirk instinctively, quieting down Hizashi's shout halfway through. Midoriya does plenty to fill the quiet, voice echoing through the room. For a moment, Shoyuta thinks that he sees the glass trembling, but when he blinks and looks again nothing seems to be wrong. The kid must have some great projection skills, Shoyuta thinks to himself, shrugging off the thought easily. Instead, he focuses on more important things, such as, have you two been singing this entire time? You only have 15 minutes left of lunch, you know. Maybe so, Midoriya says boldly, and Hizashi picks up the sentence seamlessly, but you have no right to judge us. You drink jelly pouches every day, they say together, and Shoyuta almost regrets giving Midoriya the assignment. But then he sees how overjoyed Hizashi is, and how Midoriya's eyes are lit up with nothing but joy, and he has to tuck his face into his capture weapon to hide his grin. Yeah, he did good. Toshinori Yagi nearly cries when he first spots Midoriya. Not out of fear, or sadness, or resignation. No. Toshinori nearly cries out of pure joy. Joy, because when Midoriya looks at him, he does not glower, nor does he roll his eyes or have them light up with mania. No, Midoriya simply beams at him and says, "Hey, Yagi. Ready to teach these kids how to be heroes?" He's still not Midoriya, still not his boy, but he's not too far off. Toshinori knows when to be grateful, and Kami is he ever right now. Because Midoriya is smiling at him, and making conversation without sassing him off or scaring him in a way only Nedzu or Gran Torino can, and Toshinori will take all that he can get. So, what are the Heralings doing today? Midoriya asks, and Toshinori is happy to answer him. Midoriya may not be his boy right now, but at the end of the day, Toshinori knows that Smile will still be there to greet him. And that'll be enough. Izuku hums an American pop song under his breath as he walks into his bedroom, shrugging off the borrowed jacket and reminding himself to sneak it back into Yamada-sensei's room later that day. He glances around the room, smiling at the rather blank walls that greet him. This sudden change in decor is one that Izuku has yet to tell anyone about, but it makes him chuckle nonetheless. The green-haired boy had sold off most of his merchandise, saving a few precious ones, over the past few days. How else would he have afforded the sudden change of wardrobe? Izuku thinks it's worth it, though. Getting the right clothing is half of the job for good characterization, and Izuku has had a blast so far. With the sales of quite a few limited edition pieces, some of which he may or may not have gotten All Might to sign, Izuku was able to buy an entire collection of clothes, most of which Izuku knows he'll be able to reuse for multiple people. Maybe I should cosplay at the next HeroCon, Izuku mutters to himself, and makes a mental note to check whether or not real support gear is allowed to be used. For now, though, Izuku just sits at his desk, happy as he recollects the day. It had been nice, cheering up his teacher with his actions alone. Yamada is rather like him, Izuku thinks, and playing such a similar part to his own had made everything all the better. He's grateful that Aizawa-sensei chose to give Yamada a break, especially after his past 3 days of fun. Izuku is also quite grateful to his past self, who had mastered English at a young age, in hopes that he'd one day, perhaps, get to visit his father. But Izuku's absent father isn't the focus of the act he currently lives in, no. The focus instead shifts as Izuku's phone dings, and Aizawa's name pops up, a text from him having been sent. Izuku opens it quickly, eyes widening as he sees just who he'll be tomorrow, and he grins. And it appears that Izuku's habit of smiling like his teacher has yet to break, but Izuku doesn't think it's a problem. After all, Aizawa-sensei has opened up a whole new world for him, and so Izuku will only continue to grin. Midoriya walks into the room calmly, normally, and, most importantly of all, in his school uniform. Not a black jumpsuit. Not a suit with a cute little vest. Not even a leather jacket is draped over his shoulders. No, it's just Midoriya, with his blazer and tie and bright red shoes. Class 1A has never been happier to see their friend. Deku! Uraraka cheers, jumping up from her seat. Midori! You're done. Ashido cries with glee, then pouts. Wait, but that means we don't get Yamada's reactions anymore. Are you ready for a normal day of class? Ida asks, stressing the normal, and Midoriya smiles gently, closed lips curling up softly. I think it'll be a wonderful day, he says, voice calm and serene, and Ida is one of the many relieved students that enjoy such an answer. Chatter resumes among the students of 1A, and Midoriya takes his seat and listens patiently as his friends talk around him. When the bell rings, however, Midoriya jumps out of his seat, eyes going wide. Ah? He exclaims, a sheepish smile rising as he does so, I almost forgot. I will be right back, everyone. And then he races out of the room. His peers watch as he closes the door behind him. Many begin to wonder where he went, and glance to Aizawa curiously as he stands up and lets out a sigh. After a few seconds of silence, however, they began to relax. Only to jump in their seats when the door slams back open, Midoriya walking through the doorway with an eerily accurate All Might expression on his face. I am here. Midoriya shouts, voice almost echoing with how deep he makes it. Entering the classroom like a normal per dash. Quite a few students shriek when his expression suddenly reverts to normal, the boy spewing out blood and collapsing on himself, hands resting on his knees as he takes in shaky gasps. Are you okay? He's spitting out blood, what do you think? Wait, is that real? I'm quite alright, Midoriya says, voice stilted as he covers his mouth, other hand digging into his pocket and pulling out a handkerchief. After wiping away the blood, he says, apologies for the mess. Aizawa-kun, I'll leave the class to you for now, if that's quite alright. I'll just Young Midoriya's spot is free, I'll take it. And that is how the day starts, with Midoriya pretending to be All Might, and the rest of 1A. Silently questioning whether or not the red liquid on the ground is real or fake blood. At this point, they can never be sure. Hisashi knew that his day couldn't last forever, but he was still somewhat sad to wave the kid off yesterday afternoon. He knows that he won't get the same joy today, not now. Shoyuta had admitted to him, after all, that yesterday was a bit of a reprieve. You needed a break, Shoyuta stated, eyes glinting with mirth all the while. You were 2 seconds away from quitting, and Nedzu may have stopped the assignment if you did that. Went and stopped your fun, you mean, Hisashi grumbled, and Shoyuta nodded, not even bothering to pretend otherwise. But that was then, and this is now. Hisashi opens the door, eyes searching the room. He wonders what Midoriya will look like today, who he's dressed up as. But when Hisashi's gaze catches on the green-haired boy, he's surprised. Because Midoriya is in his normal uniform? And he's talking to the others, surely that's a good sign, right? Wrong. Midoriya turns around, and Hisashi lets out a yelp. Because? How on earth are you doing that with your face? Hisashi asks, staring at Midoriya, who smiles back at him with a perfect All Might impression. Like, spot on. It's really freaky, he won't lie. He prefers the Shoyuta grin. Doing what? Midoriya asks, and Hisashi is going to sob because what the F, the kid sounds just like Yagi. Hisashi takes a deep breath, closing his eyes. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. Sure, it's uncanny how Midoriya is able to do a spot-on impression of All Might's face, and man, Hisashi hasn't even seen Yagi make that face in a while, not since summer, but other than that, it's fine. After all Might was the symbol of peace. He and Yagi chat in the teacher's lounge, they get along. It'll be like yesterday, only less fun. Because Hisashi is pretty sure that All Might doesn't listen to musical soundtracks. But other than that, the dude is great. Confidence gained, Hisashi opens his eyes. Right. Clapping his hands together, he says, let's get this lesson started. The few remaining students who aren't in their desks race to their spots, and Hisashi smiles with contentment as they do. And then one bumps into Midoriya, who promptly spits out blood. Midoriya! Hisashi cries, already moving to check on the kid. But then he's stopping in his tracks as the boy simply comments, "Sheet." In English. Midoriya lifts his head, showing that he's let the expression drop. His eyes seem gentler than usual, an embarrassed smile on his face as he pulls out a handkerchief, which already has blood stains what the F, and wipes away the red liquid. Sorry for interrupting, Yamada-kun. Let's get started, yeah? Hisashi blinks, then turns to face the whiteboard. He's going to hide Shuta's sleeping bag in the vents, mark his goddamn words. Toshinori walks into the classroom, and sees his All Might face looking right back at him. Which is rather bizarre, as he hasn't been able to look like that for a while now. And then he realizes that it's his boy making the expression, and not a mirror. Toshinori can't help it, he cries, and ends up coughing out blood. For some reason, it sounds like someone shouts, "Oh, not again," but he can't quite be sure. If he happily snaps a picture of young Midoriya acting like him during training, going around and giving small bits of praise and advice to his peers, well that's for him to know. And the rest of the staff, because he's framing it and putting it on his desk. Shoyuta sighs as the bell rings, signaling the end of the day. His students do too, and Shoyuta has to conceal the snort that slips out of him at the way they all seem to relax now that Midoriya is dropping his persona of the day. It's impressive how much Midoriya changes with each act. Even acting as Yagi, as All Might, Midoriya had focused on all of the finer details, and the amount of ways Midoriya was able to differentiate himself from the retired hero is almost surprising, considering how much Midoriya has tried to replicate the hero. But Midoriya managed. From the subtle ways he spoke in the morning, words a touch too gentle and calm to be his own, posture just a bit too hunched, like he'd gotten used to slinking underneath door frames, smile a bit too confident as he burst into the room as All Might, rather than Toshinori Yagi. Even his stance was different, and his gait when he walked. His voice, too, was surer. To Shoyuta, it just goes to show that Midoriya is his own person, and always will be. He likes that simple truth. He likes that, at the end of the day, Midoriya can just be himself. Because no matter how fun these assignments are for the both of them, the kid should be appreciated for himself as well. And it looks like he is, if the way many of his peers surround him is a hint to attest to that fact. Shoyuta hums inaudibly with approval as Midoriya's closest friends flock to him, talking excitedly about the day. Midoriya responds eagerly, hands gesturing wildly in return. It's good to see his problem child act like a kid, for once. Kami knows his past wasn't the best. Not by a goddamn long shot. The self-inflicted reminder brings a burning anger to the forefront of his mind, tension seeping into his shoulders. Shoyuta frowns, then smooths it out, forcing his posture to relax. Only when he knows that he looks calm, does he speak. Midoriya, Shoyuta calls out, and Midoriya looks to him immediately, a happy smile on his face. I just want you to know that you won't be doing any impersonations this week. Go relax, kid. And maybe the words are said a bit softer than Shoyuta would normally speak, and maybe some of his students notice. But they don't say anything, and neither does he, and Shoyuta is satisfied when Todoroki breaks the silence by asking Midoriya if he'd like to see a movie with him. He watches his students leave the classroom, and only then does he let his anger return. He glances at his schedule, but he already knows what's coming. Or, more precisely, where he's going. Midoriya will be enjoying himself this weekend. And Shoyuta plans to raise hell at his old school in the meanwhile. Aldra won't know what hit them. It's a calm Saturday afternoon. The sun is still out, the sky is blue, there's not a cloud in the way of the view. It's a perfect day, with no chance of a storm. Even so, Shoyuta Aizawa is about to rain down on Aldra. Because hell hath no fury like a grumpy, insomniac teacher who found out that his very own problem child was ignored and bullied and hurt for a goddamn decade without help, all because he was presumed to be quirkless. Hisashi can joke about him being a mother hen all that he wants, Shoyuta knows that the man would do the same. Hell, he's sure that Yagi would kill for the kid, and no, he's not exaggerating. In comparison with the retired symbol of peace, Shuta's actions, he knows, will come across as tame. That's not to say that Shoyuta is going to give the principal an easy time, no. No, far from it. Far from it, indeed. Shoyuta walks into Aldera Middle School, glancing around the empty halls. School let out not long ago, and Shoyuta had Yagi run the heroics lesson so he could make it that much sooner. He doesn't see anyone around, except for the occasional teacher, but that's not really surprising. Shoyuta walks up to the receptionist, who takes in his pulled back hair and suit and lights up, asking, "Oh? Are you the teacher from UE?" "I am," Shoyuta says simply, and that's all that it takes for the lady to bring her to the principal's office. The principal is a short, skinny man who looks like he's in dire need of an actual personality, because his smile is so fake it looks plastic and his eyes look like they hold nothing but his ego. He introduces himself with far too much cheer, holding out his hand and saying, "Hello. I'm Gisu Yero, the principal of Aldera. And you are the teacher from UE, yes?" Shoyuta refrains from rolling his eyes, both at the man's self-fulfilling name and the obvious infatuation Aldera has with UE, instead nodding his head. "I am," he says for the second time in a row, and then has to hide his smile as Yero hesitates, waiting for him to return the introduction. It takes 13 seconds for Yero to crack and finally prompt him, asking, "The email never supplied us with your name." "Aizawa," Shoyuta states simply, not offering up a first name. It takes Yero 5 more seconds to realize that he will not be getting one, and the man chuckles nervously, dropping back into his chair. "So," Yero chirps, hands clasping together. "What brings you to Aldera?" Shoyuta gives a non-committal shrug, keeping his voice uninterested as he says, "I've come to learn more about the students that came from Aldera. It was noticed that you've had no other students from here before, and there was an interest in seeing what may have contributed to their arrivals." Yero perks up even more, somehow, eyes shining as he says, "Oh, of course. I was so proud to see how Bakugou made it into UE, we all knew that he'd make it into the big leagues, truly. It was only expected that he'd end up as our first student to make it into the greatest hero school in all of Japan, quite honestly." "Oh?" Shoyuta asks, and that's enough to prompt Yero into continuing. "Yes. Bakugou has always exceeded our expectations, truly going above and beyond. I suppose you could say that he's a rather plus-ultra student, no?" Yero raises his eyebrows expectantly, like he is waiting for Shoyuta to laugh. Shoyuta keeps his face blank, and Yero continues after a beat of silence. "Bakugou is an exceptional student, truly. Always at the top of his classes, helpful, cooperative, a truly commendable student. His teachers have spoken nothing but good things about the boy, and it's no doubt that he'll become a shining star among the halls of UE." Shoyuta is pretty sure that Yero must be thinking of another student, or is heavily delusional, because the only word that could describe Bakugou from that list of praise is smart. Shoyuta isn't one to give false compliments, and he knows that his student is anything but cooperative. With teachers, with peers, it's clear that the boy has always wanted to do everything on his own. In that way, he's almost the opposite of Midoriya. Because Midoriya seems emotionally invested in finding people to work with, and clings to each of his friends with a passion. Almost, Shoyuta thinks, because Midoriya has the same near-suicidal tendency that Bakugou has, where he seems to think he has to face some problems all by himself. Or just has the unfortunate luck of finding problems when alone. Comparing the two boys in his mind, Shoyuta can't help but let some of his pettiness out, asking, "And what about the other student from Aldera?" And his skepticism shifts to anger as Yero grimaces before hastily fixing his face, speaking with disinterest as he sniffs and says, Yes. I nearly forgot that Midoriya managed to get in as well. He made it into the top 10 scores," Shoyuta comments, dislike for the principal only growing as Yero hums, skepticism obvious in the noise. "That was an interesting thing to see," Yero says. "We were all rather surprised to see that he had made it in, admittedly." Shoyuta has to grit his teeth at the comment, hands clenching around his knees. "Is that so?" he asks, voice normal but a hint of something heated underneath. Yero doesn't catch it, instead smiling wryly. "Indeed," he says. "It was shocking, getting the news. Midoriya was never, how do I put it? He was never what one would consider that of a heroic nature." "Midoriya, unheroic?" Shoyuta has to refrain from using his quirk, shutting his eyes so he doesn't glare at the man. By the time Shoyuta is able to calm down and open his eyes, Yero is already talking. "No," Yero continues, as if Shoyuta had asked. "Midoriya was always something else. Always talking in class, constantly seeking attention, going so far as to pick fights with his peers. I'm honestly surprised that he's gotten away with it for so long. It? Shoyuta asks, and Yarrow nods quickly. Yes. I'm not sure if you know this, but Midoriya, well, he's quirkless. It's funny, Shoyuta thinks, that if he had heard that only a week ago, he would not have understood the principal's comment. He would have been confused, and then he would have learned more than he ever knew. But it's not a week ago. It's today, and Shoyuta has known about Midoriya's status as an unprecedentedly late bloomer. It is a normal Saturday afternoon, but Shoyuta is listening to a quirkus principal who is part of the reason his own student broke down in front of him on Tuesday, who is part of the reason his problem child could honestly say he'd been beaten down, who is part of the reason his kid has a hero name that means useless. So Shoyuta does not feel annoyed, or confused, or even bewildered. No, he is simply said. I beg your pardon? Shoyuta growls, but Yarrow is a fool and either does not hear the tone of his voice or is too stuck in his own ego to listen. I know, it's a rather bold claim, but it is true. The boy was quirkless from the day he was born to the day he walked out of Aldera. I'm not sure what technology he's using to make that kind of power, but it's not his quirk. It's not a quirk at all. Midoriya has always been a liar, blaming others for his issues. In truth, I think he just refuses to face reality. Reality, Shoyuta repeats. Yes, Yarrow says. He just does not understand, he never has, that a quirkless person has no place in the world of heroes and villains. Shoyuta sees red, and he's sure that Yarrow does too, considering that his quirk is now active. Now, Shoyuta is a logical person. He runs off of common sense and coffee alone. He knows when to speak and when to remain silent, what does or does not need to be said. And that, along with the spiteful anger burning in his chest, is why Shoyuta leans forward and speaks. From the moment you began speaking, you have only said one correct thing, and that is that Bakugou is smart. But the rest has been nothing but falsehoods, so allow me to correct you. Letting his quirk stop, but still glaring at the man, Shoyuta continues. Bakugou is short-tempered, arrogant, and one of the most uncooperative students I have ever had. His ego is 4 sizes too large, his anger is completely unmanaged to the point that he could have become a threat to his own peers if unwatched, and he only barely listens to 1 or 2 of his classmates. He may be smart, and he may be strong, but he has been set back by the way you all have catered to his pride. I'm not done, Shoyuta interrupts. Because while you may have set back Bakugou, you have absolutely failed Midoriya. Midoriya is patient, and good, and kind. He is one of my top students, both physically and academically. He does his best to work with everyone, including his middle school bully, who you encouraged, from what I understand. He has a martyr complex that can rival All Might's, and I have a feeling that his self-sacrificing tendencies spawn from the lack of self-worth that you have cultivated by turning a blind eye to the bullies that went after him. Midoriya's quirk manifested late because he did not have the necessities for activation at the time, which I know he would have gained in time, had a single teacher encouraged him to work for his dreams. Why your student? Yarrow asks, apparently the only thing he's heard Shoyuta say. Shoyuta lets his most horrifying grin form on his face, relishing in how Yarrow flinches back. Yes. I am the homeroom teacher of 1A, and both Bakugou and Midoriya are students of mine. Students that you have treated in all of the wrong ways. Standing up, Shoyuta says, you'll be getting an email, soon, from Principal Nedzu. He will be asking for the camera footage that you have from the previous years, and you will be giving it, as he has all of the proper forms and warrants attached. Have a great day, a-hole. Yarrow is pale as Shoyuta moves to the door, and looks terrified when Shoyuta looks back. One to make a dramatic exit, no matter how much he'll deny it, Shoyuta adds, oh, and Midoriya is going to be one of the greatest heroes you'll have the honor of seeing, if not the greatest. But that's no thanks to you, is it? He smirks as he hears the man's computer ding, letting the door shut behind him, and leaves Aldera in Nedzu's paws. Shoyuta doesn't fully calm down until he's back on Yui grounds, walking back to the dorms. He enters the 1A dorms, smiling as he sees Midoriya sitting next to Todoroki, Shinso draped over another couch despite not being a 1A student, and Ida and Uraraka arguing in the kitchen over what snack is better. He passes the couch, patting Midoriya on the head twice as he does, and enters the kitchen, immediately moving to the coffee machine. Ida and Uraraka fall silent as Shoyuta starts the machine, giving him the chance to hear Todoroki ask, "Are you sure he's not your dad, Midoriya?" "He sure acts like it," Shinso remarks, and Shoyuta can see how Midoriya turns bright red, shoving his face into Todoroki's side and muttering out an unintelligible response. Shoyuta, wisely, does not say a word. He does, however, make sure to pat the kid's head once more on the way out, and grins as he hears the teasing start up again, leaving chaos in his wake. It's not until a few hours later that Shoyuta makes his way to Nedzu, and it takes another half hour for him to finish talking about his trip to Aldera. If half of that time is just him complaining about how Aldera has failed at, well, being a decent school, that's unimportant. What is important is how Nedzu takes all of his words in, and then says, I'm already setting up a case against Aldera, but I do have one question. Go on, Shoyuta says, and Nedzu does. What do you plan to do about Bakugou? And isn't that a good question, indeed? Luckily, Shoyuta already has a clue. When Aizawa enters the classroom, Midoriya isn't in the room. This isn't unusual, unfortunately, it just means that the students of 1A are now staring at the door, bracing themselves for what's to come. But then Aizawa speaks, drawing their attention. And it's odd, what he says, because what the man says is, Bakugou. Nedzu wants you down in his office. Now. And that isn't what anyone expected, not at all. Because no one has been called down to the principal's office, not once this year. Sure, Midoriya is rumored to have been in this last Wednesday, but that was because he was impersonating Nedzu. And 1A is pretty sure that Midoriya got a request to become the principal's personal student, so it's not like it was something bad. Quite honestly, no one thinks that Bakugou is getting the same offer. Because Bakugou is smart, of course, one of the brightest in the class. But Midoriya is the one who has the knack for analysis, for acting, for breaking people down in his mind in seconds and recreating their every move. It makes sense that Midoriya was in Nedzu's office. It doesn't make sense that Bakugou is being summoned. It's clear, too, that Bakugou doesn't have a clue about what is happening, if the way he lets out a confused "ha" is any sign. But Bakugou has never been one to hesitate, so when Aizawa gestures to the door, Bakugou moves, slinging his bag over his shoulder and sauntering out of the room. If that wasn't enough to throw off their trains of thought, Aizawa manages to completely derail them by saying, I'll be gone during the morning for a meeting. He doesn't look pleased as he says that, and those closer to the front can see how a flare of anger seems to be kindled in his normally exhausted gaze. But his lips do twitch up as he says, I've gotten a sub for you, for today. Behave, or you'll be expelled. He walks out, the door shutting behind him. And just 2 seconds later, the door is slammed open. And Izuku Midoriya walks in, wearing an outfit no one ever expected from him. The first piece to draw attention has to be the black leather leotard that he's donned. The black fabric may cover him from shoulder to the beginning of his thighs, but it's so form-fitting compared to his usual apparel that it acts as a bizarre contrast. A thin white bodysuit seems to be worn underneath it, the fabric also doing little to hide the muscles that usually remain unseen beneath long sleeves and baggy hoodies. Paired with black knee boots and a red mask, and with his normally wild hair fixed to fall down instead of springing up, it's clear who Midoriya is supposed to be. But oh, how 1A fears the day. Because never had anyone truly expected him to show up as the R-rated hero, Midnight Dot, and especially not for him to look good doing so. Before anyone can react to the sight before them, however, the door is opened again, Aizawa stepping in and saying, oh, yeah. Here's my Netta's replacement, too. And just like that, Hitoshi Shinso enters the room, looking not at all surprised by Midoriya's choice of outfit. Perhaps because he was stuck standing outside with the boy, perhaps because he's simply grown numb to the chaos far faster than the others. Whatever the reason, Shinso doesn't hesitate to slip into Minetta's old spot, dropping his bag on the ground. Midoriya smirks, and a few students have to ignore how the expression makes them blush as he says, all right, students, I hope you're ready for an exciting day of classes. No one is sure if they're ready, but it's too late, because Midoriya is already beginning to teach. Oh Kami, what has their teacher done? Katsuki doesn't have a goddamn clue why he's being sent to the rat's office, but he chooses to keep his mouth shut as he leaves the classroom, stalking down the halls with his hands shoved deep in his pockets. They're empty, quiet, and it's almost eerie how lifeless they seem to be. But Katsuki brushes the thought off with a scoff. It's stupid, thinking that way. It sounds like something Deku would think. Because Deku is like that, isn't he? Scared, nervous, looking too much into empty halls and bends around corners. Look at that, the nerd has a mouth on him. A cruel smile, to match the words, something vicious and ugly and wrong in the one for all wielder's eyes. And here I thought that was beat out of you years ago. Scared, glancing over his shoulder constantly. 4 reasons Katsuki doesn't like to think of. Reasons better left forgotten, maybe. Deku has forgotten, after all. Hasn't he? Just like Katsuki has moved past, the sludge villain and his kidnapping, Deku isn't weighed down by his past. It's Deku, after all. And Deku just keeps going, no matter how much Katsuki tried to weigh him down. And oh, how Katsuki tried to crush him with weight. But whatever. Hallway walks aren't the time for whatever sentimental bullshit is going on in Katsuki's head, if his thoughts can even be considered sentimental. Katsuki scoffs to himself, shoulders slouching more as he rounds the final bend, ending up in front of the closed door of the principal's office. He pulls a hand out of his pocket, moves to knock. "Come in." A cry comes from within, before fist can even meet wood. "What the F dash," Katsuki murmurs, but then he shakes his hand and opens the door. He didn't expect to find his parents already there, but, well, there they are. And they look just as confused as he is. "Welcome, welcome." Nedzu cries, but his joy sounds fake in a way that makes Katsuki bristle, narrowed eyes darting to look at the creature. "If you'll just take a seat with your parents, Bakugou, we'll be starting the meeting in just a moment." Katsuki does so, taking the seat beside his dad. His father looks at him, softly saying, "Your mother and I got the call just last night to come in today. Do you have a clue what this could be about? Did you get into another fight?" His mom asks, much less gentle and far more like him, and Katsuki sneers. "Hell no." Katsuki says. "I don't get into fights all of the time." "You got into a fight with Izuku less than a month after getting into the dorms," his mother points out, and Katsuki scoffs as he remembers that night. Finally confronting Deku about his quirk, his goddamn FING passable quirk, the boy shouting about how he saw Katsuki as a symbol in his eyes, a goal to reach. Venting out his frustrations about ending All Might's reign, having to accept that Deku is going to be a hero, whether Katsuki likes it or not. It had been a hell of a night. An embittering one, that still itches at Katsuki's skin at times. Another night to just push past. "That's different," Katsuki says, and then he has no more time to speak because the door is being opened, and Aizawa walks in. And Aizawa looks sad. It's not an open rage, like Katsuki holds. It's not explosive and loud and volatile. No, Aizawa has a fire in his eyes that is just barely smothered, a way of exuding an aura that is cold and harsh and angry. And it's directed at him. What has Katsuki done, that his teacher is looking at him like that? He's done nothing wrong, he knows, nothing to earn such a look. Perfect timing, Aizawa. Nedzu says, and then turns back to Katsuki and his parents. "Now, I'm sure you've been wondering why you're here." Of course they FING have, because by now it's real clear that it's nothing good. Yet Nedzu has a manic light in his eyes that fills Katsuki with an odd urge to flee, like prey being hunted down and toyed with for sport. Unfortunately, Nedzu continues, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a file. It's not the most enjoyable subject. And here Katsuki pales, because when Nedzu sets the file on the desk, Katsuki is able to read the words written on the file. And etched out in bold, dming letters, the phrase, Aldera Middle School, gleaming like it knows his fate. And oh, how the words laugh at him. Katsuki knows, now, just what this meeting is about. And he knows that his teacher will never look at him the same. Not when Deku has a quirk, here, and has the chance to be great. Not when Deku has worth, now, because he got in and got a power that lets him save people in a way that matters. Not when Deku has the thing that he always lacked, the very thing that led to him becoming a Deku in the first place. No, Deku means something now, and Katsuki is F'd. And a part of him wonders when everything changed, when his world turned upside down. He wonders when he was the one getting sent to the principal's office for his actions. A part of him thinks that this is the very first time. He doesn't know what that implies, but it's beginning to scare him. Hizashi hums as he walks down the hall, ready to teach 1A. He knows Shoyuta has a meeting today, which has to mean that his favorite little listener is, well, himself. After all, Shuta's favorite thing about the personality assignments is seeing how people react. It's rather obvious, considering how often Shoyuta has made sure to track the kid down during lunch, that Shoyuta has enjoyed getting to see what the cinnamon roll of 1A can do. And that Shoyuta is dealing with the same sense of favoritism that everyone slowly seems to gain when it comes to Midoriya, but that's not completely relevant right now. But anyways, enough of his mental monologue. Hizashi is pumped, because there's no way this day can go wrong. This thought in mind, Hizashi steps through the door, bright-eyed and eager. He quickly loses that eagerness. And a bit of his joy. Because sitting on the podium, dressed in a costume that screams Namiri Kayama, the R-rated hero, is the little green bean. But Midoriya definitely isn't acting like the pure sunshine child Hizashi knows him to be. No, no. Kami, no. Hizashi watches with a terrified gaze as Midoriya tilts his head, leaning his body in a way that makes some of his peers lean in, as if entranced. The boy bats his eyelashes as he speaks, and Hizashi makes the decision to tune out whatever the kid is saying because he does not need to know what is being said. Thank you very much. Midoriya turns to look at him, though, and Hizashi can't ignore the excited way that the boy shouts, "Hizashi! You came just in time. I was just telling the kids about our own school days." Ah, the joys of youth, to be so ready and full of vitality. Somehow, Hisashi has a feeling that Midoriya actually knows their school stories. And Kami, that's terrifying. How powerful is this kid? Who the F created this child? Anyways. Midoriya chirps, lips slipping from a wide grin to a sly smirk, and Hisashi is going to scream because he can see how Todoroki is turning as red as his hair, even though the look isn't aimed at him. It's time for English, right? Don't you think it's about time to teach them some more interesting phrases? Hisashi takes a deep breath, holds it for much longer than he probably should. And then Hisashi Yamada decides to take a page out of Yagi's book, turns around, and walks right back out of the room. He can't handle this. Not today. Hisashi hears Midoriya squeal, sounding just like Namuri. He changes his mind, adjusts his views. He can't handle this ever. No wonder Shoyuta chose to spend the day in a meeting, instead of having to face the consequences of his decisions. Speaking of, he wonders how the meeting is going. The kind, caring half of him hopes that it's not a particularly difficult one. The petty, vindictive half of him, however, which had to see multiple students of 1A look like they were having a sexuality crisis over the resident sunshine child? Oh, that half hopes Shoyuta is suffering. Shoyuta is suffering, yet he knows his problem child has suffered far, far worse. Because he's watching video proof of it. Proof that still hasn't stopped. A part of Shoyuta wants to pause the video, a never-ending mix of snippets, all showing Midoriya being belittled and beaten and bullied and bruised. He wants to stop it, stop seeing one of his brightest, best students being hurt so cruelly. He doesn't want to see just how much society has failed Midoriya. Another part knows that he needs to know, that the Bakugous need to know their son did. And that part acknowledges that it is the Bakugous who asked to see what happened, all of it, because words on paper just didn't quite connect. And Shoyuta can understand that, respect that. But oh, how it hurts to hear his students' past cries, and know that he can't help. Kami, look at him. He's so disgusting. A point, a jeer, a laugh from the boy with elongated fingers that follows a young version of Bakugou. Bakugou, who snorts and sneers and sticks out a leg, tripping Midoriya as he tries to pass. Books go flying, no one moves to help him. A flicker, a new clip. Midoriya, alone, again, walking down the hall. Head ducked, shoulders hunched. Bakugou, passing by. A shove, and he's down once more. Watch where you're going, worthless freak. Bakugou smirks, in the video, as he says it. Hands nonchalantly tucked in his pocket, chest puffed out like he has a reason to be proud in that moment. Can't a useless thing like you even walk right? Or is that too difficult? Another flicker, another snippet. Like you can ever be a hero? You can't even think without the words falling out of your head. Heroes aren't creeps, Deku. Midoriya's mouth is taped over, and his shoulders shake like he's crying. He might be, Shoyuta can't tell. He knows his student, knows that he is. Flicker. Worthless. Flicker. Quirkless, shitty nerd. Flicker, flicker, flicker. Take a swan dive off of the roof, and pray for a quirk in the next life. Shoyuta can't stand it. Yet still he stands, and still he watches. But oh, how he wants to scream. Why has the world hurt his kid so much? What did Midoriya ever do to deserve this? Nothing. He did nothing at all. When lunch arrives, the students of 1A do not know where Midoriya goes. And they do not want to know, not today. Not when the boy's presence alone is enough of a distraction that a quarter of the class has to copy notes from Ida and Yaoyorozu during lunch. And the staff of Yui? They do not want to know about Midoriya's whereabouts, either. Unfortunately, Namuri Kayama had caught wind of the assignment. And now Kayama and Midoriya are sitting on one of the office couches, gossiping. Honestly? No one can tell what's more terrifying, the fact that Midoriya is able to mimic Kayama so well, the fact that he knows all of these things, or the fact that he's, somehow, a more competent teacher than a 16-year-old should have any right to be. There's a poll running, but it's equally split. But right now the teachers of Yui watch on with poorly hidden interest as Midoriya and Kayama let the discussion shift to the recent expulsion of Minoru Mineta. I'm surprised Mineta just got expelled, Kayama admits. Bright enough kid, sure, but Shoyuta has been complaining about his actions since day one. What did he do to get the boot? The little guy wouldn't quiet down, Midoriya answers, leaning back, an arm draping over the back of the couch. It was the final straw, you know? Shoyuta just gave up and threw in the towel, not that I blame him. And to think he got so close to a full year without expulsion. Kayama exclaims, as if the school year isn't only in its second trimester. 19 out of 20 is still passing, Midoriya jokes, and Kayama laughs. Although maybe we shouldn't live in a world focused on passing. Kayama's eyes glint, and the rest of the teachers lean back, wary. They've only seen that particular glint a few times, but, well, And what should we be focusing on, then? Kayama asks, and when Midoriya gains the exact same glint, the teachers begin to worry. Because that is the glint of a person who has put up with far too much, and is ready to finally let it all out. Well, why not start with basic human decency? The glint grows brighter in Kayama's eyes, and that is when the teachers make the very wise decision to flee. Later, Toshinori Yagi will enter the room, having needed a paper. And he will back out slowly, carefully, cautiously, because Kayama and Midoriya are debating the ethics of putting first years in over-sexualized costumes, and if there's a better way to reach the function needed without sensualizing the wearers. He will admit, though, that they have good points. But only when his boy is back to being his boy, and not a moment sooner. Because Yagi is not a fool, and he knows better than to interrupt such a discussion. Back in Nedzu's office, the creature hums softly, solemnly, as the video finally ends. Paws clasped together, he says, I'm terribly sorry that took so long, but it all had to be said and seen. It did, Masaru Bakugou agrees, the other two far too quiet, too stunned, to say anything. Now, let's talk about going forward from here. And they do, Aizawa clearing his throat and speaking up, sharing his ideas. Bakugou will not be expelled, if only because he, too, was in a system that worked against him, and because Midoriya has the guilt complex of a martyr and would feel bad if that happened. By now, I'm sure that no one wants to hurt Midoriya any more than he already has been, right? Aizawa keeps his gaze steady, no one objects to his statement. So he continues, anger tightly locked away, hidden from his voice as he talks. With that said, there will be changes. Bakugou will no longer be seated in front of Midoriya. He will be swapping seats with Todoroki. If any issues come up, he will be put even further. Bakugou will start taking anger management therapy, and normal therapy if permitted. He will not be allowed to pair up with Midoriya during training, and he will not be in group projects with Midoriya either. Finally, we are thinking of sending him to work as a volunteer with some children again as an act of community service, in lieu of the punishments he never got. If you believe he should do some other form of service, let us know, but we believe this will be the best option for learning empathy and to see everyone equally. Failure to accept and comply with these terms would get him transferred, either to 1B or 1C. Are there any objections? Nedzu asks, and none of the Bakugous speak against the decision. Masaru Bakugou, however, does lift his gaze and asks, and will Izuku be offered therapy? With a past as awful as his, I hope that he's getting the help that he needs. I have plans to talk to him about therapy, Aizawa assures. But thank you for your concern. Masaru Bakugou nods, but he says nothing more. He leaves with his wife, and their son follows after them. And then it is just Aizawa and Nedzu, in the otherwise empty room. The bell rings, signaling the end of lunch, but Aizawa simply slumps into a seat. He hopes that his student has had a better day. He deserves all of the good, all of the joy, that he can possibly get. Izuku is happy as he walks back to his dorm room, smiling and laughing with his friends as they talk about the day that has occurred. I think I nearly screamed when you walked in, Uraraka admits with a laugh. And Todoroki turned so red. Half of the class did, Shinso drawls. If I hadn't gotten used to you in the hall, I probably would have thought I was hallucinating. Sleep deprivation does that to you, you know? Please get some sleep, Ida says, and Shinso merely snorts. I don't get sleep, the sleep gets me. That sounds ominous. Izuku chooses to accept it at face value. They reach his room in no time at all, and Izuku grins as he unlocks his door. The group of 5 had planned to go and hang out in Todoroki's room to study and do homework, but Ida had all but pleaded with Izuku to change first. You're rather distracting, Ida said, not quite looking at Izuku, but rather above him, and Izuku had easily conceded. He figured it would be a quick change, anyways, just in and out of his room. But now, hearing the surprised noises that his friends make, Izuku has a feeling that it won't be quite as fast as he expected. Deku? Uraraka asks, voice hesitant. Where did your stuff go? Yes. Ida exclaims, one arm chopping through the air. You have quite a lot of merchandise when we first moved into the dorms. I only see a few pieces, now. Oh. I sold them, Izuku admits, stepping into his room and showing them his new wardrobe. How do you think I've been able to buy my outfits? Is Aizawa telling you to buy these? Todoroki asks. Because that seems unfair, if he's making them mandatory assignments for you. No. I didn't have to buy any of it. I wanted to, though. It makes everything more fun. And the assignments aren't mandated. If I was ever uncomfortable, or just didn't want to act for the day, Aizawa wouldn't make me. His friends seem more relieved, nodding along, but they don't seem fully at ease with the change in Izuku's room. The walls are so bare, Shinso notes. Why not put something up? Like what? Izuku asks, and Uraraka perks up. Why not put up pictures of your costumes and the reactions people had? That sounds like a wonderful idea, Ida agrees. Then you will still have heroes on your wall, in a way. Izuku likes that idea, honestly. And so he smiles and says, I think I'd like to do that. Great. Uraraka cheers, whipping out her phone. Because I have the best picture of Ashido from when you were Nedzu. I got a picture of you as Aizawa, Shinso offers. And I have one of you wearing Bakugou's hero costume, Todoroki adds. The walls aren't covered by the time that they're done, but it's a start. A start of something wonderful, in Izuku's opinion, and he can't help but be grateful for the past week. Although he could do without the bodysuit, next time. Shoyuta Aizawa, upon seeing the security recordings from his class, decides that Midoriya is too powerful to imitate someone like Namiri for a long, long time. It's not that Shoyuta doesn't like seeing the chaos Midoriya causes, of course not. No one should ever be foolish enough to believe that Shoyuta does anything less than revel in the sight of the terror, tears, fears, and hysterics that follows his green-haired student as the boy acts to his heart's content. And Kami, does Midoriya have a big heart, one with plenty of space to fill? No, Shoyuta thinks that Midoriya's acting is one of the greatest blessings in his life, making up for the years of difficult students he's dealt with in the past in an odd yet amusing way. But maybe, just maybe, assigning Midoriya to Namiri Kayama was a step too far. Especially for the second week. Not because Midoriya couldn't handle it, no. That isn't, and wasn't, a concern at all. Looking back on the footage, Shoyuta can see that Midoriya took the role with grace, leaving no aspect of Namiri's personality untouched. From her teasing, flirty nature to the maturity and passion that she keeps brewing just under the surface, Midoriya did much more than turn Namiri into a one-off joke. And that's what Shoyuta expected. While it's Midoriya's first time playing a female role, it's not Midoriya's first time impersonating someone. And not once has Midoriya reduced anyone to a joke, or made them out to be one-dimensional or plain or lackluster. No, Midoriya has drawn out multiple aspects of each person, incorporating them so seamlessly into his every action to the point that one would think he was them. Midoriya did well, as Namiri, and Shoyuta can admit it freely. At this rate, Shoyuta doesn't think there is anyone that Midoriya can't impersonate without a single issue. But that does not mean Midoriya will be given someone like Namiri anytime soon. And for one good reason. Shoyuta does not want to deal with the existential crises and goddamn SXL awakenings that he saw in the footage. Yes, Shoyuta is judging Todoroki very openly, at least in his head. But in fairness to Todoroki, and to Shuta's dismay, he's pretty sure that half of the class, at minimum, was staring at Midoriya in a similar fashion. And isn't that a horrifying thought to have? Izuku Midoriya, the sunshine child of 1A. The happy-go-lucky kid that only gets mad when facing villains. The boy who is all smiles and joy until he's playing a part that requires otherwise. The student who is Shuta's own problem child, the student who has practically become his kid in Shuta's mind. And it's his kid who is causing half of his students to blush with a wink alone. Yeah, Shoyuta isn't assigning Midoriya to any more flirtatious people for a while. Because if Midoriya gets asked out, Shoyuta is pretty sure that he'll try to give the admirer a shovel talk. And Shoyuta is not ready to let anyone else know that he's come to favor the problem child as someone like a son. A traitorous part of Shuta's mind hisses that people have already caught on to his favoritism, a favoritism greatly boosted by the madness Midoriya has been leaving in his wake. Shoyuta dutifully ignores the hissing. Shoyuta isn't ready for that kind of crisis, so he takes a deep breath, unlocks his phone, and sends Midoriya the routine text of the night. How do you feel about acting like an off-brand cowboy? He gets a smiling cowboy emoji in return, along with a key smash that's probably a delighted one. Shoyuta is just relieved, knowing that there is no possible way that Midoriya can further the effects of yesterday. Fate laughs from a distance, and Shoyuta feels a shiver crawl down his spine. Oh, how foolish he has been. The students of Class 1A are on edge from the moment that they step into the classroom, all on high alert as they take their spots. Even Hitoshi Shinso, who has only been in the class for a single day, is wise enough to keep an eye on the door as he idly listens to the chatter around him. After the past week, and especially after yesterday, all 19 students know that they should be prepared, and to expect the unexpected. Or, rather, they expect the very worst. They do not know what could possibly be more extravagant and daring than what Midoriya has already done, but they know Midoriya well. And everyone in 1A, perhaps in all of UE, knows that Midoriya can defy expectations and go beyond. Many times at his own expense, but in an undeniable show of skill, power, and talent. So 1A prepares themselves, all focused intently on the closed door. Stress builds as the minutes tick down, and some begin to place bets on who Midoriya will be today. Some believe it will be Recovery Girl, another claims it could be Hawks, still others cry for Hatsum or even Monoma. In the end, no one expects the true answer, and Izuku Midoriya walks in to see 19 surprised expressions. Midoriya's peers stare at him, taking in his outfit. Midoriya is dressed in a black tank top and baggy pants, with light brown chaps and a dark brown belt over his pants and gray boots on his feet. White armor is strapped over the right side of his chest, and a red cloak flows down to his ankles. To finish the look, he wears a brown cowboy hat that is rather large, and likely stolen, black skin-tight arm guards that go up to his biceps, and tan gloves. With muscled arms exposed, and a gun clearly sticking out of the holster on his belt, Midoriya smiles at his peers and says, "G'morning, Sprouts. Ready for another day?" Surprised, but settled, Class 1A agrees. It could be much, much worse than Snipe, after all. No one in the room will complain about this choice, no siree. There are very few teachers in Yui who commonly use English, and 3 of which have interacted with the students of 1A. Hisashi Yamada is one of these 3, of course, being their English teacher. Tashinori Yagi is another. A few select phrases, especially those that are more vulgar than Yagi would want his students to hear, being spoken in the second language. The third is Snipe. A man who Hisashi still doesn't know the full name of, despite having worked alongside the man for quite a while. Not that it fully matters, of course, but Hisashi can't help but pay attention to that detail whenever he recalls the man. Nevertheless, Snipe is the third teacher who speaks English. It's an unintended habit from his time in the United States, a 5-year voyage when Snipe was young, impressionable, and so dedicated to his cowboy aesthetic that he shipped himself to Texas. Which, in Hisashi's eyes, is completely understandable. Kami knows that Hisashi was tempted to take a trip himself to see what all of the hype was, but in the end decided to enjoy Japan first. Snipe's trip, however, left him with a rather obvious accent. An accent that immediately clues Hisashi in on Midoriya's current act when he walks in on the green-haired boy saying, "Well, I'll be darned." And, isn't that a sight to see? Izuku Midoriya, dressed up as Snipe. It's almost like looking at a kid ready for Halloween, with the oversized hat and fake gun at his hip. The gun is fake, right? Midoriya smiles up at him, looking calmer and more relaxed than Hisashi normally sees him. The boy tips the hat back, the silver S glinting in the light as he does so, and it strikes Hisashi that Midoriya probably stole the hat, just as he's stolen Hisashi's jacket and Shuta's capture weapon for their respective days. "Yamada," Midoriya greets, nodding his head in a show of camaraderie. "Ready to teach the youngins about English?" "Yep," Hisashi says, and Midoriya nods before slinking to his spot, slipping into his seat with respect, tilting his hat in a way that gives Shinso a clear view of the board. Hisashi blinks at the act, and then smiles. Yeah, this is good. Maybe Hisashi won't have to pour glitter into Shuta's sleeping bag as revenge for yesterday. Oh, who is he kidding, he might just do it anyways. When the bell rings, signaling the beginning of lunch, Shoyuta decides to make his way back to his classroom in order to check in on his problem child. The closer he gets to the room, the less populated the halls become. This may be because students are eager to get to lunch, or simply eager to have a sense of normalcy for a short period of time once more. Shoyuta doesn't care much for the difference. Except for the part that does, knowing and amused by the fact that his students have yet to grow numb to Midoriya's skill. But as Shoyuta comes across the final group, he hears something unexpected. It's really interesting to see how passionate Deku is about acting as other people. Uraraka cheers as she passes by, walking with the group that Shoyuta has heard his students, and even some of his colleagues, call the Deku Squad. Azui, Ida, Shinso, and Todoroki all nod along, agreeing with her easily. It is great to see how happy Midoriya is, even though he is dealing with additional work and has to do his normal course work alongside his acting. Although I suppose the assignments do give him valuable experience in multitasking and time management, Ida declares, the boy is dedicated to his studies as always. I just wish Midoriya didn't have to sell his stuff in order to make his act even more realistic, Todoroki says, and Shoyuta doesn't falter in his tracks, but he does come close. The students are farther, now, but Shoyuta can still hear them as Todoroki adds, I've never seen his walls so blank. It's odd, admittedly, to see Midoriya with so little hero merchandise. At least he's having fun, Shinso says. And I'm pretty sure he mentioned attending a HeroCon in the future, so at least he'll be able to get extra use out of his new clothes. A lot of the pieces work for everyday apparel, too, Karo, Azui finishes. The group rounds the corner of the hallway, and Shoyuta ponders their words as he finishes his walk to 1A. Midoriya sold his possessions for these assignments? The statement is news to him, and Shoyuta, well. Admittedly, Shoyuta feels rather guilty. He never told Midoriya that he had to buy outfits for the assignments, of course, but it seems that his student has already done so. And to have options for everything that Shoyuta has given him, well, that means Midoriya must have bought an array of apparel, in order to be prepared for whatever Shoyuta could throw at him. Which means Midoriya spent quite a lot of money, all because of Shuta's need for chaos. Enough money that he apparently felt the need to sell his stuff. Shoyuta wonders if Nezu would be willing to set aside funds for assignment necessities. While this is a bigger example of the issue, there may be other students, current or future, who find themselves in a similar predicament. Yes, Shoyuta will have to talk to his boss about the idea. But that can be dealt with at a later date. For now, Shoyuta turns his gaze away from the closed door of 1A, a new goal in mind. He needs to talk to Hisashi. Unbeknownst to Shoyuta, Midoriya waits on the other side of the door. He lowers his hand as footsteps fade away, frowning as he glances at the weapon that he holds. And then he spins around, shooting Snipe with the Nerf gun with a laugh. Snipe gasps dramatically, and the fight begins. Toshinori smiles as he walks up to the giant door of 1A, confident in what the class will hold. He's heard nothing but good things about his boys acting for today, which is a relief. Along with this, today's lesson is being co-taught by himself and Aizawa. It's going to be another heroes versus villains simulation, and Toshinori can't wait to see how his students have improved. But first, he must see his students, and just who Izuku Midoriya will be today. And so Toshinori walks into the room. And right into the end of a story being recollected. One that he remembers well. So Yagi is staring at me, wide-eyed like a young lil doggy, Midoriya is explaining, tilting his hat up as he gestures. And he's asking me, what? What? They will do what? And I'm sitting there? Trying to explain that yes, scorpions can and will climb into your shoes if you leave them out. And if it ain't a scorpion, it's a snake in your goddamn boot. But Yagi, oh, he doesn't get it. So you know what I do? What? Ashido asks, eyes alight with wonder, and Midoriya chuckles good-naturedly. I go and I look at him, and I say, alrighty then. If you don't believe me, go set your boots outside for 10 minutes. Then go out there and put your feet in, tell me what happens. Does he do it? Kaminari asks, and Midoriya snorts. Boy does he ever. And the poor bloke let out a yelp the moment he did, because surprise, surprise, there was a critter already making a home in his shoe. Honestly, Toshinori can't tell if he's more curious as to how Midoriya knows this story, or embarrassed that his students are hearing about it. Then he realizes that Aizawa is also listening in, and he has that knowing look that says that he knows this story isn't fake. He decides that it's more embarrassing than impressive, and clears his throat awkwardly in an attempt to steal their focus. Luckily, it works. 20 pairs of eyes turn in his direction, and Toshinori smiles at them. Good afternoon, class. Why don't we head down to Training Ground Beta, and get to work? Yeah? His students respond, and Toshinori watches as they rush to grab their gear, still as eager as the very first week. It's nice, seeing that his students haven't lost their passion despite all of the hardships that they have already faced. But now isn't the time for introspection. Now is the time for battle. And oh, the battles his students will have. Shoyuta should have known. He should have known. Teenagers will be attracted to anything. He tried to ignore it, how a few of his students let their gazes linger on Midoriya's exposed biceps. He did, really. He turned a blind eye, took a nap, did everything to avoid seeing it. And he looked past how enamored some of them seemed when hearing the boys laugh, lower than usual, a calm chuckle instead of a surprised, usually nervous, giggle. He ignored the way a few lit up at the sound, how some of them let out wistful sighs like they'd just found paradise. Kami, did he ignore it all? But goddamn it all, because his problem child is living up to his name. It started fine, like most things do. Normally, with a semblance of calm that can barely be defined as such, because his class of Hellspawn were excited the moment Yagi announced that they'd be doing the heroes and villains simulation from the first week of school once again. And it was still fine, even when Midoriya was paired up with Todoroki. Because, sure, Todoroki was the one with the most blatant crush on Midoriya, and the biggest one by far, but Todoroki wasn't immediately combusting on the spot, so it was fine. Then came their match, with Midoriya and Todoroki as heroes against Zero and Kaminari. And that was when Shoyuta realized that he can't escape the truth. Because all it took was a single act. The buzzer went off, signaling the beginning of the exercise. Midoriya led Todoroki in, the two quickly finding their way to the villains. And upon being found, Kaminari asked, "Any last words before we win?" Midoriya froze in his tracks, tilted his head, and said, "Yippee, motherfucker." And then he shot Kaminari in the leg. In Midoriya's defense, it was with a BB gun. Also in Midoriya's defense, he quickly ended the exercise by shooting Shiro as well, then Kaminari once again so that the two were too in pain to get up, crumpled on the floor from where he had shot them. But to go against Midoriya's defense, Shoyuta had to hear Todoroki murmur into his comm, "Oh, that was hot." Shoyuta muted his comm, took off the earpiece, and walked out of the room. He can't. He can't be forced to give someone a shovel talk. He refuses. But Kami, he's going to have to, isn't he? He's becoming a dad. Izuku heads back to his dorm room, alone this time, because for some odd reason the others had stolen Todoroki away, saying they needed to chat with him about something. Izuku, admittedly, isn't fully sure what they were talking about, but he's learned that there are times where it's best to accept life and move on. Besides, it gives him a chance to recollect on the day. And it's been a good day. Getting to act as Snipe, having an excuse to use a gun and say yeehaw? Izuku has enjoyed himself, and he's glad that Aizawa assigned him to the gun-wielding hero. Especially since Snipe is the one who taught Izuku how to wield a firearm in the first place. Izuku can still remember the day he went up to Snipe, nervous but determined as he found the hero walking through the halls. The attack on the USJ was only days ago, and it was fresh on his mind. Worried that he wouldn't be able to control one for all in time for the next potential attack, Izuku had asked Snipe to teach him. And Snipe had easily agreed. Apparently, there'd be a unit on weaponry and finding potential gear, but that wouldn't be until their second year. "I don't mind helping an eager youngin'," Snipe assured, and Izuku had the odd feeling that the man had winked behind his mask. They spent quite a few weeks training after school, with Izuku learning the basics on firearm usage, safety, and all that came with it. By the time their lessons ended, Izuku had a pretty good understanding on how to wield the weapon. And wow, it had been fun, getting to finally put that experience to use. So, yeah, Izuku has had fun. The day has gone well, and Izuku is easily able to smile as he opens his door. Only to pause in surprise, because there's a bag on his bed that he knows wasn't there before. Slowly, Izuku shuts his door behind him, then makes his way over to his bed. With careful hands, he opens the bag. A lump of black catches his eye. Izuku reaches in, pulling it out. The lump unfolds, and Izuku feels his breath catch. Because he's holding one of Yamada's leather jackets. One of the slightly too large leather jackets, which Izuku had stolen away for his day that he impersonated his teacher. For a moment, Izuku is confused. But confusion turns to bafflement as he glances at the bag again, and sees a clump of white fabric pooled in there as well. Gently, Izuku sets down the jacket and picks up one of Aizawa's capture weapons. A newer one, clearly less broken in or used. Izuku clutches the fabric, then glances into the bag one last time. There is a note at the bottom of the bag. Izuku pulls it out, flips it open, reads the words written in a familiar, lazy scrawl. "You're doing great, kid. These are for your collection, keep being you." And promptly bursts into tears. Yeah, Izuku is really, really happy. Shoyuta has a better plan this time. And he means it, truly, this time around. He'd made a simple error, that is all. The idea was perfect, the execution flawed. He was right, of course, to know better than to give Izuku Midoriya someone quite as attention-grabbing as Namiri Kayama. And he was smart, to do someone who wasn't as high-profile as Nedzu or All Might, or himself or another chaotic peer. He needed a person who was calmer, who was out there but not in a form too far gone, too powerful and chaotic. The only issue is that Shoyuta didn't pick the right person. He thought that Snipe would be fine. Snipe is a bit of a showman, but in a goofy, happy-go-lucky kind of way. He doesn't shy from the limelight, but he focuses more on taking down threats than making witty quips or doing dramatic poses, although the man does quite a bit of that, admittedly. A rather calm option, especially when compared to the other people Midoriya has been assigned to. Shoyuta thought that it would all be fine. And, most importantly, that the rest of his students wouldn't be so openly attracted to Midoriya while the boy was impersonating the man. But Shoyuta made one grave error, a mistake that still haunts him hours after the school day has ended. He didn't know a minute detail that changed everything. Because apparently, quite a few people think cowboys are hot. And apparent FINGLY, Shudo Todoroki is included in that group. Along with a few others, Shoyuta is realizing, but Shoyuta can also see that, while many students in his class are attracted to Midoriya, it is Todoroki who clearly has feelings that crossed the line of simple attraction a long time ago, and as such Todoroki is the one Shoyuta will look to with annoyance and exasperation every time that he is reminded of the effect Midoriya has on his peers. But Shoyuta has learned from his errors, and he refuses to watch his problem child get wooed and romanced. He's just beginning to accept that he's become a dad. He's not letting this go down without a say. And so he'll have a say, and to counter the effects of the last few days, he's going to assign Midoriya to the plainest, most average man in existence. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, a man who Shoyuta has only ever seen working or drinking coffee. Almost like himself, but without the unkempt appearance and habit of randomly passing out on floors. The man is as average as can be, which is the perfect way to lose the attention that has been building up. And the man is constantly covered, with a trench coat and everything. Which means that there's no possible way for Midoriya to stuck or attract people, whether the boy means to or not. Thank F-. 19 students wait in a room, watching the door. Some do this openly, others hide their interest. Todoroki, for example, stares at the entrance with anticipation, his normally blank face not quite so smoothed out as he opens a notebook. He seems to be more emotive than he used to be, before the personality assignments began, and being moved closer to Midoriya certainly has not harmed or hindered this change. Bakugou, however, is one of the ones who do not make their attention well known. Instead, he only stares straight ahead, letting the door stay within his peripheral, but not much further in his line of sight. It's as if he doesn't want to admit that he is curious, but rather makes it out like he is trying to keep an eye on what he will have to deal with. Todoroki and Bakugou, while not loud about their opinions, seem to be the polar opposites, the two ends of the spectrum on how Class 1A feels, when waiting for Midoriya. Because no one ignores it, not really. The acts have not become dull, have not lost their luster and intrigue. Midoriya changes so much each day, is so wildly different with each additional persona, that it is impossible for one of his peers to claim that they have lost interest. And so they all watch the door, some eager, some simply filled with anticipation, and they watch the door as the bell rings. And in comes Midoriya, dressed as plainly as he ever could be. A tan overcoat covers most of the boy's frame, draping down his form. A white shirt can be seen from underneath, a perfectly done tie visible as well. Black dress pants, dress shoes, and white gloves make up the rest of the outfit, and the greenet is currently holding a tan hat in his right hand. Reactions vary, here, within the class. First comes confusion, because no one can quite tell who Midoriya is supposed to be. They have never seen a hero in an overcoat, after all, and no one at UE dresses in such a manner either. But then Aizawa clears his throat, and he says, "Detective Tsukachi is here to help me with an investigation. Do not disturb him." This simple introduction is enough to help a few students, who remember the man asking for their recollections after the USJ incident. The first reaction fades away, leaving behind others. Some wonder why Midoriya is dressed as a detective, when so far he has always been a hero or hero student. There are, after all, plenty of heroes left to choose from, so it was not as if Aizawa had simply run out of heroes to choose from. A few discern one of the true reasons, the fact that Midoriya is completely covered up by his outfit. Some despair in this fact, while others are grateful that they won't be too distracted throughout the day even if Midoriya is still cute on his own. A few focus on Aizawa's explanation, wondering if Midoriya will actually help Aizawa find something. If so, they wonder just what that may be. But the day has to continue for answers to be found, and so it does exactly that. Hisashi is, sadly, used to facing dread and nervousness when entering his own class in order to teach. It's more upsetting when one realizes that this is a new response, created and enforced through the chaotic duo that is Shoyuta and Midoriya. Kami knows what the two can do, when they are left to their own devices together. In just over a week, the two have managed to turn the world on its head, bringing a new fear each and every day. And, alright, maybe it's not quite so bad. Hisashi does have a tendency to exaggerate, his showmanship not always the easiest to turn off. But still, he cannot help but be wary as he opens the door to Class 1A. But today, it is not nerves that strike his heart. Rather, Hisashi is filled with a sense of confusion. Because, to be quite honest, he has no idea who the sprout is supposed to be. Yet Midoriya still greets him, nodding his head in a kind way as he says, voice calm, "Good morning, Yamada. How are you?" "I'm good," Yamada says reflexively, and watches how Midoriya hesitates in his movements, his eye twitching slightly before the boy settles. A dry chuckle escapes the boy, and something about it sounds so tired. As if Midoriya has a major weight on his shoulder, or many small burdens that have piled up and up and up until he is being pushed down to earth. "If you say so," Midoriya says, and then he slips away to his desk, where a familiar-looking hat rests on his desk. Somehow, it is the hat that makes Hisashi realize, oh, he's Tsukachi. And that is okay. Hisashi doesn't know the detective well, but he knows him well enough. Tsukachi is a good, honest man. One who won't make Hisashi feel the need to pull out his own hair. So it is with an easy smile and a happy heart that Hisashi starts the lesson, knowing that he will have a good day today. It is not what he is used to, but it is something Hisashi can appreciate without hesitation. Shoyuta sits in his classroom, eyes half closed as he drinks his jelly packet. The door opens, but Shoyuta barely even blinks an eye. Midoriya walks in, 2 foam cups held in his grasp. Eraser, Midoriya greets, and Shoyuta responds with a short hum. He sits across from Shoyuta, and sets down one of the cups. Shoyuta glances down at the cup, lip twitching up at the sight of the pure black coffee. Glancing back up, Shoyuta sees that Midoriya is already downing his own. Despite how the coffee is still giving off wisps of steam. Shoyuta isn't even surprised, honestly, instead reaching over and picking up his own cup. He doesn't even blink as the scalding hot liquid touches his tongue, already well used to the burning sensation. Midoriya sets down his cup. It's empty. This, too, isn't surprising. With how tired Midoriya appears to be, with bone-deep exhaustion breaking his posture down and making his smile seem pulled up, Shoyuta wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya drank an entire pot of coffee. And that's why he doesn't say a thing when Midoriya sighs, frowns, and stands, picking up his cup and saying, "I'll be right back." He returns 10 minutes later with 2 pots. They're empty by the end of lunch, but the 2 are finally somewhat awake. Toshinori Yagi is having a good day. Truly, he is. Because Midoriya, his boy, has been assigned to impersonate one of his dearest friends. It is funny, he thinks, to see how the boy does so well. Amusing, in a way that makes Toshinori reach for his phone, taking pictures and sending them to Naomasa. A touch embarrassing, when Midoriya calls him out for lying, eye twitching when Toshinori tells a white lie, having claimed that he remember all of his meals the past few days, but still heartwarming in a way that makes Toshinori smile through the tired reminder to take care of himself. Midoriya as Naomasa is a sight to see, certainly. He doesn't quite command anyone's attention, his presence nothing special as he masks his cheerful aura behind a tired but hardworking persona. Instead he travels through the crowd, an average person among those who strive to go beyond. He is calm and safe and sensible. And a part of him wonders, ponders, and asks if this is who Midoriya could have become. If this is who his boy would have been, if Toshinori had not seen the successor Midoriya was meant to be. If this is who Midoriya was set to be, if he had become a policeman or detective like Toshinori had told him to. That part makes everything just a little more bittersweet, yet it also makes Toshinori more grateful for this day. Because Midoriya isn't a detective, nor a cop, nor anyone else. No, he is Izuku Midoriya, the current holder of One for All. He is not Naomasa's boy, but Toshinori's, and for that Toshinori thanks his past self for seeing the heart behind the hero-to-be before him. And when the day is over, Toshinori decides, he will tell the boy. But for the moment, he simply enjoys it. It is a good day, after all, and he will enjoy each one with his entire being. Shoyuta sighs with relief as the day ends, watching his students with a falsely disinterested gaze. Many of his students are eager enough to leave the room, happy to head back to the dorms to study, eat, or simply relax with their peers or by themselves. That's why, only a minute after the bell rang, Midoriya and his little group are the only ones left in the room. Uraraka is standing close to Azui, the 2 gently teasing Ida as the boy tries to give a lecture about something. Shinso has perched himself on top of Midoriya's desk, legs swinging aimlessly as he watches the rest of the group silently, and Todoroki stands right beside Midoriya as the boy packs up his stuff, yellow backpack bright against his neutral outfit as he swings it over his shoulder. "You guys didn't have to wait for me," Midoriya says, but he's smiling as he does so and that makes his friend smile wider in return. "Oh. Right, you're going to see the principal again." Uraraka remembers, and Midoriya nods. "Yeah. He, wanted to see my notebooks." Midoriya looks bashful, as if this is something to be embarrassed over. Personally, Shoyuta thinks the boy should be proud, and his peers should be apprehensive, but he'll keep his thoughts to himself. "Maybe. We don't mind waiting for you," Todoroki says. "We like your company." Midoriya's beam brightens tenfold, somehow, and Shoyuta can't help but huff out a silent laugh when his friends all look away. Especially when Shinso murmurs, "He's too bright." Midoriya doesn't seem to understand, head tilting at the reaction, but then he glances at the clock and lets out a tiny squeaking noise. "Oh, I shouldn't be making Nedzu wait. I'll see you guys at the dorms." He rushes out to the sound of his friends saying goodbye, coat flaring out behind him with every step. It's silent for a moment, and Shoyuta looks back at his students to see them all staring at the closed door. And then it's Azui who breaks the silence, voice pensive as she asks, "So, Todoroki. What are your thoughts?" He could wear a trash bag and still look good, Todoroki decides, nodding to himself as if further confirming it, and Shoyuta sighs in disappointment. Yeah, he'll have to give a shovel talk soon enough. DMN. Where Shoyuta finds grievances, his students find amusement, laughing at his declaration before leaving the room, so that the only things remaining are Shoyuta and his despair. With the last student gone, and unwilling to think of Todoroki's words any longer, Shoyuta heads down to the teacher's lounge. Content, he sits down at his desk and begins to grade papers. Perhaps an hour or so later, he decides to head back to his dorm. Satisfied and calm, he exits the lounge. As Shoyuta walks through the halls, he suddenly hears the sound of someone cackling maniacally. And then Shuta's phone buzzes, and, curious, the underground hero pulls it out. He's rarely texted, so it's always attention-grabbing when his phone goes off. A text from Nezu waits for him. Izuku Midoriya is officially my personal student now. Thank you for finding him, and having him impersonate me. I believe that he will be my greatest student yet. Smiley face. Shoyuta stares at the smile, at the message that comes before it. And he can only say one thing in response. OFING hell. He has a feeling that his problem child is about to become a lot more problematic, but this time, it will be intentional. What has Shoyuta started? Alright, Shoyuta thinks that he's been nice enough for a lifetime. He gave his colleagues their breaks, he gave himself a break from his students and their pining, he's rearing and ready to go. And if he ever so much as thinks that phrase again, Shoyuta thinks that he might just quit his job on the spot. Kami, he's been working with kids for too long. Nevertheless, Shoyuta is ready for chaos. He's ready to watch people suffer, people who aren't him. He's ready to laugh in the face of their misery and fears come to life. There's never a moment to lose in life, after all, and Shoyuta is sure that Midoriya is ready to cause more mischief. He's seen the boy's eyes, seen how they glimmer with delight at the end of the day. And besides, if the kid is happy enough to become Nezu's personal student, which Shoyuta might as well just accept, considering he caused the catalytic event that piqued the principal's interest, and because he's almost absolutely certain that his problem child won't turn on him if and when the boy decides to overthrow the government, then, well, Midoriya is ready to go a little. How do his students put it? Ah, yes, as Kaminari would say, Midoriya is ready to go feral. Kami, he might as well write his letter of resignation now. No, he has to see this through. Or perhaps he just wants to, but no one could blame him. Judge him? Perhaps. But blame him? Never. Shoyuta has a special target, too. Not out of malice or ill will, just out of the need for amusement. And there are two people who have the best reactions in all of Yui. Hisashi Yamada. And Toshinori Yagi. And it is the latter who Shoyuta plans to target, because Yagi is the one who enjoyed the most recent assignment more. He's not blind, nor is he oblivious. Shoyuta saw the proud, almost, no, definitely, parental smiles that Yagi was giving the boy. He saw how Yagi took the time to take photos of Midoriya, and he knows that those pictures were immediately sent to Naomasa Tsukachi himself. Hisashi may have seen yesterday as a reprieve, as a sort of ceasefire or temporary peace, but Yagi saw it as a safe haven. So Shoyuta opens his phone, and he sends a text to his problem child. A response is sent back moments after, a smiling emoticon accompanying it. And so Shoyuta grins, knowing that tomorrow will be a perfect day of chaos once more. And he knows that Midoriya will do well, and that students and teachers alike will react in ways that Shoyuta will remember with glee. After all, who is a better person to impersonate than the man that Midoriya did his work study under, the very same man who the symbol of peace is apparently terrified of? Yes, Shoyuta will be having fun tomorrow. Class 1A lingers around the room, in small clumps of friends or by themselves, depending on the person being discussed. Some talk about random things, others on the impending doom or excitement that is about to arrive. No one can be sure, but they've learned not to take bets, the chances of losing are too high, with a wild card match like Aizawa-sensei's need for pain and Midoriya's never-ending talent for acting. So the class simply waits, even if it seems that they do not, because time and time again they will always be watching that clock, that door, waiting for the change that means Midoriya has arrived at last, and the show has begun. Curiosity grows, tensions rise, and the students wonder what will become of their day. And then the bell rings, and the door opens. Midoriya walks calmly through the entrance, never faltering as he makes his way inside. His costume of the day consists of a white, full-body suit, with yellow boots and matching gloves as well that are the same color as a belt that lays around his waist. A long yellow cape flowers with every step, swaying as he moves. He moves with self-assurance, like a pro-hero who knows his worth, and yet the unsubtle slumping of his shoulders tells the story of a hero who has retired from his life of work, ready to bask in the life of the aftermath of his victories, despair over his losses, and be content or at peace with all that came between. Tired, wise eyes scan over the room, and then he nods, approving, before settling in his seat. And the students of 1A have no idea who he is supposed to be. Who he represents is an utter mystery. Names are unclear, the green dressed as a hero that none of them can name. But a few can recognize the ensemble, the apparel that Midoriya has donned. The cape is one that they've seen before, one that strikes them as familiar. One that was seen in Kamino, when a few of the students of 1A had snuck away to save their friend. But Midoriya, to most of them, is just another face, just another hero. Yet, faintly, two voices can be heard. The voices of Todoroki and Ida, who stare at Midoriya in unconcealed fear. Then, in sync, the two say, "Oh, shit." That is how the class knows that they are completely, utterly F-ed. Because if Tenya, don't break any rules or I will give you a 10-minute lecture. Ida and Shudo, I can only express emotion if I'm pining for Midoriya, Todoroki, and honestly, no one should have let Ashido come up with the titles, but that is far beside the point. Are willing to swear? Well, Midoriya must be someone terrifying. Looking at Midoriya, Hisashi can honestly say today isn't that bad. He's being completely honest, he swears. Quite frankly, he's still not for sure who Midoriya is. He knows that the boy is an older hero, that one gray-haired, tiny guy who was there at Kamino not long ago. But names are completely lost on him. Something with a G and a T? Yeah, that sounds about right. Grant Tormino? Giant Tomato? Good Tostitos? Greg's Tornado? He probably got close. Maybe. But that's not important. Names aren't important. What does matter is that, well, Midoriya's character is pretty funny. Oh, sure, he also acts like a grouchy, senile old man half of the time, and the other half he's threatening to kick the shit out of someone for unknown reasons, but other than that, or maybe because of that, Hisashi loves the guy. He's great. He makes bad jokes and somehow managed to pull out some heated taiyaki from Kami knows where. And hey, he even shared one. So, yeah, Hisashi isn't complaining. Not about this one. His only concern is why does he keep muttering about Toshinori? Does he mean Yagi? Oh, shit, isn't this Yagi's mentor? Hisashi changes his mind. Today is going to be hilarious. Poor Yagi, though. The teacher's lounge is quiet when Yagi enters. It is empty, too. Suspiciously so. No one else lingers, there are no colleagues sitting at their desks. There is absolutely nobody in the room. It is quiet. Still. Silent. A sense of apprehension fills his being, and Yagi's eyes scan the room as he makes his way to his desk, where his lunch waits for him. It's ominous, there is no better way to describe the thickness of the air, the only noise being the faint buzzing of the lights above the blonde's head. It is the calm before the storm, and Yagi is all too eager to grab his lunch and find another place to sit. As he moves to leave the room, however, Yagi notices something that makes him drop to his knees, all of his air leaving him in a sharp exhale as his eyes widen. Because there on the floor is a small, red puddle. And it is not blood, no. Somehow, it is worse. The first thing that Shoyuta notices about Yagi is how the man is shaking. The blonde twig of a former hero is quivering like a leaf, so unsteady that a small breeze would topple him with ease. The shaking only gets worse when Yagi can't find Midoriya, the blue-eyed man freezing before turning away, tense and so scared that he practically vibrates in place. It seems that Midoriya did something to tip Yagi off. Good. The bell rings, and Shoyuta doesn't wait for the retired symbol of peace, looking at his other 19 students and speaking calmly, as if he isn't looking forward to what comes next. Alright, Shoyuta says. Get dressed and head to ground beta. We'll be doing outdoor fights today. Midoriya had requested the area. Open air, but with lots of nearby structures. Shoyuta thinks that he knows why. The students race off to get dressed, and Shoyuta exits the room with a casual pace, hiding his smirk in the depths of his capture weapon when Yagi cowers behind him. As if Shoyuta would save him. And as if Midoriya is an actual threat. Shoyuta holds in the snort that desperately tries to escape, rolling his eyes as he rounds a corner. Midoriya will give Yagi hell, Shoyuta knows, but he also knows that Midoriya will apologize the moment that he's out of character. Really, Shoyuta doesn't understand why Yagi is so affected, despite the boy not even being in his vicinity. But it's hilarious, so Shoyuta just keeps on grinning. A few minutes later, and Shuda's students are all finally ready and waiting. A few students look around, trying to catch sight of Midoriya, and Shoyuta once again has to hold in a laugh when Yagi joins them in their search. Alright, Shoyuta calls out. As I said before, we'll be doing outdoor fights. These will be one-on-one battles, and you'll fight until someone yields. Don't destroy too much property, don't try to break your opponent. Got it? A round of nods, good. Okay. Who wants to go first? Ida raises his hand first, as one would expect, and Shoyuta nods. Alright, Ida, go into the designated area. Everyone else, move back. He gestures to a line that was made in advance, separating where people can fight and where they can watch. They do, and so Ida, Shoyuta, and Yagi are the only ones on the other side. Shoyuta can see the moment that Ida processes this, hand-raising and question asked right after. Aizawa-sensei. It appears that I do not have an opponent. How will my enemy be Desid Dash? Ida is knocked to the ground before he can finish his sentence, a blur of white, yellow, and green on top of him. But just as quickly, the blur is jumping off, standing a few feet away. Fists on his waist, Midoriya says, "Come on. Less talking, more fighting. You'll never be good enough if you don't keep moving." Shoyuta can see the exact moment that Yagi's hopes and dreams shatter, the life leaving his eyes in a single instant. He can't hide his grin this time. In fact, it only grows as Midoriya begins to glow, green lightning crackling over his costume as he asks, "Well? Are you gonna get up or what? Don't tell me you broke so fast, kid." Ida gets up, an admirable yet foolish decision. Not having put on his helmet, Shoyuta can see how his determined expression wavers as he says, "I am not yet defeated. I will happily dash." He's cut off again, this time by Midoriya jumping up at him, spinning in midair and kicking directly into his stomach. He bounces directly off of Ida's armor, and Shoyuta watches with unhidden delight as the boy starts to bounce from wall to wall, pinballing all over the place. The green lightning fades away the more he moves, and he goes faster and faster until all Shoyuta can track are the faint gusts of wind behind him. "Less chatter," Midoriya cries, and then he's ricocheting off of a building at Ida once again, and Shoyuta hears not one but two screams. One from Ida, who is lunging out of the way, eyes wide with fear as he tries to avoid his friend who is now back up high, still bouncing around. And the other from Yagi, who looks ready to pass out. Shoyuta can't help it. He begins to take photos. He only gets a few before Midoriya does a final lunge, a speeding bullet that misses its landing dot because Ida is sprinting for the viewing area. As Ida passes him, Shoyuta can hear the faint repetition of, "Nope nope 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 dash." He gets the picture. Glancing back over, Shoyuta sees Midoriya land in front of Yagi, the force of his impact sending a gust of air from his feet. Looking smug, Midoriya says, "So, think I still got it, you ZYGT?" Yagi promptly coughs out blood, and Shoyuta laughs. "Yeah, he did good." Naomasa Tsukachi sighs, content, as he exits the building. Another long day is complete, a day that couldn't have gone quicker. And a day involved with something that Naomasa doesn't normally deal with, a middle school. Aldera Middle School, to be precise. As a detective, Naomasa. He isn't used to looking into schools, quite honestly. Murders, drag smuggling, villain hideouts? Those are all up his alley, all part of the day-to-day routine that Naomasa has created with long nights and endless coffee pots. But Nedzu, the principal of Yui, one who Naomasa has worked with far more this year than he ever would have expected to, had asked him to do this case. And his request, along with Aizawa's, were enough for Naomasa to sigh and agree to help with evidence gathering. "They won't hand over some of their data to us," Aizawa explained, looking both exhausted and alive with anger at the same time. "We got some of the security footage without an issue, but there are files and videos we want that they won't give us." Permits can be quite annoying, at times, Nedzu chimed in, teeth bared in a falsely joyful grin as he added, "And that's why it's wonderful to know such a wonderful detective, is it not?" He never expected to find quite so much. He also was not prepared to see the footage for himself, seeing just what the staff at Aldera were trying to keep under wraps. It hadn't been fun, texting Aizawa to let him know that his assumptions were correct. It wasn't just Katsuki Bakugou who heard Izuku Midoriya. Honestly, Naomasa can't stand to think of it anymore. Not for tonight, at least. Although even if he can block out what he'd seen, the facts still remain. And the facts are still surprising and disheartening. Now, Naomasa knows that humans can be needlessly cruel. People are, quite frankly, awful. A lot. But it still hurts to know how much Midoriya has faced, despite being so young. And Midoriya wasn't even a bad kid. Not that being a bad child could excuse any of the things that happened to the boy, but there was no reason. Just a lousy excuse. The boy was quirkless, and that was enough for everyone in the entire school to turn on him. It's sickening. Naomasa is impressed, too, in a way. Impressed by how strong Midoriya has been, to have made it through the system and still had the resolve, the determination, the want to be a hero. He's heard stories of the boy, dozens of stories from Toshinori to the point that Naomasa probably knows Midoriya as well as the rest of his teachers. Actually, considering that Naomasa knows about one for all. He probably knows more. Ha! And as if stories alone weren't enough, just yesterday Naomasa was upgraded to pictures. Multiple images, with just one text to go along with it. Do you remember me telling you about young Midoriya's new personality assignments? Today, Aizawa-kun chose you. Naomasa had smiled, seeing the pictures. It was nice, and Naomasa couldn't help but compare it to a parent showing off pictures from Halloween. But Midoriya wasn't just throwing on a costume, no. Naomasa knows well, from the vivid tales Toshinori spent over an hour weaving, that Midoriya commits to each and every persona he is given, to a terrifying level of accuracy. It's rather interesting, to be quite honest. To be able to mold oneself to fit whatever situation is needed, to act so well that he can incite fear in others. Well, he'd be great at persuasion, surely, and that could be useful for interrogations. And Naomasa knows quite a few detectives who take getting into the mind of a killer as a way to figure out how a crime was committed. Reasons as to why Midoriya could have, quite honestly, become a great detective aside, Naomasa was glad to see that Toshinori was enjoying himself. But now Naomasa is just tired, and he's just reached his destination of home sweet home, where he will go sleep until his alarm wakes him up and… his phone is buzzing. Someone texted him. It's Aizawa. Concerned, Naomasa opens the message immediately, only to snort at the single line followed by multiple pictures. Midoriya called him a ZYGT. If the text was enough to make Naomasa snort, the images that come right after make him choke on his own laughter, wheezing as he shuts the door behind him. Some focus on Midoriya, standing proudly, a yellow cape flowing gently behind him. Others focus on the way Toshinori clearly keeps an eye on Midoriya, as if afraid to let the boy out of his sight. But the best shows Toshinori watching on, eyes wide with fear, as Midoriya blurs in the air. From the still shot, Naomasa can tell that the boy was bouncing along the walls, just like Gran Torino liked to. Honestly? Naomasa is just more convinced that Midoriya could excel no matter what he chose to become. It's just in the boy's nature, at this rate. He chooses to tell Toshinori this, sending a text to his friend. Midoriya seems to be on his way to becoming a jack of all trades. I'm sure that he could be a great detective, too, with some training. I'd be happy to take him on as an apprentice. He's joking, sure, but he's also serious. If Midoriya had ever dreamed of being a detective, Naomasa is sure that he would have been a great apprentice. But it's clear that Midoriya is set on becoming a hero through and through, an icon and symbol to lead the way and lead the world into a new era. And besides, no. He's my successor, find your own. It's clear that Midoriya has found his own mentors to look up to, a family of his own that he has created. And Naomasa is perfectly content to sit on the sidelines for this one, watching on, listening, and acting as he is. And besides, with everyone apparently scrambling to be a parental figure, that just means the spot of honorary uncle is open for the taking. Yeah, Naomasa is content, and it's clear that Midoriya is more than content as well. With all that the boy has gone through, that's enough for Naomasa to ask for. Shoyuta has it all figured out, now. He's found the solution, the holy grail to end his own suffering while maximizing the pain and worry that his coworkers and students feel. The clues have been there all along, too. In plain sight, for Shoyuta to simply connect the dots and revel in the aftermath of the chaos that Midoriya will inevitably cause. The first rule, of course, is that the person must be one that strikes fear in people. The specific way does not matter, some simply causing this panic just by being the complete opposite of who Shuta's problem child is on a normal day, others for who they are on their own. This is where people like Bakugou, Nezu, Namuri, Gran Torino, and even Shoyuta himself fall under. People who Midoriya has impersonated well, and has made an impact on his peers in the process through the sheer personality transformations he had to undergo to act in such different manners. But the second rule is that the person must not be attractive. Someone who is too strong, or too kind, or shows too much skin is apparently too much for the students of 1A, and so Shoyuta has seen multiple days in which he only encouraged the admiration that his problem child has earned. Bakugou, apparently, was a starting point due to his hero costume, and this problem only continued with Namuri and Snipe. So Shoyuta knows, at the very least, that he cannot assign anyone that isn't covered up to Midoriya. Which is a shame, because there are quite a few people who Shoyuta wants to assign to his student, but his fear of giving a shovel talk is far greater than his desire to see Midoriya as. Well, it's unimportant at the moment, because Shoyuta is going to continue pushing off the idea until he either runs out of interesting options, or gives up and accepts that Midoriya has way too many potential love interests for Shuta's well-being. The third rule, if there is one, is that the assignment must be one that is entertaining, both for Shoyuta and for Midoriya. And for Shoyuta, it's easy to fulfill this requirement. But while Midoriya is a hero nerd, perhaps the hero nerd, if ever a title could be given, Shoyuta is sure that there are heroes that even his problem child would not want to be. Perhaps because the heroes are too boring in the boy's eyes, or maybe even because Midoriya simply dislikes the hero, although Shoyuta has yet to hear of Midoriya not liking a single hero. So far, this rule hasn't come into play, but Shoyuta knows that there will be heroes never covered simply due to this rule alone. And in the end, this leads to one main domain that Shoyuta must extort. Old people. The answer is to have Midoriya act as old people. No one, not even Todoroki, was attracted to Midoriya when he was acting as Gran Torino. No, they were scared, if anything. And while Nezu isn't necessarily old, although it's quite unclear just what the creature's age even is, except that Nezu must be older than Shoyuta, having been a teacher back when Shoyuta was merely a student, he acts as another sort of proof, a sort of mania and level of authority that makes him seem wiser, more untouchable. The older the person, the more people respect, and subsequently fear, them. And that's exactly what Shoyuta wants, and so Shoyuta smiles unashamedly as he pulls out his phone, sending the routine text to Midoriya. He's glad to see that Midoriya agrees quickly, and knows that tomorrow will be nothing but pure chaos. Just how he likes it. Oh, what a mistake he's made. It's a Friday morning, which means that the students of 1A are looking forward to the weekend. While, yes, there is still school on Saturday to worry about, it is close enough to the short reprieve that is Sunday that the 19 teenagers in the room are beginning to get excited. And so, as the clock ticks down, and the minutes before homeroom begins, the 1A kids talk about their plans for the weekend, even as most keep their eyes on the door. Jairu and Yaoyorozu want to go to the mall, and Aoyama and Hagakure are considering joining them. Uraraka and Azui want to see a new movie, and are thinking about roping Ida into joining them. Kirishima and Ishido are easily convincing Kaminari and Shiro to go to the arcade with them, and are having much more difficulty doing the same with Bakugou. Satu and Ajaru have plans to train together, so long as Ajaru acts as a taste tester for Satu's new recipe, an agreement that will either make Ajaru very happy, or cause the blonde to regret having taste buds, depending on the new idea the baker has created. Shuji, Kuda, and Tokoyami have not spoken a single word, and yet seem to be creating plans in the form of head nods and long staring contests. In reality, they are texting from across the room, all three not wanting to get up from their seats. Finally, there are Shinso and Todoroki, talking to one another. They appear to be debating whether or not Todoroki should ask out Midoriya, or if Todoroki values his life enough to appease Aizawa. I'm just saying, Shinso says, leaning against his desk and staring Todoroki down, the heterochromatic boy staring right back as he rests his arms against Midoriya's desk, chair turned around to face the insomniac. Aizawa would probably kill you if he finds out, should you actually ask him. He is the kind of father who would threaten a suitor, Todoroki agrees. Perhaps it should be a more casual outing? Shinso falls silent for a moment, and then, deadpan, do you have a clue what casual entails? Absolutely not, Todoroki says confidently, and Shinso snorts. Right. Good luck with that, then. Thank you. Shinso snorts again, and then glances up. Oh, class starts in a second, he notes, and then, as if on cue, the bell rings. Aizawa walks in, the room falling silent with his entrance, and somehow quieting even more when Midoriya follows in behind the man. And, quite frankly, no one is prepared for the boy before them. Now, it should be noted that Class 1A isn't forgetful. They all remember how Midoriya had dressed up as Midnight just a few days before, wowing them with the skin-tight bodysuit he had donned with unexpected confidence. So it is, therefore, not the first time that Midoriya has dressed as a female hero. But that had, again, been a bodysuit. Today, however? Today, Midoriya wears a white dress that has orange stripes on the sides, with a yellow stripe separating the orange and white. A gray belt with a pink R-shaped buckle cinches in his waist, making the dress conform to his figure. A lab coat is tossed on over the dress, but it does little to distract his peers from the white stockings and pink boots that Midoriya has put on. With a giant syringe-shaped cane in his hands, Midoriya completes his outfit and makes his identity clear. Izuku Midoriya's assignment.is recovery girl. And unfortunately, for both the attention span of a majority of 1A, and the mental well-being of Shoyuta Aizawa, Midoriya looks good in a dress. But it's too late to go back, and so the day begins. Oh, what a day. Hisashi hums as he strolls through the halls, a pep in his step as he goes. He's off to Class 1A, ready for another day of whatever chaos that is brought his way, and he's delightfully not worried about what he'll walk into. The last few days have been rather nice, after all, and Hisashi doesn't know if it's because nothing can be more scarring than Monday, and he's grown numb to his fears, or if it's because Aizawa has been giving Midoriya calmer assignments, but the acting hasn't been as terrifying as it used to be. It's reached the point that, more often than not, Hisashi can look forward to seeing what the little listener brings to the table, just like it used to be, before the acting began. And, wow, isn't that nice? Just 2 weeks in, and Hisashi is already used to the chaos. It's the new normal, now, and with it being so blatantly clear that Aizawa has no intentions of stopping these assignments anytime soon, and, of course, the fact that Midoriya's grades haven't dropped whatsoever since the boy started these impersonations, it's probably for the best that Hisashi is learning to anticipate and enjoy Midoriya's acting. It's not the normal it used to be, but it's a normal Hisashi can appreciate. A new way for the Sprout to show off his talents, if in a more expressive manner than before. But while Hisashi has been slowly coming to terms with the change that came about and never left, it seems that Shoyuta is beginning to struggle. As seen by the way Shoyuta passes Hisashi in the halls, muttering about how he's clearly made a mistake. Kami, this was the most illogical outcome. He wasn't supposed to draw them in more, she's fing old. I should have made him wear makeup to get wrinkles. He doesn't have makeup. Ha. Hisashi wonders what that's about. Oh well. He'll find out soon enough. Shaking his head, Hisashi rounds the corner, the door to 1A in sight, chaos no doubt hiding behind its entrance if Shuta's words are any indication. Shoyuta, Hisashi knows, is another person who has changed since these assignments began, in a way that most would not expect. In the simplest of terms, Shoyuta has become a dad. Which is funny, because usually it takes 9 months for something like that to happen, not 2 weeks. But lo and behold, Shoyuta managed to mentally adopt his problem child in less than 14 days. While the man won't admit it out loud, Hisashi knows the truth. After all, there's no way that Shoyuta could do anything but adopt the boy who has helped him bring so much fear into the halls of Yui. And Hisashi knows that Shoyuta was investigating the Sprout's old middle school, and has a case going against it. Which means something happened in the kid's past. And Shoyuta is weak to kids who remind him of himself. Mix those two things in with the boy's way of making the world brighter simply by existing, and the way Shoyuta has shown his care, Hisashi still can't get over how the man had barged into his room and demanded one of his leather jackets. Not that he's upset, no, just amused. For the kid, it's obvious that Midoriya is becoming an Aizawa in all but legal terms. But legal terms have nothing on emotional bonds, and so Hisashi knows that that means nothing. Nevertheless, Shuta's recent jump into parenthood has been a sudden, but good, change. And yet it seems to be causing Shoyuta stress, for one main reason alone. The boy's admirers. It's become something of a struggle, thanks to these assignments, and Hisashi has heard Shoyuta muttering, tossing over ideas for assignments and promptly throwing some out, claiming that they were too distracting. Hisashi also finds it amusing that Shoyuta is starting to pick up Midoriya's muttering habit, but he won't say anything about that. Not yet, at least. In non-Shota terms, that means Midoriya is getting too much attention from the many people with crushes on him. As a new dad, Shoyuta is still in the stage where he seemingly can't decide if he wants to warn his other students not to hurt his kid, or say nothing because he doesn't want to admit that he sees Midoriya as his own out loud. As such, it seems that Shoyuta has been trying to avoid encouraging his students and their admiration. But when Hisashi enters the classroom for 1A, he quickly sees what mistake Shoyuta has made. Because the little listener is in a dress. And it is very, very clear that his classmates aren't being discouraged by this. Hisashi can't help it. He laughs. Yeah, he loves this week, Monday excluded. It's great. Chiyo Shuzenji isn't quite sure what she was expecting when Midoriya informed her last night that he would be impersonating her, but she doesn't think it was this. This, of course, being Izuku Midoriya coming into her office during lunch. Not because of an injury, though. No, not for an injury, but rather because Midoriya wants to learn more about the healing side of heroics. It appears that I'm in need of some revision, Midoriya had murmured upon entering the room, eyes soft yet observant as they swept over the room. Would you mind running me through a bit of a refresher? Chiyo had agreed, of course, and so here she is, showing Midoriya around the room and teaching him the basics of the medical world. It is nice, and it is calm, and Chiyo enjoys seeing how Midoriya takes everything in, even as he wears a mask of familiarity upon his face. But then again, this is Midoriya that Chiyo is talking about. A boy who seems to attract friends and foes alike like a light draws in moths. And so it is not surprising in the slightest when one of Midoriya's friends enters, expression sheepish as they hold an arm that does not appear to be broken. In fact, there is little more than a bruise to be found. If this were any other day, Chiyo would have handed the girl, Uraraka, an ice pack and sent her on her way. But with the way that the brunette glances at Midoriya before striding further into the office, Chiyo knows exactly what the girl is doing. She's playing along with Izuku's act. And, perhaps, indulging in a little crush. Not that Chiyo can blame the poor girl, Kami knows the antics Chiyo got up to when she was boy crazy, and so Chiyo waves the girl in. I was eating lunch with Ida and Azui, Uraraka explains, but I got too excited when telling a story, and I may or may not have, slammed my arm on the table. Chio chuckles at the girl's sheepish expression, although she does her best to be polite by covering her mouth with an empty hand. Uraraka's blush deepens, and the brunette doesn't make eye contact as she asks, Deku, Riko, no. Flustered and shy, the girl doesn't manage to look at Midoriya whatsoever as she juts out her arm and asks, can you heal me? That is what I'm here for, Midoriya says, voice soft and teasing in a gentle way, and Chio has to hold back a rather unfeminine snort at the easy way that Midoriya places a kiss on Uraraka's arm, the girl turning crimson in response. Looking rather dazed, Uraraka takes a step back, a little giggle leaving her as she says, thank you. I think I'm all better, now. Bye. And then she's gone, and Chio shakes her head in amusement. Ah, teenagers. This amusement quickly fades into something more exasperated, however, when Uraraka is not the only one to seek out Midoriya's healing quirk. Next comes Ashido, who, admittedly, does have an actual injury. This isn't surprising, considering the girl's tendency to try breakdancing in random, sometimes cramped places. She has a sprained wrist, and so after a kiss from Midoriya, Chio makes sure to give the girl one of her own. Tired and sluggish, Ashido exits as quickly as she came. Kaminari and Kirishima come next, both already faintly red as they enter the room. I wouldn't suppose that both of you are injured, as well? Chio asks, voice dry, and the boys chuckle nervously. I ran into the wall, Kaminari says. I was the wall Kaminari ran into, Kirishima murmurs, next. He was running from Bakugou. Boys, Midoriya mutters, and then he's standing on his toes and pressing kisses to both of their foreheads. I feel better. Kirishima chirps, and that's when Siro sticks his head in, not for an injury, but rather to shout, bro. It's the placebo effect. No way. Kirishima shouts back. Right, Kaminari? But Kaminari is no help, having short-circuited himself as soon as Midoriya gave him a kiss. Sighing, Chio makes Kirishima get his friend onto a spare bed, so that Kaminari doesn't get hurt while mentally resetting. It's while Kirishima is situating his blonde friend, with Siro cracking up in the background, that Todoroki enters the room. And when the boy does this, Chio can't help but wonder just how much more obvious these kids can be. Apparently, it is more than Chio expected, because she is somehow surprised when Todoroki looks Midoriya in the eyes and shamelessly states, I need you to kiss me. What? To give Midoriya credit where credit is due, he doesn't even bat an eye at Todoroki's declaration. Nor does the boy break character when Kirishima and Siro start sputtering at the bold statement, instead scanning the boy over and asking, what are your injuries, Todoroki? I need to know what I'm healing. Uraraka says I have an empty heart, Todoroki says, like he's repeating something important. And that I should come to you to have it fixed? I see, Midoriya says, eyebrows drawn in with concern. I don't know what my quirk can do about that, however. It's worth a shot, Todoroki counters, and Midoriya sighs, sending a glance Chio's way that seems to be filled with a sort of amusement that matches her own from earlier. I suppose it doesn't hurt. Alright, come here. Todoroki leans over slightly, bowing his head, and Midoriya plants a kiss on the boy's forehead. Todoroki, of course, promptly bursts into flames. Teenagers. In other words, Chio is all too happy to get Midoriya out of the room when the bell rings, signaling the end of lunch. He can take his chaos elsewhere, thank you very much. If there is one word to describe how Toshinori feels, watching young Midoriya act as Shuzenji for the day, it is most likely, terrified. There is no other word to properly describe how Toshinori is at this very moment, nothing else that can encapsulate the way Toshinori quakes, hands shaking, knees knocking together as Midoriya checks on the students as they train. There is no other word that holds a candle to the raw fear that fills the retired symbol of peace when wise green eyes turn on him, in a way that screams of verbal lashings to come. Not when the very first words Midoriya said to him were, have you been eating properly? You look like you're fading away before my eyes, young man. The nickname alone was bizarre enough, being called such a term by the boy who is less than half his age, and yet its strangeness did nothing to lessen the instinctual fear Toshinori felt when hearing those words from a person dressed in that familiar orange, pink, and white ensemble. Nedzu may potentially be the rodent or dog in Yui, but it is Toshinori who has been conditioned with a fear response. Oh, how the world is laughing at him now. Or maybe it's just Nedzu, laughing as he watches from the cameras, seeing how Toshinori cowers from his boy. Perhaps, too, Nedzu is also amused by the way Toshinori shrinks at the sound of his phone buzzing, knowing exactly who the sender is. It is, of course, the real Shuzenji, who is exasperated from the day's events. But her texts are simply through a screen, and as such less intimidating than the still approaching Midoriya, and so Toshinori chooses to face one recovery girl over another, pulling out his device and opening the texts. Listen. Midoriya is a great young boy. Truly. And I am so glad that he isn't breaking his own bones anymore. But injuries have spiked so much in the past hour alone because kids think he's going to be in my office all day. Dozens, Toshinori. There are dozens of kids. They're not even all first years, or even just hero students. Why are there second and third years looking for the kid? Where did these admirers come from? Toshinori is asking himself the same thing. But at the same time, he is wisely choosing to look the other way, ignoring the fact that his boy is gaining admirers who will try to become suitors, at the rate that this is going. Today's assignment has not helped in the slightest. Not for the first time in the last 10 minutes, Toshinori questions why Aizawa chose today's assignment. Quite honestly, he's not sure if Aizawa knows the answer, either. Izuku hums as he walks through the halls, the skirt of his dress flowing with every movement. He's had a lot of fun today, and he's really glad that Recovery Girl had one of her older costumes still on her. It had been a gamble, quite frankly, on whether or not the youthful heroine would have kept the oversized dress, but luckily, it seems that the pro-hero is a nostalgic one. This one was my very first for this design, Recovery Girl admitted, handing over the dress to Izuku, who took it with careful gentleness. It has been quite a few years since it's seen the light of day, but I think you'll do well in it. Thank you, Izuku said. I'll be careful. I know, Recovery Girl said with a gentle smile. You'll be impersonating me, after all. Izuku laughs to himself at the memory as he enters his room, making a note to himself to bring back everything before the day ends, although maybe he should wait a little bit, considering how crowded the heroine's office had been when Izuku last saw it. He's still not sure why it got so crowded, admittedly, but he feels bad that he can't actually help Recovery Girl. After all, the people who claimed to feel better after his kisses were surely joking around, playing a part in his performance to make everything run better, right? Right. So all Izuku can do is stay out of her way, and make sure to avoid any injuries of his own in the meantime. And maybe he can bring her some gummies, as a gift? Yeah. Nodding to himself, Izuku quickly switches into normal clothes before grabbing his wallet, sending a quick text to Aizawa to let him know of his departure. Maybe he should grab Aizawa-sensei a coffee, to thank the man as well, before opening the door. And nearly running right into Todoroki. Todoroki! Izuku gasps, and Todoroki nods. Midoriya. A pause, and then, are you going somewhere? Just to the store. I want to pick up some candy for Recovery Girl, and some coffee for Aizawa, and maybe I could get Yagi something? Although with his lack of a stomach, maybe it's better to give him something else? I'll figure it out. Why, did you need something? You, Todoroki says, and Izuku tilts his head. Me? Izuku asks, then perks up. Oh. My company. You want to go with me? Todoroki blinks at him slowly, and then nods. Yes. Perfect. Izuku says. I'll text Aizawa to tell him that you're coming with me. He trusts me not to get into trouble when I'm with others. Todoroki nods, and Izuku sends off the second text, receiving a tired agreement in response, so long as Izuku isn't gone too long. He's very protective of you, Todoroki notes as the two pass through Yui's gates. He cares a lot about your well-being. That's a good trait in a father, I think. He's not my dad. Izuku cries, and Todoroki huffs. You'll admit it one day, Todoroki decides, and Izuku shakes his head before laughing, joy bubbling within him. Yeah, he's had a lot of fun today. And Izuku thinks there's plenty more to come in the future. Shoyuta Aizawa gives himself an entire day to think things through, offering himself all of Saturday as a chance to mull over ideas and carefully choose the next assignment for Midoriya. Because apparently, old people isn't a valid, trustworthy category that Shoyuta can rely on. Not when Midoriya doesn't look like he's going on 70, not when Midoriya still looks like himself underneath whatever costume he puts on. So Shoyuta has to be careful. He has to play it safe. Full coverage is still one of the best options, but Shoyuta can't let the outfit be one that will keep eyes on his problem child. Fear is nice, of course, but the whole can't let Midoriya be too attractive thing is starting to make it difficult when it comes to picking heroes that Shoyuta thinks would amuse himself while still being enjoyable for Midoriya. And that brings a thought, too, to Shoyuta, one that whispers that Shoyuta doesn't have to assign heroes to Midoriya, but he knows that Monday isn't the day for experimenting. Maybe later. If this next approach doesn't work, if there are no other options. But Shoyuta knows that Midoriya adores heroes, Kami. He's heard what the boys' dorm looked like, before the boy sold most of his merchandise, and so he's going to make sure that Midoriya can start the week by acting as one. and by the end of Saturday afternoon, Shoyuta has an idea. They're covered up, from head to toe. Their costume, too, is not one that Shoyuta thinks his students will find attractive, and so it won't encourage suitors. While the hero themselves seems to have a following of their own, fans that admire them, Shoyuta doesn't think that his students feel the same admiration towards the pro. While the pro hero isn't a terrifying one, unfortunately, they aren't one with a disposition like Namiri, and sometimes, that's all Shoyuta can ask for. There are a few people who would likely appreciate the flamboyant nature that the hero has, but Shoyuta has a feeling that there are also some who will be put off by the very same personality. With both of these aspects covered, Shoyuta really only has one more to worry about, and that is Midoriya's approval and agreement to portray the person in question. And so Shoyuta pulls out his phone, sending a text to Midoriya. And, as always, Midoriya agrees without hesitation. Shoyuta thinks that Monday will start the week off well. Oh, how right he is, but in a way he couldn't have expected. The weekend has come and gone, and now the students of 1A are back in their desks, waiting for another week to officially begin. Calmer, thanks to the reprieve that consisted of Saturday and Sunday, the class allows themselves to clump into their usual groups, away from their desks and only half watching the door. They are intrigued, of course, by the mystery of who Midoriya will be. But many are more intrigued in interrogating Todoroki, asking him about his weekend. I saw you left campus with Deku on Friday. Uraraka points out. But you never told me what you did, and all Deku said was that he picked up stuff for Recovery Girl and Aizawa-sensei. That's all that we did, Todoroki agrees, and Uraraka pouts. Seriously? You didn't ask him out? On a trip to get something for Aizawa? Todoroki responds. I didn't think it was a very wise decision. Aizawa is being a protective dad, Shinso reasons, but his snickering gives away his amusement. Give it time. Fine. Uraraka decides. But only because I don't want you expelled. You think he'll expel me? Todoroki asks, eyes now much wider than usual, and Uraraka panics. I don't know. Maybe? He is acting like a dad. Uraraka. Ida scolds. Just because Aizawa-sensei is being somewhat parental towards our friend, does not mean he would expel Todoroki for pursuing Midoriya. He let Midoriya expel someone for interrupting him, Azui points out, and Ida deflates. Maybe wait a while longer, Ida says, defeated, and Todoroki nods. I am patient, Todoroki says, and the rest of the self-proclaimed Deku squad smiles in response. That's good. Uraraka decides. So, what did you do for the rest of the weekend? Oh, Todoroki says, and then, Midoriya came with me to visit my mother. What? Uraraka shrieks, pulling attention from some of their peers to their group. Todoroki. Meeting the parents already? She asked to meet him, Todoroki says with a shrug, and seems to think nothing more of the matter except, I think she liked him. Who doesn't like Midoriya at this rate? Shinso asks, only half joking. Except Bakugou, of course. Hey! Bakugou shouts. You talking shit about me, mindfucker? Should I be? Shinso asks, an eyebrow raised, and Bakugou huffs before turning his back on the Deku squad, returning his attention to whatever Kirishima was saying. Previous conversation now forgotten, Shinso takes over by glancing at the door, the clock, and then asking, hey, how did these assignments start, anyways? Did Aizawa find out that Midoriya is a hella good actor and then just assigned himself? Kind of. Uraraka says. We did a class-wide swap, because, no one was listening to Aizawa-sensei, and so he decided to give us the assignment in an attempt to make us suffer, Azui states bluntly, and Shinso nods wisely. That makes sense. I didn't really hear about it until Midoriya was Aizawa, because Blinking at his friends, Shinso says, it's because you guys didn't sit with me that day, isn't it? We had to stay in character all day, Uraraka says. And while I was Ida. I had to go get my laughter out. Not that it mattered, sensei still marked me down for breaking character too much. I was a Shido, Karo, Azui says. So I had to go follow those I recognized. I spent lunch being taught memes by Kaminari, Ida says, with the expression of a man remembering a great calamity. I was with Midoriya, Todoroki says, lips twitching up into a small smile. Our characters worked together. Of course you were, Shinso teases. Man, it's weird, knowing everyone else did the swap, and I didn't. It sounds like a good chance to stir up chaos. It was, Uraraka admits, just as Aizawa walks into the room. But Deku was the one who went the furthest. Most of us were too unsure of our characters, or made little jokes. Midoriya went plus ultra, Azui states, and the group laughs, the ring of the school bell mixing in with their joy and quieting them. But it's the figure that appears in the doorway that draws everyone's attention away from their conversations. The first thing that's noticed is the dark boots on his feet, as Midoriya's steps are confident and self-assured, the slightest sway in his walk feeling both natural yet calculated. The next thing that the class notices is the denim jeans on the green-haired boy. There's a lot of denim. Denim jeans and a denim shirt, with a denim collar so high that it covers the lower half of Midoriya's face, leaving nothing below his nose visible. A denim waistcoat is on top of his denim dress shirt, and the only conclusion that the students can make is that Midoriya is wearing a lot of denim. 2 belts wrap around the boy, one on his waist, the other around the collar that hides his face. Overall, the students of 1A can see roughly 5% of the boy, maybe 10, if one counts his exposed hands, but for the most part Midoriya is hidden behind an array of denim. It's, admittedly, not the most attractive look. Yet 1A can't help but note that it's almost precious, how the boy looks more like a cosplayer than a hero. And then they notice his hair. Because gone is the wild, curly mess that usually remains, today Midoriya's hair is flattened down, combed over to and swept to the side, perfectly covering his left eye. And it's odd, because no one can tell whether the style looks good, bad, or merely unusual. Including Todoroki, who stares at Midoriya with an unwavering gaze, unsure whether the swept-over look is a good one, or if he is living in a cursed timeline. In the end, he goes with the former, because Todoroki lives by the rule of life that is Midoriya's incapability to look bad, and promptly frosts his desk over, much to the despair of his homeroom teacher. Yes, Midoriya is dressed as best jeanist. And oh, what a sight it is to see. Nobody notices how a certain blonde's hands shake when he sees the boy, none except for Midoriya. Oh, what the day will become. Hisashi Yamada, admittedly, isn't quite sure what he expected when he walked into the room for 1A, but it wasn't. Whatever this is. This, of course, being Midoriya dressed nose to toe in denim. And right in Bakugou's face. At first, Hisashi wonders if Midoriya broke character, with how he's trained on the blonde. He wonders if Midoriya snapped, and if the Sunshine Child is finally going to give his old bully a morsel of what he's taken. But it appears that Midoriya isn't consumed by an unholy rage, nor is he out of character. No, he's just chiding the boy, pulling a tie out of thin air and wrapping it around Bakugou's neck. All of my work, and yet you're still so unrefined, Midoriya bemoans, hands nimble and full of expertise as he knots the tie perfectly, laying it flat. How do you expect to rise to greatness if you can't even present yourself properly? How do you expect to be a good hero if you keep that high fing horse of yours? Bakugou shouts in Midoriya's face, his own red and creased with anger, and Hisashi doesn't take his eye off of the two, ready to interfere. But Midoriya doesn't so much as flinch, and Bakugou clenches his fists but he does not attack, and when the bell rings Midoriya sidles away, leaving Bakugou put together and yet tearing apart. It's interesting, certainly, but Hisashi doesn't have time to ponder it. Not yet. And so English class slides by, a testament to the past and the future, one that Hisashi does not fully understand. The time for lunch arrives at last, and for the people of Yui this means different things. For the students, it is a chance to run to the cafeteria, to grab food and find their friends, finally able to talk and discuss anything that comes to mind. For the teachers, lunch is the long-awaited opportunity to slip back into the teacher's lounge, or some other quiet space, where the adults can decompress from the morning antics of their students, and perhaps share some gossip of their own. And for today, lunch means Izuku Midoriya is once again with the staff, existing in their little bubble without difficulty, joining in as if he isn't a kid at all. With the grace of a pro hero and an ease in his steps, it's easy to overlook the fact that Midoriya used to spend every lunch period as another voice in the cafeteria, and that his normal place of being hasn't always been with the teachers. But none of that matters on this Monday, where Midoriya seamlessly, casually, pulls Namuri Kayama over to a chair, standing behind it and beginning to mess with her hair. Your look is already well cultivated and well received, Midoriya says, voice gentle with a keen understanding as he pulls a brush out from, well, somewhere, its origins not fully known. Like normal blue jeans, your style isn't one to simply go out of trend. But sometimes you must try on a new pair, a new statement, with rips or even other colors. Securing her hair with an elastic, Midoriya steps back, noting, a little bit of change can change your world. Kayama glances at herself in her phone's reflection, and grins when she sees her hair. Pulled up in a high ponytail, it no longer cascades around her, yet gives her a slightly younger appearance. The purposefully forgotten strands that frame her face help to give her a messy yet attractive look, and Kayama nods with satisfaction, amused as her hair bounces with the movement. Maybe I'll have to change up my image every now and then, Kayama says, and Midoriya nods, eyes showing his approval where the rest of his face cannot. The rest of lunch passes in a similar manner, Midoriya going from one teacher to the next and adjusting their appearance if he can. He doesn't do anything drastic, typically fixing how collars lay or doing their hair. And that is how Shudo Todoroki finds Midoriya, when he enters the lounge to check on his closest friend. Midoriya is focused on Aizawa now, hands busy as he braids the man's hair. "Did you need something, Todoroki?" Yamada asks, one of the few left unfussed over, simply because Midoriya took one look at Yamada before turning away, eyeing the man's gelled-up hair with wariness. Todoroki looks at Midoriya, then shakes his head. "I was just dropping by," Todoroki says, and then he leaves the room, heading back to his friends, who look at him with curious gazes. "What was he doing?" Uraraka asks, and Todoroki shrugs. "He was braiding Aizawa's hair." A pause, and then, Aizawa wouldn't let Midoriya do that if Midoriya weren't his son. "Checkmate," Shinso says, voice teasing, and the group dissolves into laughter. And later, when lunch ends, and the group passes Aizawa, now with his braid up in a neat, intricate bun? Well, they will have to admit, if only to themselves, that Midoriya is clearly the man's son, even if not in blood. It's just a fact, though, and so life carries on. Tashinori is happy enough, rather at ease as he leads the class of 1A to the training ground of the day. Perhaps it's the weather, cool yet not cold, a nice breeze with a clear sky to perk one's soul up. Or maybe it's the fact that he isn't in too much pain today, his usual flare-up soothed for the time being. Oh, who is he kidding? It's because Midoriya isn't acting as a character that specifically targets him. Today, young Midoriya is dressed as Best Jeanist, the current number 3 hero. The man is good at his job, if a bit too obsessed with his image, not that Tashinori can really judge, when his entire career revolved around being seen as a proper symbol of peace. Either way, Midoriya is kind and courteous as he walks alongside Tashinori, talking politely as he all but glides along their shared path. This, along with the peaceful lunch Tashinori got to enjoy with his colleagues and his boy, where Midoriya had even taken the time to braid Tashinori's bangs before pinning them back, is the clear cause for Tashinori's current joy, and he can't help but be cheerful as he instructs the class. For today's lesson, you will be doing quirkless sparring with a partner of your choice. Because why not? This gives them all a good chance to bring some enjoyment into their lesson, at the very least. His students move quickly, pairing themselves up without issue. Midoriya ends up with Todoroki, while Uraraka and Azui find themselves as opponents. Shuji and Satu end up near Bakugou and Kirishima, and Tokoyami and Shinso aren't much further away. Aoyama and Kuda face each other down, the blonde dramatically posing and Kuda giving an encouraging thumbs up, and Jairu and Yaoyorozu stand nearby. Hagakure and Ashido are together, and the final two pairs are Kaminari and Siro, and Ida with Ajiru. As class goes by, Tashinori makes sure to watch each group and make comments, correcting where he can and complimenting when he cannot, but, of course, Midoriya ends up as the focal point. Because Midoriya has changed his fighting style yet again. Less focused on charging directly into the fray, today Midoriya's priority is clearly evasion, dodging blows and waiting for openings to emerge before striking. He's not relying on his kicks either, instead moving forward with punches and strikes, arms preferred over anything else. It's the fighting style of a man whose quirk relies on his hands, most definitely, and Tashinori can't help but be impressed with how in-depth Midoriya's acting always seems to be. His peers notice, too, the amount of spars continuously decreasing as more of the class gets distracted by how Midoriya goes against Todoroki. It's only when Midoriya pins Todoroki to the ground that the rest realize they need to be doing the same, but the point is clear, everyone is astounded by how seamlessly Midoriya can switch his entire style. Tashinori wonders why, if Midoriya is able to switch styles so easily, why he stuck to the bone-breaking for so long. But then he remembers why, and he just shakes his head fondly. "I'm your successor," Midoriya had said, when Tashinori finally asked about why his change to shoot style took so long. "And I thought shouldn't I be acting like you? You just have to be yourself," Tashinori had responded, because that was the truth. Midoriya, however, had pursed his lips, apprehension clear. "But if I'm myself, I have no one to base my moves off of." "You can always have inspirational sources, my boy," Tashinori assured. "But it is you at the end of the day, not anyone else." Midoriya hummed, looking down at his legs, and then his arms, before looking up and smiling determinedly. "I'll do my best," Midoriya promised, and Tashinori believed him. Midoriya has always been an actor, hasn't he? And Tashinori was part of his opening act. The thought makes Tashinori beam as he calls for sparring to end, the day over. His students finish their matches, happy enough to end even as they pant with exhaustion, making their comments as they please. Or, for one, making more bitter remarks. Should have fought Deku, Bakugou complains when the day is up, marching away from his partner. Shitty hair isn't used to fighting quirkless, it makes him weaker. Bro. Kirishima cries, and Uraraka pats him on the back. It's okay, Uraraka consoles, and then her smile becomes more maniacal. He's too scared of Deku beating him to ever leave you, Uraraka taunts, and Bakugou lunges forwards. Only to be stopped, held by the collar by young Midoriya, who manages to express exasperation despite the majority of his face for a moment. And Toshinori knows he should intervene, but he can't help but pause. Because for a moment, it almost looked like Midoriya had pulled the fabric back before it had even made contact with his hands. But that's silly, isn't it? Most definitely. Shaking his head, Toshinori moves into action, forgetting the moment in his haste. The bell rings, ending the day, and the students of Class 1A watch as Midoriya reaches up to the collar of his odd jean turtleneck or girdleneck, if one prefers, and undoes the belt's clasp before unzipping the collar. Face now revealed, Midoriya takes in a deep breath of air before smiling widely, saying, "Wow. It is really hard to breathe in that thing." Which makes sense, admittedly, considering that his face was covered in denim. But the students of 1A don't voice this thought, instead watching as Midoriya rolls down the jean collar, or jollar, if one is the kind to curse themselves with such a horrifying label, and reaches a hand up to mess up his hair, whatever gel that held his hair in place no match for a boy who just wants his hair to go back to normal. Midoriya turns to his friends, mouth opening to speak, but Aizawa cuts him off, clearing his throat and holding up a closed hand. "Before you go," Aizawa says, and his students all look to him with confusion. "I am going to assign each of you a classmate of yours. Tomorrow, you will all do a class-wide swap, just like you did a few weeks ago." "Why?" Hagakure asks, and Aizawa sighs. "For 2 reasons. First of all, Shinso has yet to do it, and I want to know where his baseline is for acting. This will also serve as a chance to see how much the rest of you have improved, and if you will be able to fix your mistakes from last time. Any questions?" "Are you sure we should be doing this tomorrow?" Ida asks. "Last time, we had an entire weekend to prepare." "Midoriya has consistently done well with less preparation time," Aizawa states in response. "He usually does not receive his next assignment until class has been over for hours. You are getting your assignment right now." No one can really fight that statement, and so they keep silent as they shuffle forwards, each taking their respective paper from their teacher before shuffling out. Midoriya walks up last, looks Aizawa in the eyes, and smiles. And Aizawa grins back. Waiting by the exit, Todoroki looks to Shinso and whispers, and Midoriya tries to deny the connection. Shinso snorts, disrupting the moment, and Midoriya takes his paper before rushing off, a farewell falling off of his lips as he tugs the 2 boys after him. The day has gone well, and the fun has only just begun. Oh, what tomorrow will bring, and what today already has. "Before you go," Aizawa says, and his students all look to him with confusion. "I am going to assign each of you a classmate of yours. Tomorrow, you will all do a class-wide swap, just like you did a few weeks ago." "Why?" Hagakure asks, and Aizawa sighs. "For 2 reasons. First of all, Shinso has yet to do it, and I want to know where his baseline is for acting. This will also serve as a chance to see how much the rest of you have improved, and if you will be able to fix your mistakes from last time. Any questions?" "Are you sure we should be doing this tomorrow?" Ida asks. "Last time, we had an entire weekend to prepare." "Midoriya has consistently done well with less preparation time," Aizawa states in response. "He usually does not receive his next assignment until class has been over for hours. You are getting your assignment right now." No one can really fight that statement, and so they keep silent as they shuffle forwards, each taking their respective paper from their teacher before shuffling out. Midoriya walks up last, looks Aizawa in the eyes, and smiles. And Aizawa grins back. Waiting by the exit, Todoroki looks to Shinso and whispers, and Midoriya tries to deny the connection. Shinso snorts, disrupting the moment, and Midoriya takes his paper before rushing off, a farewell falling off of his lips as he tugs the 2 boys after him. The day has gone well, and the fun has only just begun. Well, fun for some. For those like Midoriya, who is notably calm and carefree as he enters the dorms, confident in his ability to perform tomorrow morning. Others, like Uraraka and Shinso, clearly have ideas in mind, showing in their wild grins. Then there are those who simply appear content, either because they have hoped for a second chance to redeem themselves, or merely because they are not opposed to a new round of swapping, which includes those like Kuda and Ajuru. But for the rest? Well, the stress is apparent, the dorms alive with frantic action as the students of 1A move through the common room, coming in and out with no apparent direction in mind. It's not until Sada nearly knocks Midoriya straight over that the green-haired boy looks around and asks, "What's the matter? Are you guys okay? Mon ami, do we look okay?" Aoyama asks, sparkling angrily as he gestures to the rest of their peers. Midoriya blinks slowly. Is this a trick question? Aoyama huffs dramatically, then shakes his head. To answer your question, Mon Kapine, we are stressed about tomorrow. Tomorrow? Midoriya asks, and Ida clears his throat. The personality swap assignment. Oh. Nodding, Midoriya says, that makes sense. It can be stressful when you're first planning, yeah. Especially when we have to outdo you, Kaminari mutters, and Midoriya furrows his eyebrows. Aizawa never said that you have to outdo me, Midoriya notes, and Shinso snorts. He didn't, but that doesn't mean they aren't going to try. Nudging the boy, Shinso adds, you've been impressing and terrorizing everyone for a few weeks now, of course we're going to try to match and surpass that level. That's the plus ultra way. Ashido chimes in. And I don't know about everyone else, but I'm going to make sure my uniform matches. So you're a guy, Midoriya notes automatically, and Ashido pauses. What? If your uniform has to change, doesn't that mean you're a guy? Tilting his head, Midoriya murmurs, or you're Jairu, as she's the only one who chose a vest instead of the usual blazer. But you paused like you were surprised, and not perplexed, so you're most likely a guy. And since I know Aizawa likely. Assign dash. Midoriya, Todoroki says, and Midoriya glances up. You're going to reveal who everyone is before we even start. Oh. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to go, figure out my plan for tomorrow. Just like that, Midoriya races off, leaving the rest of 1A to watch with shocked expressions. Did he really figure out who we all are already? Hagakure asks, and is met with a series of nods. He knows too much, Shinso mutters. We're not going to outdo him. No, we aren't, Kaminari says sadly, and then, but we sure can try. And just like that, chaos resumes. Day turns into night, and night turns to day, and so Tuesday shall begin. And so Tuesday begins, a little wonky, a little weird, a little unusual in a way that 1A considers routine, if only to a higher level. And Tuesday begins not with 1A awaiting Midoriya's arrival, not like how the past days have started time and time again, but with each student's arrival being worth noting. And the first to arrive is Denki Kaminari, 28 minutes before the bell. Externally, the boy is calm and collected, heading to his desk with his head held high and his arms straight. The picture of a perfect student, Kaminari slides into his seat without so much as a sigh, careful to be quiet as he spots Aizawa's sleeping form. Internally, however, Kaminari is already stressing out, knowing that he was just a bit too late to be up to Ida's standards. The bar feels much higher than it was, just a couple of weeks before. After losing points for breaking character as Shuji, Kaminari just wants to do well on this assignment so that he doesn't have to see another C in his future. But Kaminari had wanted to accessorize a little, and knew he had some fake glasses laying around his room from a spontaneous purchase that he made a few months ago, and so he had to tear apart his room to find the things. And he did, making him look quite good, in his own opinion, but it means he didn't arrive at the perfect 30 minutes before the bell mark that Ida seems to strive for. So Kaminari sits at his desk, a little stressed, a little worried, but sure that he'll be able to make it through the day without too much of an issue. He's practically a professional, anyways. After all, the boy is dressed up for the occasion, with fake prescription glasses resting on his face, and Kaminari has a feeling that he'll stand out. He is proven wrong immediately, because 4 minutes later, Yuga Aoyama walks in. And he's wearing a skirt. Aoyama smiles when he sees Kaminari, normal walk gaining a bit of a strut as he moves further into the room, allowing the skirt to sway around him and pulling attention to the knee-high socks that the blonde has donned. Good morning, Aoyama greets, his smile a little too coy for the gentle tone that he uses. Clearly eager for the day, Aoyama makes no delay as he perches himself on his seat, clasping his hands on the desk and waiting patiently for the next arrival. And he does not have to wait long, for Toru Hagakure walks in 4 minutes after Aoyama, her invisible form more defined thanks to the pants that she has put on, replacing her usual skirt. If one could see her face, they'd know that Hagakure opened her mouth, ready to greet her friends, before shutting it softly and waving instead. But no one can see her face, and so the wave does not appear to be anything but that, a wave, and not a near mistake. Relieved, Hagakure takes her seat, just as Eiichiro Kirishima enters the room. The redhead's uniform is the same, but his hair is oddly shaped. His usual spikes are missing, instead replaced by ones that stick out at the back of his head, the top simply slicked back, as if he's trying to imitate a bird's look. Kirishima offers a single, solemn nod to his peers, and then takes his seat. The other three look at him, perhaps trying to decide if he is who they assume, only to look at 2 minutes later. Because Katsuki Bakugou has arrived. Unlike the others, Bakugou hasn't touched his hair. Perhaps because he tuned everyone out the night before, when they sat in the common room and tried coming up with ways to live up to the expectations that came with a second round of assignments, especially after multiple weeks of Midoriya stepping up to the bar and leaping over it without failure or perhaps because he simply did not care. Either way, the only notable change for the spiky-haired blonde is the properly done tie around his neck, and the way that he seems to shimmer. No, the 4 who are already in class are correct, because Bakugou seems to have glitter on him. Not much, just the faintest sprinkling here and there, enough to catch the light and keep attention on him. From his spot, Aoyama gasps, eyes lighting up as he stares at Bakugou. Clearing his throat, Aoyama looks down, then back up. Expression softer, he says, "You are quite sparkly today. Where did you get the glitter from?" "It's just my natural charm," Bakugou grits out, teeth clenched and making his smile look far too hostile. Aoyama looks as if he wants to argue, or perhaps to ask again, but then the time hits 16 minutes before class, and Kuji Kuda walks into the room. Smiling kindly, the boy takes a seat at his desk, pulling out his notebook and pencils before grabbing one last book and flipping it open. It appears to be one about the history of bread. The other 5 decide to leave Kuda to his book, instead looking for ways to occupy themselves, or simply watching the other students as they arrive. A minute ticks by, and Rikadu Sato walks in, a wide, beaming grin on his face as he enters, easygoing as he takes his seat. Shiro walks in right after him, his character immediately given away by the face mask that he's donned. 1 more minute, and 3 students enter, all at once. First to be noted is Mizo Shuji, who gives little more than a nod in greeting before sitting at his desk, looking calm and complacent as he goes. Kyuka Jairu is next, and she greets the class with a wide smile and a loud, "Morning, everyone." Who's ready for the day, that everyone does their best to respond to in character. The last of the minute is Mina Ashido, who keeps a calm, small smile on her face as she offers a pleasant, "Hello." 2 minutes pass, and Momo Yaoyorozu is the next to arrive. She walks in with a pep in her step and a quick, "Hi, everybody," that seems livelier than usual. Her wave is wide and sweeping, a far difference from her normal, polite wave. She makes her way to her desk, movements far more exaggerated than expected as she takes her spot. Another 2 minutes pass, and then Hitoshi Shinso is the one to enter the room. He's scowling, which isn't quite unusual, given the boy's natural resting face, but it's deeper and filled with more intent than usual. His tie is missing, foregone completely, and the boy clenches his fists when the others look at him for more than 5 seconds. "The F, do you want?" Shinso snaps, and half of the class hastily looks away, as if on instinct or conditioned, when he flexes his hands. "That's what I thought," Shinso mutters, and then he storms over to his desk, kicking his feet onto the top with an air of superiority. Fearful of his glare, the students of 1A are happy enough when Mashireo Ajaru arrives not 2 minutes later, offering a nonchalant wave before taking his own spot. Tenya Ida arrives next, when there are only 7 minutes before class, looking unhappy with this truth despite the smile plastered on his face. He walks as if he's trying to be looser, but his gait is too stiff, giving him a loping strut that has heads turning away, in fear of laughing and breaking character. It is much easier, therefore, to look to Fumikage Tokoyami a minute later, when the bird-headed boy walks in with pink dusted on his cheeks, noticeable upon the black feathers. Tokoyami quirks up his beak, smiling as brightly as he can, before letting his expression drop back into its usual one as he takes his spot. Ochako Uraraka is the next to arrive, with 5 minutes before the bell. Her outfit is changed, much like many of her peers, with pants replacing her usual skirt and her tie an utter disaster, if it can even be considered a tie, anymore, with how strangled it appears to be. A sunshine-filled smile is on her face, although it's not fully clear if that's her own or for her acting. Tsuyu Azui follows in right after, also wearing pants, and her face is blank until she looks at Uraraka. Then, and only then, does she gain the slightest change in expression, lips quirking up into a gentle grin as she follows the brunette without hesitation. The 19th student to enter the room is Shudo Todoroki, who comes into the room 3 minutes before the bell. His appearance isn't altered in any way, and all he offers is a simple, "Yo," before turning and making his way to his desk. Confused, and perhaps a little disappointed by the lackluster introduction, everyone keeps their eyes on the door, knowing exactly who the final student is that has yet to arrive. Finally, just before the bell rings, it is Izuku Midoriya who enters the room. His tie is well done, but it's the only thing that seems to be cleaned up compared to his usual, everyday appearance. His hair is even messier than usual, somehow seeming to stand up on its own, and bags are under his eyes, a testament to a seemingly long night. I thought Midoriya was prepared for today? Most of 1A thinks, except for the few who understand. But most do not understand, and so they wait to see who Midoriya will kick out of their spot. Because surely Midoriya will, considering that he did so the last time, right? He does not, instead sighing as he drops into his own desk, slumping in on himself before straightening up, tired eyes blinking at the chalkboard. And so the day begins, the stage set, the characters out, and the curtains drawn as Aizawa stands up. Break a leg, Midoriya thinks wryly. Let's just hope it's not my own. And so the day goes on, full of fulfilled and failed expectations, humor and fear intertwined as the class of 1A acts as one another. The entrances, once again, left a clear impression on one another, but the day becomes much, much more, and by the end, everyone from 1A has a favorite part to remember. For Zero, it would have to be Yamada-sensei's reaction. Because he had expected something else entirely. It should be known that Hisashi Yamada is not foolish, nor is he oblivious. When he saw the students of 1A walking out of the school with slips of papers in their hands the day before, he immediately knew what would occur. There had only been one other time that they had exited the building in such a fashion, after all. And that was the Friday before the personality swap that started Midoriya and Aizawa's reign of chaos. So he's not surprised, come Tuesday, to see his students dressed differently, and acting as one another instead of as themselves. What is surprising, however? Midoriya. Because Midoriya has surpassed everyone's expectations every single day, with each and every performance that he offered. Yamada will never forget the first day, when he ended up swearing Aizawa out over the assignment, scared about the swaps, and why the Sunshine Child was cursing him out. Midoriya has consistently risen above and beyond, surprising and bewildering his teachers and peers. Today, Midoriya just looks tired. Yamada does not understand it, the way that Midoriya sinks into his chair, eyes drooping as much as he tries to keep them open. And he can see, too, the way that the boy's peers watch him with a familiar sense of concern. Side glances are sent Midoriya's ways, gazes that linger for too long, betraying their worries. Very few seem to refrain from sending him these looks, and surprisingly, it's Todoroki and Shinso who seem the calmest about Midoriya's unusual demeanor. When Yamada ends the day's lecture, and Midoriya's only reaction is to set his pencil down and stare blankly at the board, the voice hero decides to try getting to the bottom of it. And so the blonde excuses himself from the classroom, shutting the door softly behind him. Out in the hall, Yamada keeps his voice carefully calm as he dials a familiar number, lifting his phone to his ear and waiting for the device to stop ringing. And it does, Shoyuta Aizawa picking up without much hesitation, asking, "What is it? Is the sprout okay?" Yamada asks, and he's greeted with silence. "What do you mean?" Aizawa asks after a moment, and Yamada can't help but pace as he talks, his free hand fiddling with the headphones resting around his neck for the moment. He's really quiet, today. Tired. He's got eye bags, which he hasn't had since he impersonated you. He's only, half responsive, and looks like he's going to pass out at any moment. Do you know if he had a nightmare, or something? Why would I know that? Aizawa asks, and Yamada scoffs. Because you're basically his dad? Shoyuta, I'm all for the little listener acting like a mini-you and picking up your habits, even if it's terrifying sometimes, but he doesn't deserve to be so fatigued. Heck, the only one I've seen look so tired before is, oh. Yep, Aizawa mutters, amusement leaking through the phone, and Yamada pouts. He's acting, Yamada realizes. DMN, he's good. Yep. The phone hangs up, and Yamada wonders if he should laugh or cry. Maybe both? Yeah, both sounds good. Lunch is chaotic, as it tends to be. The students of 1A are plus ultra, in many ways, after all, and the student body of Yui has learned to give them their space, much like they have learned to give students like Mei Hatsum solitude when she has a manic grin on her face. But when the personality swap assignment started, the chaos of lunch had calmed the slightest bit. With Midoriya, one of the twin stars of 1A, consistently absent from his group widely known as the Deku Squad, the cafeteria was a smidge quieter, a touch more serene. Still chaotic, of course, because Yui doesn't simply revolve around 1A, as much as they like to keep tabs on the class, but a bit less over the top, so to speak. But today is different, because Midoriya isn't impersonating a teacher. No, he is impersonating one of his peers, which means that he is in the cafeteria. Add in the fact that the rest of 1A is acting? Well, it makes sense that lunch is anything but normal. It's odd, too, because it's clear that even 1A does not know how to go about their day. Students migrate to their normal tables, only to pause as they realize that their friend groups aren't the same as the people they are for the day. Sure, the students of 1A all get along with each other, but some bonds are better than others. And so the rest of UE gets to watch with amusement as the infamous first years slowly find their tables. Except for the few who seem to be confident, who set their stuff down without any doubt, as if there was no reason to double-check their placements. Students like Kuda, who was assigned someone in his normal friend group, and as such only shifted one spot to the left. Students like Uraraka and Shinso, who send each other a look before heading to different tables. Students like Midoriya, who moves easily, dropping his tray at his usual table before dropping himself into a seat, offering a single nod to Uraraka, who smiles brightly back. But those are the few, and the rest move with even the slightest hints of hesitation. Aoyama and Yaoyorozu stare at each other for a few moments before slowly moving to Yaoyorozu's normal table. Bakugou scowls before storming over to Kuda's table, dragging Kirishima behind him. Shiro follows them, smile faltering ever so slightly as he glances around, as if unsure that he's actually following the right people. Whether it's because he's not certain who they are impersonating, or whether they are the usual people that his assignment sits with remains unclear, but his wariness is far from hidden. Ashido stands in the middle of the cafeteria for a minute straight before gasping, smiling with delight as she realizes that she, too, can sit at Kuda's table. For a moment, the girl breaks character, all but running to catch up with her friends, only remembering herself halfway through, where she forces herself to walk with a calmness that she doesn't quite feel. Most are able to stay in character, though, as they finally move to their proper places. Ajaru is calm as he sits across from Aoyama, and so is Hagakure when she joins the table that Kuda and the majority of the Baku squad inhabit. Azui takes a spot next to Uraraka with a small smile, and Ida sits at Shinsu's table with the most carefree grin that he can offer. Shuji heads to Midoriya's table as Satu heads to Shinsu's, and Jairu only pauses for a moment before following Satu. Tokoyami and Kaminari take the final spots at Midoriya's table, and that is what stops Todoroki in his tracks, the boy having automatically walked in the direction of his usual table. A conflicted expression covers the boy's face, as minor as the look is, and then the boy sighs and heads to Shinsu's table instead. In the end, it takes 1A roughly 5 minutes for all of their members to sit down, and it's a surprisingly amusing 5 minutes. More amusing is how some groups struggle to interact, while others seem to meld together pretty well. But not much else happens, and so lunch goes on, only a little more chaotic than usual. After the oddity that is lunch comes the time for heroics, and the students of 1A are eager enough to get back into training. Midoriya, too, seems to be eager, the tired slowness of the morning easing away, leaving him more alert. The students of 1A are grateful, even those who know the truth. It is always odd, after all, to see such an energetic student so drained. Tashinori Yagi enters the room, smiling brightly as he does so. "Good afternoon, 1A. Yagi greets, voice gentle yet booming as he asks, "Who's ready for another day of training?" A few whoops and cheers fill the air, along with a sigh of, "Finally," from Midoriya, earning the boy a few glances. But Midoriya pays them no mind, eyes only trained on the retired hero, and so the looks go away, moving to focus on the blonde man. "Today, we will be doing a game of Capture the Flag. More information will be given upon reaching the training grounds, so let's go." The reaction is immediate, 20 students getting up and grabbing their own cases, for that fact, because everyone is quick to grab their own before Midoriya even reaches the shelves. Not that Midoriya seems to mind, simply grabbing his normal case before trailing behind the group, gait lanky and easygoing as he follows their lead. "So," Todoroki says, expression blank as he speaks. "Capture the flag? It will most definitely be interesting." Ida states with an arm chop, and then, more informally, "And it sounds fun." "It's just a shame that we're stuck wearing these costumes," Kaminari murmurs, pulling on his usual gear. "Armor is more my style, don't you think?" As if, Bakugou scoffs with a glare. "If anything, I am the one who would look best in armor." Aoyama glares at the two blondes, but, wisely, chooses to keep his mouth shut. "Well, at least I have my costume," Midoriya drawls. "Unlike you all." "No you don't," Sata points out, and the other boys turn to agree, only to blink in surprise as Midoriya opens his case. Because there's a basic, dark jumpsuit sitting within the case, just like Shinsu's. "How?" Shinso chokes out, and then flips open his own suitcase, only to be filled with another round of confusion. His hero costume is still in the case. But how? That's all the boys of 1A want to know. After all, Shinsu's costume was made by the support students, a project for them thanks to the boys' late arrival into the heroics course. Shaking their heads, the boys of 1A decide that this is a question better left unasked, not wanting to know just how far Midoriya's ability to act and commitment to his bits is. I'm not giving you my capture weapon, Shinso mutters as he grabs his costume out of its case, and Midoriya grins sharply. Why would I need an item of yours? Midoriya asks, pulling off his uniform shirt and revealing a torso covered in white bandages. One hand grabbing the material, his wrist flicks, and the fabric unwraps, the capture weapon activating and unwinding from his midsection, pooling into his hands. I have my own, after all. The locker room falls silent, but Midoriya pays it no mind, getting dressed and winding the weapon around his neck before slipping out of the room. Only then does someone speak, and it's Todoroki who breaks the silence. I think I just short-circuited, Todoroki murmurs, and then he, too, disappears. The rest of the boys follow shortly after, and the girls arrive quickly, and so Yagi begins to give out instructions. For this, we will be following the basic rules of capture the flag. Each team has a flag, which they must plant in their safe zone. Your goal is to defend your flag and gather as many others as you can. The game will go on until time runs out, or a team manages to steal all 4 flags. If you get tapped by someone outside of your safe zone while in their domain, you will be jailed by them until a partner of yours can free you. What if we run into them, but they don't touch us? Midoriya asks, and Yagi hums. That is allowed. And quirk use, of course, is also allowed, so long as you do not hurt your peers. Excessive force will get you benched, and a dangerous injury will award the opponent your flag and cost your grade. Got it. A round of nods prove that the class understands. There will be 4 teams of 5, Yagi announces. You may make these teams as you wish, but do not fight over it. You have 5 minutes, go. As expected, there is immediate chaos. Because for some, there is the struggle of trying to figure out whether or not the teams should focus on the quirks of the actors, or the people they are pretending to be. Quickly, however, they all remember that the latter is more important for their grade, and race to find their usual teammates. And so, after a moment of panic, 4 teams are created. The first consists of Aoyama, Ajiru, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima. The second group has Bakugou, Hagakure, Kuda, Shiro, and Ashido. Then comes the third group, with Shinso, Ida, Todoroki, Jairu, and Satu. And the fourth team is, of course, Midoriya, Tokoyami, Shuji, Azui, and Uraraka. This, of course, means that when the game begins, chaos immediately ensues. Because, as it turns out, it is significantly harder than expected to play a game of capture the flag while trying to act, and perhaps even fight, like a completely different person. Which leads to some interesting events. Which occur all at once, causing pure madness. The class, in their defense, manage to last 2 minutes before everything becomes far too much. Students work together, all 4 groups do their best to act as a cohesive unit. But then Hagakure picks up a bug, looks at Aoyama, and shouts, "Eat bugs, beach!" and throws the bug right on the blonde's face. Chien! Aoyama shrieks, activating his naval laser in his panic and blasting himself back to his team, where he knocks right into Yaoyorozu. Truly, it is no wonder that things begin to go downhill. You can't call them that. Jairu shouts as she races over to Aoyama's group. That's so unmanly. As if emphasizing the word, Jairu throws herself forward, headbutting Ajiru in the stomach and causing him to fall down. She then pulls herself up, reaching out for their nearby flag. Only to hear a scream that makes her whip her head around, because the scream came from her team. Our flag! Ida shouts, racing after a Tokoyami who cackles madly, clutching the flag to his chest like it's his greatest possession. I'm going to do my best. Tokoyami crows, and Dark Shadow whoops along with him before turning around and sucker punching Ida, knocking the boy over. F-. Jairu shouts. Wasn't to do, F-. Kaminari supposed to be on defense? Where is he? Todoroki is, in fact, in jail, having wandered over to Midoriya's side to talk with him. He doesn't seem upset, smiling gently as he talks to Midoriya. I saw this meme online, Todoroki is saying. It was about roads, I believe? Road work ahead? Midoriya responds, and Todoroki perks up. I sure hope it does. Locking eyes with Todoroki, Midoriya murmurs, if any of my opponents arrive, do your best to stop them. Don't let your teammates, or anyone else, touch you. Todoroki nods, and Midoriya looks away, now grinning wildly as he searches for any approaching targets. Meanwhile, Jairu seems to finally understand what went wrong, and sighs as she gets up. He's so love-struck, Jairu mutters. I guess it's up to me. No, Ajiru says calmly, tapping Jairu on the arm. You're captured. F-. Jairu mutters. I can't believe you've done this, bro. What a mad banquet of darkness, Kirishima agrees with the most stoic expression he can muster, and Jairu struggles to hold back her snort. On the other side of the field, Bakugou screams as Uraraka smacks him, taking away his gravity. Azui works quickly, throwing the boy up into the air with her tongue. The blonde tries to shoot himself back down with his explosions, but with his weight decreased, he ends up using far too much firepower, sending himself crashing into the earth. Sorry, Aoyama. Uraraka cries as she darts past Kuda, who yelps and begins to pursue her. But I kind of need this. Azui and Uraraka, now equipped with Bakugou's team's flag, sprint away from the two defenders, now having to face the rapidly approaching Shiro and Ishido. Only for Shuji to appear, lifting Ishido from the ground and throwing her across the field, before doing the same to Uraraka once she passes over Bakugou's flag, chucking her in the direction of the only remaining team that holds a flag. Which is where Shinso is, the boy racing towards the team. Whether this is to claim their flag, or simply to reclaim his teammate, is unclear, but the purple-haired boy is heading straight for them. So when Uraraka lands right in their path, snatching up their flag before sprinting over to an awaiting dark shadow, Shinso is left baffled. And in a flash, it's all over. Uraraka lands on the ground, tossing the final flag to Midoriya, who has 3 others placed gently on their pole. The greenet happily ties the 4th above the rest, dancing around patches of ice that Todoroki had created to defend Midoriya from the other teams, and Yagi calls for the match to end. But before Yagi can speak, there is a scream. One full of rage. Deku! Shinso shouts, hands curling into fists as he storms over to Uraraka. You got in my FING way. You planned that, didn't you? Kakin. Uraraka cries out. I didn't. I dash. Just shut up, you'd med nerd. Shinso interrupts, glaring at the brunette, before shifting his gaze to lock eyes with the fiery blonde of 1A. My goddamn superiority complex means you're wrong, no matter what, because there's no way I could ever make a mistake. What? Bakugou shouts, breaking character to storm at Shinso, polite expression disappearing in an instant. I don't sound like Dash. He moves to lunge at the purple-haired boy, only for Midoriya to intervene, pressing his hand against the blonde's chest. Hey, Midoriya says, and Bakugou scowls. What the F do you want, Dash? Shut the F up, Midoriya cuts Bakugou off, gaze fierce as he stares the blonde down. And Bakugou listens. Truthfully, nobody can tell if it's because he's playing along with Midoriya's acting, or if he did it instinctively, silenced by the force that is Midoriya's swearing mixed with his determined expression. Individually, they assume that it is the latter, because Midoriya is not one to swear with such heat in his tone, such fire in his eyes. And so No is surprised, not truly, when Bakugou shuts his mouth. Nor when he backs away, eyes vacant as he goes. No, they just go back to training, and the day goes on. The day ends yet again, and the students of 1A seem to let out a collective sigh of relief, happy enough to be themselves once more. They leave the room quickly, exiting as soon as Aizawa hands over their grades for the assignment. Now walking back to the dorms, Shinso admits, yeah, Uraraka and I figured each other out last night. How? Midoriya asks, and Uraraka snorts. Shinso caught me struggling to try tying my tie like you do. I must have spent 20 minutes just trying to tie it as awfully as you. Uraraka. Midoriya cries out, but when his friends start laughing, he joins in easily. I'm just surprised that it took people so long to figure out that you were impersonating me, Shinso admits. I didn't get it until lunch, Kaminari admits from behind them. And that's only because I sat with him. You probably didn't hear it, Jairu adds, just as Ida opens the door for the dorms. But when Yamada-sensei went out in the hall, he was calling Aizawa-sensei. Why? Midoriya asks, and Jairu snorts. He didn't realize you were acting, the girl reveals, and Midoriya blinks in surprise. He just thought that you were exhausted, and that you couldn't be bothered today. I think he would have called you back to ask if you were okay if he hadn't figured it out. Oh, Midoriya says, ever so wisely, and Jairu snorts again. I've got to ask, Kirishima calls after Midoriya as the green-haired boy heads into the kitchen, grabbing himself some water. How did you look so exhausted? Those eye bags are super realistic, dude. Oh. These? Pointing to his eye bags, Midoriya smiles brightly. I didn't sleep. Like that at all? Shiro asks, and Midoriya nods. Yep. I figured the best way to prepare would be to stay up the entire night. It gave me a chance to get ahead in some of my studies, too. That probably isn't healthy, Azui points out, and Midoriya laughs. Probably not. But I did the same thing for Aizawa-sensei, too. It's really fun once you've got enough caffeine to get through the day. Maybe it's best if you come sit down, Uraraka says, and Midoriya agrees easily enough, taking a seat next to Todoroki, who stiffens up in surprise before smiling. Once Midoriya gets comfortable, and the rest of the Deku squad take their own spots on the couches, conversation continues, slipping away from his acting to talk about the others that they had seen. But when Aizawa walks into the common room, the students can't help but look up, curious. Aizawa-sensei, Ida greets, already standing up. Did you need something? 2 things, Aizawa agrees. First, Midoriya. Yes? Midoriya perks up, and Aizawa offers a slight smile. Just wanted to let you know that you won't have an assignment for a few days. Take a break, kid. You look ready to pass out, Shinso teases, and Midoriya beams. We match. The greenet agrees easily, causing Shinso to snort. But what's the second thing, sensei? Right. Letting out a sigh, Aizawa asks, why is Namuri asking me for pants and skirts? Oh. Uraraka exclaims, hopping up. I'll go get those. Be right back. And with that, she dashes off, racing to the elevator. Aizawa blinks, then looks to Midoriya. Explain. Kayama-sensei let the girls, and Aoyama, borrow the clothes needed for today's assignment, Midoriya explains easily. It was likely Yaoyorozu or Hagakure, or maybe Aoyama, who remembered that Kayama-sensei teaches a unit on makeup and disguises, and spread the news so that those who preferred to could change up their uniform. Why haven't you done that? Aizawa asks. Instead of buying an entire wardrobe. Well, that's simple. Midoriya laughs. Sensei, she would never have half of the stuff I've had to wear. I think Kayama-sensei would resign before ever keeping a turtleneck in her classroom. Say turtleneck again and I'm disowning you, Aizawa threatens, and Midoriya nods before freezing, mouth dropping open. You'll what? And that's how Tuesday ends, with Midoriya's friends laughing at his surprised reaction, and plenty of joy to go around. Yes, the day has been chaotic, but it has been good. And whatever comes next will be much the same. And somewhere, sometime, later that night, the boy with green hair and a golden heart will receive a message, one that offers a new assignment. One that is for Friday, one that is new and different and intriguing in its own way. And the text will advise Midoriya to bring it up, when he sees the principal tomorrow, for their weekly meeting. To plan, to discuss. A text is sent, a message delivered, an eager, albeit surprised, response coming in return. A whole new world is opened, and the future will be far more than before. As is the nature of a plus. Ultra school, no. Oh, how they will weep. The students of 1A should have known, truly. With how quiet it had been, how peaceful the days had become. It was only a matter of time, really. Only a quick reprieve, before everything went wrong. They should have seen it coming. Day after day, the stakes grew higher. A slow crawl of rising tension and expectations became a sprint to the top, their peer becoming bolder, brighter, better with each passing day. Days of preparation turned to hours, and still he shined like a star. But not today. No, not today. Today, something is terribly off about Midoriya, the boy walking into the room with a gait that is familiar yet unplaceable, red shoes moving against the floor at a lackadaisical pace. It's unnerving, how he can move so silently yet command their presence with his saunter alone. With shoulders rounded back casually and head tilted just so, he seems to be looking down on them all despite his shorter stature. It doesn't make sense. It's discomforting. The bell rings, the day begins, and the students of 1A have no idea who Midoriya is, or what the day will become. They will regret not knowing. Hisashi knows well, by now, the way a great day can become awful in the blink of an eye, or how a day of worry can change into one of wonder and delight in half the time. And he knows well, too, that Izuku Midoriya seems to hold a switch of his own, a control that flips his mood with his acting alone. There's no way he couldn't know this, not with how Shoyuta has weaponized the boy and his impersonation skills, not with how Nezu has taken a personal interest in the boy and made him his own student. But this one is odd, Hisashi will admit to himself. Because Midoriya is rather unresponsive. Not quite how he normally is, where he didn't acknowledge someone until he was addressed correctly. Rather it seems that no one has a clue how to address him. And they're trying, oh how they're trying. Ashido and Kaminari are talking to one another, loudly shouting out names and watching Midoriya unashamedly, waiting to see which one will make his eyes spark, coming to attention. Because Midoriya has found a way to mute the sparks in his eyes, and only let them show when he lets them, a feat that both impresses and terrifies Hisashi, because it's a difficult task but one that makes no sense to have, not unless Midoriya had to hide his joy, once, and oh, isn't that a thought? But Midoriya isn't reacting, simply watching, letting the two continue. And he's watching Todoroki, who is working with Uraraka in an attempt to figure out who the boy is in a calmer fashion. It's him from a different reality. Todoroki exclaims. One where he was If you call him someone's love child one more time, I'm going to have Ida give you the talk. Uraraka threatens, and Hisashi retracts his statement, partially worried about which talk Todoroki needs to have. A chill goes down Hisashi's spine, and he turns his head to see that Midoriya is now watching him, head tilted slightly to the right, letting his hair fall down the side of his face as he pins Hisashi with a gaze that is both intense and fanatic. And Hisashi freezes in place, and a small part of him begins to scream that something isn't right. Midoriya shuts his eyes, slowly, deliberately. The feeling goes away, and Hisashi laughs it off. "All right, everyone. Let's start today's lesson." Hisashi cries out. The feeling of being watched returns midway through the lesson, and it never fully fades. And neither does the feeling that Hisashi is being analyzed and torn apart, dissected and noted with a critical eye. It's unsettling, but it's fine. After all, Aizawa would never assign Midoriya to be someone unheroic, would he? No, of course not. By the time that lunch comes around, the students of 1A are far too on edge. And when the bell rings for lunch, some of them are all too quick to exit the room, knowing that they don't want to know what Midoriya will say to any questions of theirs. Others wait and watch as Midoriya stands up and walks out behind them, hands tucked casually into his pockets as he slips out of the door. Uraraka stands up first, the only one to peek out, head turning this way and that before she turns around with a confused expression. "I didn't see him," Uraraka says, the words feeling odd as they slide off of her tongue. The few who remain in the room, Todoroki, Ida, Azui, and Shinso, follow her out. They roam the nearby halls, surprised that there's no sight of the boy. They run into Aizawa sooner, who holds a jelly packet in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. "Sensei," Ida greets with the usual arm chop, and Aizawa looks at them with a tired, disinterested expression. "Yes?" he asks, and Azui is the one to explain. "We're looking for Midoriya, Karo. He slipped away too fast for us to find him." "You've been able to find him every other time," Todoroki adds. "Do you know where he is today?" But Aizawa shakes his head, expression pulling into something unreadable as he says, "I have no idea where Midoriya is." They decide to call it quits, when he says that, accepting that they, yet again, are unable to have lunch with their friend. At the very least, they're glad that Midoriya gets to enjoy himself, but it is rather disheartening to not get to spend lunch with him so many times in a row. When they return from lunch, however, it's to an odd sight. Midoriya is already sitting in his spot, looking as if he never left. He's smiling, too, a wide grin covering his face. It looks wrong. Unhinged, almost, but that doesn't make sense. Why would Midoriya wear an expression like that? His friends wonder, but then the rest of the class is returning and the bell is ringing and All Might is entering the room. "We'll be heading to training Gym Gamma." All Might cheers, the enthusiasm reminding them all of the powerful presence he held for so long, now replaced by a smaller, gentler one. "Grab your training gear, get dressed, and we'll get started." The students of 1A do as told, grabbing their cases and heading for the locker rooms. And no one knows when, but at some point between one bend and the next, Midoriya disappears. No one knows what to do. When Toshinori calls for his students to head to Gym Gamma, he can't help but falter right after speaking. Because when he speaks, his eyes roam the room. And when they land on Midoriya, they're stuck. It's not that Midoriya is doing anything unusual. He's still paying attention, his eyes still tracking Toshinori as he gestures and smiles. He's still dressed in his normal uniform, still has his hands resting on his desk in that Midoriya way. But he's off. And when Toshinori leaves the room, he can't help but notice how the hallway isn't quite so frigid. But nothing is more alarming than when the students finally enter Gym Gamma. And Midoriya doesn't walk in with them. And then the lights go out, metal blinds slamming down to block the light from coming in through the windows. Only fine lights of light slip in through the smallest of slits between blind and window ledge, and from underneath the door. A few gasps ring through the air, and then Toshinori hears footsteps, only a single pair, too casual in their clicking across the cement. A laugh cuts through the silence, sharp and chilling, grating and maniacal. Then a voice breaks through the silence, Midoriya's voice, carrying through the room, and things begin to make sense. Well, look at the little heroes. How long has it been since I last saw you? Only a few months, right? When I stole one of your own as loot. When we took down your main boss, ridding him of his strength. Oh, but you must remember it as the day you took down Sensei. Well, no more. Today, I'll show you how it feels. Your Kirishima is the one to start the sentence, but he is not the one to finish it. No, it is Bakugou who shouts, "You're Shigaraki. You BSTRD nerd. And you're just NPCs." Midoriya crows. Little figures who can't see past their base code, who only look at character skins and not the stats behind them. Well, why don't we see how buffed your stats are? A scream follows Midoriya's words, then a thud, and Toshinori watches Todoroki light up 2 seconds later. And Midoriya. He looks unhinged, smiling widely as he lunges at Todoroki, who dodges and holds a flame out as a light source that the others begin to head towards. But Midoriya is too quick, too fierce, and just like that Todoroki is down and his light extinguished. The fight goes on in the dark, and for a moment Toshinori can't stop his breaths from coming out quick and short, his brain screaming about how he can't do anything, even though another part of him knows this is his boy, beneath it all. One by one, Toshinori hears thuds and shouts and movement, but he cannot see where, cannot do a thing. And one by one, he hears less people talking, hears laughter coming closer, hears feet skittering all around yet nowhere near. And when the lights finally flicker back on, a hand reaches out and grabs Toshinori by the throat. Belatedly, Toshinori realizes that only 4 fingers touch the skin, the last, the pinky, held up in the air still. Toshinori glances around at the students that he can see, and his eyes widen as he realizes just how many have been taken down, knocked to the floor. At least 10 lay on the ground, and 3 more struggle to stand. The rest, Toshinori can't spot. I hold victory right in my grasp, Midoriya rasps, voice unnerving with how it comes out, devoid of the natural cheer that Toshinori usually hears when the boy talks about victory. On any other day, Midoriya would be enthusiastic about his win, joyous and jubilant and grinning like he'd just been titled the #1 hero. But there is no joy in Midoriya's voice, only boredom, and Toshinori can tell that his successor is not smiling. And with the boy's fingers wrapped around his throat, and the intense aura radiating from his successor, Toshinori can't quite find it in himself to breathe. Not until he's let go, Midoriya pushing him away and backing up, expression twisted into one of disappointment as he says, "This should have been the final round, but you were nothing but a tutorial." Hands slipping back into his pockets, Midoriya begins to walk away, as if he hadn't just taken down all of his peers. He pauses at the exit, head turning as he says, "I expect a harder level, next time. You all need to gain more experience." Midoriya disappears, and the bell rings not seconds later, signaling the end of the day. But all anyone can focus on is the state of Gym Gamma, and what a state of disarray it's been left in. Cracks line the floor, some spots in the ground completely gone, the only hint of their existence being the crater and the fine powdering of dust that remains. To Toshinori, it's all too reminiscent of the dust that Shigaraki leaves behind when he uses his quirk, as if Midoriya had decayed the very floor they stand on. But that can't be possible, right? Right? Izuku slips into his room, smiling as he slips off his blazer and takes off his tie. He drops onto his bed, joy growing as he sees some of the photos on his walls, pictures of past memories and the people he's portrayed, along with some reactions he'd garnered on the way. He's sure that Nezu will have more pictures for him, on Wednesday, taken from the security cameras that litter the school grounds. He can already guess when a few of them will be, times noted in his phone of moments where some of his peers were especially surprised. Izuku snorts as he remembers the conversation he had with Aizawa and Nezu the day before, where they decided that he'd be impersonating Shigaraki. Or, more specifically, Nezu had decided that he'd be a villain, Aizawa had approved, and Izuku had chosen just who he should be. And had come up with the perfect way to show his skill, with a fight in the dark. It'll teach them situational awareness, somehow, Aizawa claimed, and Nezu chuckled. Yes. And training in the dark as you mentioned, Midoriya. What a wonderful idea. They do need to know how to fight without relying on sight. The principal said cheerfully, and Midoriya smiled. So, does that mean you're willing to trigger the blinds without the alarm going through? He asked, and received a sharp smile in return that made his own worsen, becoming more like his teacher's. Izuku thinks it went well, all things considered. Aizawa has already texted him, saying that they're going to have more lessons on fighting blind in the future. It's a good skill to have, being able to rely on senses when others go missing. And sure, Izuku only picked up this skill because he was afraid he would lose his sight or hearing, the consequences of being too close to so many loud, bright explosions, of having said explosions brought his way when he inevitably disappointed or angered his once best friend, but it's one he's glad to have. Being able to maneuver in the dark, to remember where everything is from only a few seconds of observation and be able to predict what may change, it's definitely a skill that one needs to hold. So Izuku doesn't regret acting as a villain, no matter how wrong it felt to mimic the blue-haired male's morals. Acting as Shigaraki had been odd, but intriguing all the same. To act as the villain who seems almost like a parallel to Izuku, Izuku hums, his gaze rising upwards, resting now on the ceiling. What worries Izuku most of all, he thinks, is how Izuku hadn't done much to change himself, not really. Shigaraki truly felt like an odd parallel of himself, simply starting at the wrong beginning and falling from there, spiraling into a different direction that Izuku was lucky enough not to go. Because Izuku knows he is lucky to be a hero student. To be here, instead of a villain running off of hatred and spite. To be someone hurt by the system and wanting to change it, rather than being filled with the urge to tear it all apart. Yeah, Izuku is lucky, and a part of him wonders just what the difference is between his origin and Shigaraki's. But another focuses on the knocking on his door, and that's the part that gets Izuku to slip off of his bed, opening the door and beaming as Todoroki offers a soft smile in return. "We're watching a movie in the common room," Todoroki says. "Want to join us?" "Of course." Izuku agrees happily, and his heart is full of joy as he ends the day on a positive note, worries and wonders being left behind. Now, if only his hands weren't so numb and continuously tingling. It's a sunny Saturday morning, and the students of 1A are sitting in their classroom, wondering what today's lesson will be about. It's not often, for them, to be called into classes on a Saturday, after all. Even with the dorms being implemented, Yui understands that their students need time to rest, to recover, and take the time to study and to relax on their own pacing and volition, and so Saturday lessons are infrequent at best, and quite honestly rather rare. So to be called in for a class? Well, it just means that something special is occurring. And it isn't related to Izuku Midoriya's acting, surprisingly enough, because the green-haired boy is as confused and curious as the rest, talking with Shudo Todoroki and Hitoshi Shinso as they try to guess what may be about to occur. Maybe Aizawa-sensei has come up with a new lesson, and didn't want to interfere with his previous plans? Midoriya suggests. Or it's something related to your acting. Shinso counters, to which Midoriya shakes his head. It can't be, sensei always tells me when he has something planned for me for the assignments. And you're still responding to Midoriya, Todoroki murmurs, almost to himself. So we know you're not acting. I'm not, no, Midoriya agrees, and those who hear the confirmation feel just a touch better, knowing that Midoriya's chaos is contained for at least one more day. Maybe Aizawa wants to give us a talk, Todoroki guesses, to which Midoriya frowns, tilting his head. What would he be talking to us about? Midoriya asks, and then lights up. Oh, I know. You do? Shinso and Todoroki ask in sync, one decidedly more nervous than the other when Midoriya nods his head. Yeah. It must be something to do with our provisional licenses. We've had them for a while, after all, yet haven't used them. Maybe there's a new kind of internship that we're going to do. There is, Aizawa says, entering the room with a timing so perfect that many of his students cannot help but startle. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. The room falls silent, 20 gazes set on their teachers, curious and eager. Even the three who do not hold their provisional licenses, Todoroki, Bakugou, and Shinso, show interest, wanting to know more. Aizawa nods approvingly at their silence, then turns his head, sweeping his eyes over the room. After the sports festival, Aizawa begins, you all went to intern with a hero of your choice. You were able to learn through observance, but you were not allowed to act due to your lack of licenses. Which is stupid, Todoroki mutters softly, while Midoriya and Ida do their best to not make eye contact with their teacher, one holding in laughter, the other, oblivious to Todoroki's comment, holding back shame. Now that you are equipped with the necessary licenses, Aizawa says, unaware of or perhaps simply too tired to care about Todoroki's comment, you are able to return to internships. This time, you are now able to partake in work studies. But how much of a difference can it make? Kaminari asks. I mean, we've already dealt with villains before, won't we get the experience through the League attacking us? Or Midori could just keep acting as villains. Ashido pipes up. He's terrifying when he's trying to be mean. And probably a better fighter than most villains we'll encounter, Shiro admits. Midoriya may be good, Aizawa agrees easily, because he's not blind to the success of the boy he considers his own son, but work studies are an experience that you all need to go through. But if you don't want to take my word for it, take theirs. And the door slams open. 3 figures walk in, one after the other. First comes a blonde, with happy eyes and a matching grin that makes him seem like a ray of sunshine himself. Behind him is a girl with long, blue hair and a swaying gait, hands clasped together and tucked behind her back as she glances around, eyes flitting through the room nonstop. Third is a boy with dark purple hair and elvish ears, with shoulders hunched and head tucked. Class, Aizawa says. Meet Mirio Togata, Nijire Hato, and Tamaki Amajiki. The big three of Yui. The title is inspiring, even if the students have no clue what it means. These 3 are considered the strongest students of Yui, stronger than some pros, even, Aizawa explains, and then says, go. Hey hey. Hato greets, hands unclasping to wave cheerfully. It's nice to meet you. We're here to talk about work studies, right? Quickly, her gaze flips to focus on Aizawa, who nods with a sigh. Perfect. So, work studies may sound boring, based on name alone, and who named them, anyways? The class blinks in surprise. Are they supposed to know? Her perplexed expression makes it seem this way, and so Ida raises his hand in hopes of helping his upperclassmen. It was likely one of the teachers, Ida explains dutifully, one arm stiffly chopping through the air. And they dash. That makes sense. Hato agrees, cutting the blue-haired boy off. You're really smart, huh? Is it because you have glasses? Do you need glasses, or is it just an aesthetic choice? I can't see glasses being as effective as contacts on the field, they must break a lot. Ida sputters, arm chopping wildly. My glasses are dash. And you? Hato chirps, leaning over the podium to point at Shuji. Your mask is neat, but why do you wear it? I wear it because dash, Shuji starts to explain, only to be cut off as well. Time and time again, Hato switches from person to person, questions leaving her lips quicker than anyone can answer. From Uraraka's ever-present blush to how much gel Kirishima uses in a day, no one is safe from her inquiries. And you? Hato chirps, pointing at Midoriya. You're the actor, right? Midoriya nods, and Hato hums. So is it true? That you're the secret love child of Dash? Hato, Aizawa cuts in, ending her sentence midway. Stop questioning the students. Someone else, explain. Fine. Amajiki, you're up. Hato commands, turning around to face the purple-haired boy, who is currently shaking as he faces the wall, head slammed against the chalkboard. I can't do this, Amajiki murmurs. No matter what I do. They're too much. A soft, oh, mood can be heard from Shinso, but the rest of the class simply watches on as Togata jumps forward, slamming his hands on the podium. Right, Togata says. Guess it's up to me, yeah? Say it with me if you know the answer. Life is going to be? Silence. Grim. Togata cheers. But that's all right, because that's what Yui trains us for. And what's a good way to prepare? More silence, and Togata slams his hands on the podium again. Work studies. But you guys don't seem to be the talking type, huh? Or maybe it's just this Q&A that you're not fond of. Either way, I know how to prove my point. Fight me. All of you against one of me, yeah? And this time, he gets a response, in the form of one loud, collective, yeah. And so it begins. Oh Kami, it begins. Shoyuta Aizawa has an idea of what to expect the moment that Togata challenges his students to a fight. He knows, for one, that there is a 50, perhaps as high as 70% chance that Todoroki will decline to fight. Not because the boy does not want to fight, of course, but because he will not feel that he has the right. Not when the boy failed to pass the provisional licensing exam. And, yes, that was not so long ago, and yet was not so recent, and so perhaps Shoyuta should feel as if it's more likely that the dual-tone student should have accepted his failure and seen this opportunity as a chance to test his current skills, with or without a license, but Shoyuta knows his students. And so he is not surprised when Todoroki does as expected, standing off to the side, instead encouraging Midoriya to do his best before leaning against the wall, calm and silent as he tends to be, when he is not flustered by the sight of the aforementioned boy. And with Todoroki declining, it only makes sense that Bakugou does the same, letting out a huff and slamming his back into the wall more than leaning against it, hands clenching with the urge to do his best, but not wanting to somehow look bad compared to the only other one to fail the exam. Finally there is Shinso, who declines to partake in the activity, another variable that Shoyuta had accounted for. Shinso, after all, is still new, very new, and wasn't even given the chance to take the exam. No, Shinso will be joining Bakugou and Todoroki when they take their additional, remedial lessons. Afterwards, all three will have the chance to prove themselves yet again. But for now, Shoyuta watches as three of his students move away from the rest, out of the way and acting as an audience, each focused on different people. Or, perhaps not, as Todoroki and Shinso seem to be speaking, gesturing in the same direction. Bakugou, meanwhile, keeps his eyes trained a completely different way. Shoyuta knows what the central focus is. They have the right idea, to be quite honest. Shoyuta lets his eyes trail back, gaze flitting over the 17 students of his own that oppose Togata. Togata, too, seems to be sizing them up, calculating, analyzing. He's looking for the weak spots, no doubt finding them. And Shoyuta knows that he will take out the majority in the first minute alone, and most will be down in the next. Togata will be fast, and he will be fierce. Yet not perfect. Because while Shoyuta has a clue, Togata does not. And that makes it all the more satisfying, watching everything play it. In another world, perhaps, this fight would have finished in less than 3 minutes. Togata is quick, smart, and a heavy hitter. His training with Sir Night-Eye turned him from the smallest of threats to the most dangerous person to oppose, and Togata clearly knows this, confidence in his movements as he sinks into the floor, only to pop back out, taking down one of Shuta's students in the blink of an eye. But the fight does not end in 3 minutes, and for one reason alone. Izuku Midoriya, the lone remaining fighter. In some other world, Midoriya would have had a fighting chance, Shoyuta will give him that. The boy is bright, analytical, and Togata does have his tells, signs that show his plans. Midoriya would catch on, at least somewhat. But in this world? In this world, Midoriya has so much more. Because Izuku Midoriya has impersonated a multitude of people over the past 3 weeks, including their fighting styles. So when Togata sinks into the ground, trying to surprise his opponent, his kid does the exact same thing, switching up his way of fighting, and the entire match with it. It's a bizarre amalgamation of styles, the way Midoriya jumps from one way of moving to the next, switching as if it's as easy as breathing, as natural as flexing a limb. When Togata first gets close, Midoriya aims a brutal punch, a familiar shout of some American state falling from a perfect smile. But then, when Togata melds into the ground, Midoriya takes to the sky, pinballing himself against the walls, grinning gleefully, more wildly, much like Gran Torino. And it's impossible to miss how Togata came up, expecting to find a first year, only for Midoriya to shoot himself back down, a human bullet crackling green lightning. And he even begins to make an impact, Greenet colliding with Blonde until the third year throws himself out of the way, effectively avoiding half of the blow. But Midoriya isn't stopped, or swayed, and when Togata turns around, the boy has taken on a far-range style, imitating Snipe as his expression changes, eyes more serious, gaze steadier as he lifts his hand, flicking his fingers and sending a blast of air the Blonde's way. It does not hit, but it forces Togata away, where the Blonde cannot reach him from. And this is how the match goes, on and on, with Midoriya taking to the walls or forcing Togata back until 10 minutes have passed, and finally, Shoyuta has to call, alright, that's a draw. Because really, neither boy would have stopped, and it was just a waiting game to see who cracked first. And for some odd reason, Shoyuta doesn't think that his problem child would be the one to break. He's seen how far Midoriya will go, after all, to prove a point. It's as terrifying as it is impressive, and so Shoyuta is fine with ending the match as it is. This way, at least, neither will have to face an unstoppable enemy in a battle of persistence and power. Not anymore. Neither seemed too upset over the sudden halt, luckily enough, both boys smiling at one another, Midoriya lowering his hand, Togata dropping his pose and returning to a more casual position. You're really impressive. Togata compliments. I think Sir would really like you. Sir? Midoriya asks, and then, in his words, you mean Sir Night-Eye? The very one, Togata agrees, and Midoriya gapes openly as the third year turns, facing the rest of Shuta's class, who are finally rising. Work studies are the main reason I was able to take you all down so quickly. My mentor worked me to the bone, but it's hard work like that helps you get to the top. Shoyuta watches his students, seeing how the idea wins them over. Work studies seem much more promising, now that they've had a taste of the power difference. Now that they have a goal to surpass, a strength to reach and make their own. We'll be on our way now, Togata says, picking up his shirt and pulling it on. You guys keep aiming for the sky, and go beyond. Alright? Alright. Midoriya chirps, and his peers agree quickly, chiming in with their own agreements. Togata laughs, and then he leaves, Hato and Amajiki following behind. The big three exit the gym, and Shoyuta uses the time to turn to his students, saying, experience is one of the greatest assets that you can have, and the things that you learn will depend on who you choose to work with. Think about who you want to be as a hero, and what you need to learn. Work studies will affect your future, it's up to you to make the right decisions. You're dismissed. And as his students leave the room, Shoyuta knows that his students will heed his advice. It's in their plus ultra nature, after all. And as his students return to their dorms, Shoyuta will work on something else. Tsukachi should have arrived on campus by now, after all. As their homeroom teacher goes to Nedzu's office, ready to speak with a familiar detective and the sadistic creature himself about burning down a school and dancing in its ashes, the students of 1A head into the dorms, happy that the day is done, even as it only just begins. Some, like Yuga Aoyama, immediately head back to their rooms, murmuring about beauty rest before slipping away. Others, however, continue on with the day, up with the sun and ready for the day. Aijiro Kirishima races to grab a water bottle, mentioning something about gym time with one BS Tetsu before heading right back out, and Tenya Ida leaves not much longer, ready to go for a run now that he is free from class. And then there are those who simply remain in the common room, or stray only so far as the kitchen, content to stay in the presence of their peers even if only a while longer. This is how Izuku Midoriya, Hitoshi Shinso, Shudo Todoroki, Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tsuyu Azui, and Fumikage Tokoyami remain, lounging on couches as those like Rikadu Satu, Kuji Kuda, and Mezu Shuji head into the kitchen. 10 students within the orbit of one another, happy as they are. Silence does not last long, of course, with Shinso being the one to break the silence to ask, "So, you guys excited for your work studies?" "Yeah." Midoriya agrees. "I mean, I'm not sure who I'll go with. I doubt Gran Torino would take me back. If he's even allowed to train me anymore, but I should be able to find someone." "Why can't Gran Torino train you anymore?" Uraraka asks, head tilting, and Midoriya laughs nervously. "Oh. That's because of the whole Hosu incident. Right. When Stain got to you, yeah." Uraraka guesses, and Midoriya nods. "Yeah. And because I likely can't go back to him, I need to find a new hero to accept me." "Didn't Togata say that his mentor would like you, Karo?" Azui asks, and Midoriya lights up. "Right. Sir Night-Eye, All Might's only sidekick that he ever had. They were a perfect duo of brains and bronze, and Sir Dash. You know a lot about him, huh?" Shinso murmurs, and Midoriya nods excitedly. "Sir Night-Eye was an inspiration of mine as a kid, although I admittedly didn't know much about him. Kind of like Aizawa-sensei, actually." "Sir Night-Eye and Aizawa were your inspirations?" Tokoyami asks. "I would have presumed that it was All Might." "All Might was my favorite hero," Midoriya agrees easily. "And he's always been someone to admire. But one hand reaching up to rub at his neck, Midoriya admits, I was a late bloomer. Like really late." "How late is really late?" Todoroki asks, and Midoriya chuckles, although he's noticeably tenser than he was just seconds ago. "Try the entrance exam?" "The entrance exam," Tokoyami repeats, and Midoriya nods, gaze drifting down to the floor. "Yeah. I don't know who was the most surprised when that happened, me, perhaps? When I realized I'd gotten a quirk." "You mean you went into the exam, thinking that you were quirkless?" Yaoyorozu asks. "That's foolish," Midoriya asks, shoulders hunching. "I know. I was running around blind, it was disheartening." "I was going to say admirable, actually," Yaoyorozu corrects gently, and Midoriya lifts his head. "Really?" "Yeah." Uraraka pipes up. "Deku, you ran to save me despite thinking you were quirkless. Everyone else ran the other way, even Ida. That's the heart of a hero in the making, right there," Azui adds. "But then what was your plan, for heroics? If your inspirations were those like Sir Night-Eye and Aizawa-sensei, but your idol was All Might." "Well," Midoriya shrugs, casting a quick look at his friends before staring back down at the floor. "I always wanted to be a hero like All Might. I wanted to inspire people, to make them feel safe. But I knew that wasn't a viable option, you know? I was quirkless, that's what we all knew. So you looked into the underground side." Yaoyorozu states, and Midoriya nods. "I did." Smiling wistfully, Midoriya explains, "It's why I got into analysis. Eraserhead used his capture scarf to help when his quirk did nothing. Night-Eye was able to predict whatever an opponent did, even when without his quirk, the best underground heroes all focused on brain over brawn. So that's what I did. I didn't have a quirk that could level buildings with a punch, so I prioritized speed." "What changed?" Azui asks, and Midoriya snorts. "As it turns out, building muscle was what I needed. My quirk had a prerequisite, one we never knew of. If I had used my quirk before training for the entrance exam. Well, the doctors say my limbs may have come right off." Instantly, his peers hiss in sympathy, Todoroki's hand clenching instinctually from his spot beside Midoriya. The green-haired boy, however, just shrugs, although his smile seems less radiant than normal, more somber, more solemn. As if he's remembering a time he'd rather not. His peers notice, of course, seeing the way his eyes dim, and this is why Uraraka cannot help but pipe up, saying, "Well, I'm glad you made it as you are. It would have been cool to see you acting like a mini Aizawa, though." "Doesn't he already?" Shinso asks, but then, looking at Midoriya, I'm really impressed, though. My quirk already caused me issues, but having none." Whistling, Shinso shakes his head. "Goddamn, Mido, I don't know how you did it. The darkness within you is little, and the sun prevails strongly and with great persistence," Tokoyami agrees, and Midoriya blushes, flustered by the way his peers agree. "Guys. It's nothing special, really. I'm just glad to be here, quirk or no quirk. And you'd be here either way," Azui says easily. "Quirk or no quirk, Karo. Aizawa probably would have claimed you as his son even faster," Shinso agrees teasingly, but his smile is sincere all the while, and Midoriya can't help but tear up. "You guys think I could have made it, even as a quirkless hero?" Midoriya asks, and is met with immediate nods, no hesitation to be seen. Midoriya, Todoroki murmurs, and Midoriya looks his way. You would have been unstoppable, just as you are now. And Midoriya? Well, Midoriya is a simple soul, and so when confronted with an abundance and kindness over his past quirklessness, an abundance he never received as a child? Well, tears are shed. But with them come the brightest of smiles, and the knowledge that the future will be just as great. And right now? Right now, this is more than enough. Katsuki Bakugou lets out a sigh as his peers move past his spot, unaware of him as he stands behind the corner. Another day, perhaps, they would have noticed him, would have caught his presence. But today? Today, Katsuki watches as Deku walks out of the building, 6 of the other extras joining him. Ponytail, Frogface, Roundface, Mindfucker, Birdbrain, and Half follow him easily, the 7 talking about things to do, places to go. I kind of want ice cream, you know? Roundface asks, and then, do you think Aizawa-sensei will let us head out? If Mito is the one to ask, yeah, Shinso agrees, earning a startled laugh and flustered denial from Deku. As if he's still not used to it, despite this being, what? The end of 3 weeks of assignments? 3 weeks of Hobo-sensei giving him special privileges for the sake of his acting, to the point that he let Deku expel someone, and he still doesn't get it? Whose fault is that? His mind asks, and Katsuki doesn't want to think about the answer. But that's the problem, isn't it? Isn't it? It is. And Katsuki knows this. Kami, does he know this? It's been shoved in his face enough to make it plenty clear, after all. These past few weeks haven't just been a chance for Deku to be lifted higher, after all. No, they've been a chance for Katsuki to be ripped to shreds, to have his flaws shown to light, glaringly bright to the point that Katsuki can't block it out, can't ignore the truth. Can't ignore that he's not who he thought he was. That Katsuki isn't the perfect person that he thought that he was. And it's not just about how Katsuki views himself, is it? No, it's how others see him, too. Look at that, the nerd has a mouth on him. And here I thought that was beat out of you years ago. Sharp glares, biting remarks. Deku's words were a clear reference, a time Katsuki had never thought to look back on with anything other than apathy. Watch where you're going, worthless freak. Can't a useless thing like you even walk right? Or is that too difficult? Like you can ever be a hero? You can't even think without the words falling out of your head. Heroes aren't creeps, Deku. Words from his very own mouth, shown through a screen, by his teacher and principal. Take a swan dive off of the roof, and pray for a quirk in the next life. Katsuki can't forget how his teacher glared, his chambered anger rising more and more, clear and cold as black, but then red, eyes peered down on him. How the rat never looked once at the screen, always training those beady eyes on him. Dissecting him. Finding every single flaw. The F, do you want? Mindfucker shouted. And the class flinched. Looked away. They were afraid. Just shut up, you'd med nerd. My goddamn superiority complex means you're wrong, no matter what, because there's no way I could ever make a mistake. No one had spoken against the statement, no one had disagreed. Roundface had played along, Deku had stopped him from interfering. Nothing else had happened. Is that really how they all see him? As a villain? As nothing more than someone crass and cruel, with no regards for anyone who isn't himself? What does it say, that his peers were afraid when Deku acted as him? That mindfucker only saw him as someone who screamed and insulted others? What does it mean, that Katsuki can't even blame them? Katsuki doesn't know. He doesn't know, and that pisses him off. He doesn't like not knowing things, not understanding. He doesn't like being the only one out of the loop. But that's where he is, so out of bounds that he can't see the lines, realizing that the ones he saw were nothing but illusions long shattered. Katsuki isn't the best of the best, he's learned this well. He's known this since the first day, since the quirk test that revealed so much to him, Deku's given quirk, the fact that others had better, brighter, more practical powers than him, that he wasn't the top dog, in such a short frame of time. But now? Now, Katsuki thinks he's worse than he thought. And maybe just maybe, Deku was more than Katsuki assumed. Even before All Might's quirk, if what the extras say are true. God damn it. God damn it. Katsuki is going to have to book extra sessions with the Hound, isn't he? Whatever. Whatever it takes, to reach the top. To be more than the villain that he's made himself out to be, that he's made himself along the way. He won't lose. Not ever. Not like this. Shoyuta sighs as he leans back, feeling more exhausted than normal as he watches Tsukachi organize his papers, putting them back into their proper folders with a special sort of care that comes with a case like this. Beside him, Nedzu looks as if he's alive with energy, paws vibrating and ears twitching as he stares at the wall, as if he's calculating the answer to an equation that only he can see. finding a way to solve this mess, to fix the variables and line them up so that events can begin to cancel out. And, thankfully, it seems that they've almost finished the first part, the first formula plugged in correctly. But Shoyuta is too tired to keep thinking in nonsensical, illogical mathematical terms, and so he lets his thoughts slip away, focusing on other things. He knows, after all, that he will only grow angrier if he has to think of what that goddamn school did to his son for one moment longer. So Shoyuta hums, and he lets his eyes shut, chin tucking into his capture weapon as he tries to find something else to think about. A knock on the door interrupts this attempt, and Shoyuta blinks. Who would even know to look here, after all? Come on in. Netsu chirps, unconcerned by the oddity of someone knowing exactly where they are, when they're hidden away in one of the numerous conference rooms located around Yui, but then the door is being pushed open and Shoyuta loses any of the apprehension that had caused his shoulders to tense and hands to rise, curling into the fabric around his neck. Ah, sensei? Midoriya calls out, clearly nervous, hands a little shaky, smile wobbling a bit too much even as it shines. Shoyuta can't help but stand, moving automatically, coming closer to the kid. Yeah, kid? He's been crying, Shoyuta notes, seeing the red in the boy's eyes, the faint trails that haven't fully disappeared. What do you need? Midoriya starts, and the use of we is what makes Shoyuta aware of the 6 other students that linger nearby, clearly waiting for their friend. We were wondering if we could go out for a bit? Off campus? The words are all questions. It's clear that Midoriya is shaken by something, to be so worried with Aizawa again. He hasn't been this nervous in a while. Not since the confrontation, the talk that started this all. Shoyuta wonders what the kid was talking about, that his friends look ready to pick him up, should he fall, emotionally or physically. He has a feeling that he knows, though. Where to? Shoyuta asks, and Midoriya seems to grow more confident with the lack of immediate rejection, shoulders losing their hunched, timid curve as he says, Uraraka was in the mood for ice cream, and we thought that sounded nice. We would only be a few hours, sensei. Just a few hours? Shoyuta repeats, and Midoriya nods quickly. All right. Just make sure you don't run into any villains. Got it, problem child? Midoriya flushes red, but he nods enthusiastically nonetheless. Of course. We'll be back soon. Let me know when you do, Shoyuta instructs. Or else I'll send Yamada to act as a beacon. He'll happily shout across the city to locate you. Really? Midoriya asks, far too enthusiastically for something that was meant to be a threat, and Shoyuta has to hold back the fond sigh that fills his chest. Go get your ice cream, Shoyuta says instead, and then, looking at the others. Don't let him find trouble, got it? Right. Uraraka says quickly, and Shoyuta nods once before turning, reaching out and moving to shut the door. And he doesn't miss the way that Todoroki can't help but murmur, he's like an overprotective dad. Nor does he miss the flustered reaction from Midoriya, one that doesn't actually act as a denial, not at all. No, he does not. But Shoyuta says nothing, content to smile into the fabric around his neck, and call it good. Yes, things are good. But not for Aldera. No, they will burn. Much like his son did. Saturday comes and goes, as it does, and Shoyuta Aizawa doesn't even begin to think of the next assignment for his student until Sunday is already halfway over. It's well into the afternoon, now, and Shoyuta frowns as he looks at his phone, wondering what assignment he should give his student, if one at all. Midoriya deserves more breaks, after all. Last week, it was nice seeing Midoriya just act as a normal kid, as himself, taking Wednesday and Thursday to get to sit and relax with his friends, without a part to play except his own. Because, sure, Shoyuta thrives on chaos, and his kid is great at causing it, but, DMN, the kid deserves a chance to be himself. But then comes the fact that, well, Midoriya likes doing these assignments. And it's been helping the boy to improve himself, and his grades. He's been steadily improving, at a much faster and much less destructive rate than before, and it's been good for him. So maybe it's a little hard to make up his mind, and maybe Shoyuta has been glaring at his phone for far too long. Sue him. He's overthinking it. For tomorrow, he'll have Midoriya impersonate someone. He'll let the kid take a break, after, though. He needs to minimize the amount of assignments he gives Midoriya, once the boy starts partaking in work studies. He doesn't want his problem child to overwork himself, as the greenet is prone to doing. So again comes the question, who should Midoriya impersonate for tomorrow? Shoyuta hums, leaning back into his chair as he tries to recall the rules that he set out. They have to be chaotic, but not in a way that's endearing. Someone covered up, but not with clothes that are skin-tight. Preferably someone older, but in a senile way, not an I need makeup to be less attractive kind of way. Someone who is more chaotic than calming, who will strike the fear of God into the hearts of his students. And, most importantly, someone who won't cause Izuku Midoriya to gain more suitors, not when Shoyuta is still trying to figure out how to sit Todoroki down to make sure the boy will treat his not-quite-a-son right, and put in enough healthy intimidation to keep the heterochromatic teen true to his words. That last part may take a while, but that's quite alright. Todoroki seems to be too afraid, and Midoriya far too oblivious, for the two to get together anytime soon. Right. Those are the most important rules, and the ones that Shoyuta needs to follow. So who does that leave him with? Well, ectoplasm could be an option, although Shoyuta doesn't have a clue whether or not Midoriya has the proper attire for such an outfit, and how would Midoriya work around the legs, anyways? Or the man's quirk, for that matter? Midoriya has had moments where he's clearly tried to recreate quirks, from Bakugou's explosions to Shigaraki's decay, which Shoyuta still isn't sure what the kid did, but he is rather creative with his acting, so Shoyuta will let him keep his secrets, this time. Shoyuta doesn't quite want to know, however, how Midoriya would recreate such a quirk. Likely with the help of his friends Dot and Wow, Shoyuta does not want to see dozens of mini ectoplasms running around, causing mayhem. That's too much for even him, admittedly. So who is next? Cementos? No, Midoriya doesn't have makeup, he wouldn't have the paint to cover himself gray, and besides, Ishiyama keeps his arms completely exposed. Shoyuta can't let Midoriya do that. Maybe Lunch Rush? Admittedly, Shoyuta himself isn't sure whether or not the man has a quirk beyond his abnormal appearance, or if his cooking is his quirk. So maybe not. Alright, what heroes are there outside of Yui? Oh, maybe Midoriya should be. His phone buzzes, and Shoyuta blinks. It's a message from Nedzu. Don't worry about Midoriya's next assignment, I've already chosen the perfect one for him. In fact, I'll even let you know, just let me. With wide eyes, Shoyuta watches as his phone acts on its own, no doubt controlled by Nedzu as it exits out of the conversation, slipping into his chat with Midoriya. Letters begin to fill the screen, and Shoyuta lets out a curse when he sees the name being presented. Hastily, he tries to delete the words, but his keyboard can't do anything. And so Shoyuta watches with dismay as the text is sent, and marked read not 30 seconds later. And Midoriya responds as he always has, cheerfully accepting the task. Oh Kami, Shoyuta is going to regret tomorrow. Across the campus, Nedzu cackles. It's not unusual, to the students of 1A, for Izuku Midoriya to not be in class when the rest have all arrived. It's just a sign of things to come, to them. A warning of chaos, of a Midoriya that isn't. Nor is it unusual for Aizawa to be in the room before them all, laying in his sleeping bag, clearly waiting for the day to begin. Eyes shut, but still seeing, still listening, still aware and ready. But Aizawa is not in his sleeping bag today. No, today he is standing at his podium, head down, like a man grieving for a loss yet to be known. His hair hangs, casting a shadow around his face, a curtain that does its best to conceal his pain and grief. It's confusing, an enigma, certainly. Because Midoriya is not in the room, and that means that he is about to act. Yet Aizawa still looks like anything but a satisfied man, ready to watch the world burn with fear. No, he is the fearful man, and no one knows why. Not until Midoriya enters the room, and everything becomes crystal clear. Because today Midoriya does not follow the trend that had been. Gone are the constant cover-ups, the long pants and matching tops, the masks to hide his features and baggy pieces to hide his muscles. Today, when Midoriya walks into the room, all eyes are on him, taking in the sight that is the green-haired wonder. The main piece is a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim around the shoulders and waist, a crescent moon over his chest and thick metal plates guarding his midriff. Purple thigh-high boots run up his legs, with plating around the heels and toes, giving his feet a rabbit-like appearance. Thick white gloves are on the boy's hands, and long white ears poke out of his head, clearly metallic yet still moving seamlessly, tracking noises as they twitch. With a smile full of confidence, and a hand placed carelessly on his hip, Midoriya tilts his head and winks. And the students of 1A understand why Aizawa seems to be dying, because they feel much the same. For a reason that is different, but a cause that is much the same. Because Izuku Midoriya is impersonating the rabbit hero, Miruko, and there are no doubts that grades are going to drop today. Kemi, have mercy on their souls? Hisashi Yamada knows that something is wrong the moment that he sees Shoyuta Aizawa walking through the halls. Because Hisashi knows Shoyuta, and he knows the man well. And while Shoyuta usually looks like he's one missed night of sleep away from death, he usually doesn't look like he's mourning over the idea. But here he is, with his shoulders slumped and head down, hair drooping in front of him more than usual. The man's hands aren't tucked into his pockets, instead dangling by his sides, as if he's so destroyed that he's forgotten his natural stance. Hisashi isn't dumb. He knows his friend well, and knows that there are few things that could make Shoyuta act in such a way. And considering the past few weeks, there are only 3 things that Hisashi can think of that may have occurred to cause such a reaction. The first is the most unlikely, only a passing thought that gets brushed aside as soon as it comes. The first option is that Izuku Midoriya, the resident sunshine child and unofficial son of Shoyuta Aizawa, finally realized that Shoyuta cares for him like a son, because, really, for as analytical and observant as Midoriya can be, he's practically as oblivious as a rock when it comes to people caring for him, and didn't react well. It's a thought that can easily be dismissed, for 2 reasons of its own. For one, again, Midoriya is very oblivious. It seems to stem from his low self-esteem, no doubt a product of his past in some way, shape, or form. But even ignoring that, there's another rather simple fact that Hisashi knows to be truth. Even if the boy has never said it himself, Izuku Midoriya would never be upset by the unofficial adoption, because Midoriya clearly holds Shoyuta in high regard. Seriously. Just look at them. They're a family of chaos in the making. So the first option can be dismissed, which brings Hisashi to the second: someone finally confessed to Midoriya. This option, too, can be waved away, because Shoyuta is alone. If someone had confessed, Hisashi knows that Shoyuta would be dragging them away for a talk, scowling more than sad. Which means there's only one real option: Izuku Midoriya is dressed up as a hero, and it's one that's causing his class to fall even further for the boy. So when Hisashi walks in through the doors of 1A, it's with a heavy heart and a weary gaze. And, really, he should have expected this. But Midoriya is sitting on his desk, not in, but on the table, waiting casually, one leg swinging as he leans back, arms supporting his weight with ease. He's talking to Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, apparently unaware of the way that quite a few of his peers are entranced by his casual pose, even the ones who look like they want to be anything but. Eyes linger, then dart away, except for a certain dual-haired boy, who stares up at Midoriya like the boy is the sun and he is a sprout, stuck to do nothing but watch in awe. Which is rather ironic, Hisashi thinks, since Midoriya is the green one, and Todoroki the one who wields fire, but he digresses, because Midoriya is speaking. It's all about taking what you want, Midoriya says, shrugging, the motion fluid and easy, the action rolling through him and leaving him leaning even further back than before. The world is a beach, yeah, but it's all about making her your beach. For some reason, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu seem oddly empowered by Midoriya's explanation, especially when Midoriya continues, saying, "Don't worry about those who doubt you. They'll come a dime a dozen, yeah, but f***em all. Just keep doing what feels right, and spring for the top, and you'll make it." "I'm gonna do my best," Uraraka whispers, in a reverent way that reminds Hisashi of the passion she held during the sports festival, and the fire in Yaoyorozu's eyes seemed to be a similar spark to the brunette's, only kindled further by Midoriya's encouragements. It seems as if Midoriya is giving some kind of inspirational speech. Perhaps one about becoming a female hero, from the way that the other girls all seem to be listening in some way. It seems to be working, too, lighting a new drive underneath them all, one by one. And Hisashi, as he sees it, has 2 choices in this instant. The first is to do what he did the last time, when Midoriya was dressed up in the R-rated costume that caused his vast number of admirers to somehow spike. The second option is to laugh, because finally, Shoyuta is facing true consequences for his life decisions, the very choices that have caused Hisashi to suffer for so long. Yeah, Hisashi goes with the latter. And it's nice to be able to brush it off and laugh. Even if he has to deal with most of his students being too distracted by Midoriya's physique to focus on the prepositions he has on the board. He'll take it, because it comes with the satisfaction of knowing that Shoyuta is being just as affected as Hisashi was in the beginning. And oh, isn't it vindicating? The time for lunch arrives, and the students of 1A watch as Midoriya disappears, getting up and leaving the room without a second thought, ears twitching as if he's listening to something far away. They don't follow him, assuming it's the wisest decision, instead going to the cafeteria to enjoy their meal before training. And lunch goes rather calmly, surprisingly. Midoriya doesn't startle anyone in the cafeteria, nor does he make his way into the teacher's lounge. The halls are silent and not even the cameras can spot head nor tail. Is Midoriya wearing a tail? No one can quite recall if they had seen one or not, of him. It's almost as if he's not on campus at all, a feeling that is both calming and worrying. Relaxing, in the way that it offers a sense of serenity, of a known peace that won't be shattered, not yet, not now. Yet all the same it stresses those who await his return, his next appearance, because it's like he was never there at all, no trace of him to be found. It's like Midoriya made his appearance on stage and then exited stage left, disappearing behind the curtains and out of sight of his eager audience, leaving behind a silence as the people await the final act. But the actor is hidden. But it's fine. Midoriya wouldn't just leave campus, would he? No, of course not. That'd be silly. And maybe they're right, that Izuku Midoriya wouldn't. But Miruko would, and that's how Rumi Usajiyama finds her impersonator standing over an unconscious villain, smiling confidently as he ties the man to a lamppost. And she will question this moment, but only for an instant, and then she will laugh. She's heard rumors, of course, of the little actor of Yui. One cannot have such an act go on for 3 weeks, going on a 4th, in such a prestigious institution without word beginning to reach the outside world. And word has reached, little videos of the actor being posted, the message being spread. A mix of marketing students and heroes who have had their image embodied, and those who remain outside of those spheres to join. Yes, Rumi Usajiyama connects rumors to truth quickly, and she cannot be anything but impressed as she sees the boy who has molded her image so well to his own, making it one and the same. The day is only halfway through, and impressions make for great first impressions. Standing here, watching his successor throw down with 19 other teenagers, Toshinori Yagi can't figure out whether or not it's appropriate to be proud of his boy in this situation. But he is. By Nana above, he is. This hadn't been a part of the plan, when Toshinori called 1A to get dressed into their gym uniforms and head down to the gym. It was supposed to be a simple day of sparring, because, to be quite honest, being able to fight is one of the biggest parts of being a hero. But it was just simple spars. Nice, easy, routine. And then Midoriya turned to his peers, and issued them all a challenge. Let's fight. All of you against one of me, we'll see if you even stands a chance against a bunny, or if you need to be sent packing. And the students of 1A, who have taken the plus-ultra nature of the school in their hands and gone even further beyond the motto's calling, answered without hesitation. That's how it began, with some of the more eager students taking the charge. Bakugou, for one, being the first to leap forwards, an explosion sending him to the front of the group, a right hook aimed perfectly at Midoriya's face. And missing just as clearly, so obvious that no one could deny it. But Midoriya didn't make any comments, no. No, he simply smiled, eyes taunting, and that was enough. Bakugou lunged again, hand outstretched. He was on the floor just seconds later, and the class went wild. If Toshinori were to take a guess, he'd say that this is what Aizawa saw, when the third-year Togata challenged 1A to an all-out brawl. Toshinori can't say this with total certainty, of course, but he knows his class. So he can say with quite a bit of confidence that he thinks Aizawa would understand the feeling that Toshinori feels now, watching 1A try to fight Midoriya, 19 hero hopefuls against one impressive impersonator. And the feeling is pride, surely and truly, because young Midoriya is decimating his peers, knocking them down quicker than they can even rise to the challenge, tripping them up and sending them sprawling. It's impressive on its own, how strong his successor has become. Midoriya has grown, and it shows in how he moves, every moment used with care, every action analyzed and understood intimately. But it's all the more impressive when one remembers that Midoriya is acting not as himself, but as another. And while Izuku Midoriya has adapted to his injuries and focused less on punches, rounding out his style with full cowling. Well, Miruko is more of a kicker. And Midoriya isn't one to ignore such a prominent fact. So it is with nothing but his legs, his laugh, and a little bit of lip service that Midoriya beats his peers in a brutal takedown, eyes wide with exhilaration as he bounces from spot to spot, opponent to opponent, until no one is left. Only then does Midoriya still, hands landing on his hips as he asks, "Is that it? Can't take the heat of a little rabbit? Guess I'm just too good, huh?" No one disagrees, not one bit. Truly, that's the correct answer to be offered. Yeah, Toshinori is proud. He couldn't have found a more worthy successor of One for All, a better boy to call his son. Only a fool would believe otherwise. Izuku takes a deep breath, looking at the door before looking back down, grateful for Togata's patience. The boy had brought him to Night Eyes, the Sir Night Eyes agency right after school for him to meet the man himself and ask to be mentored. Well, right after Izuku got changed, of course, because Togata sent him straight to the dorms before telling him to meet at the gate. "Maybe it's best to wear your normal uniform," Togata said cheerfully, not quite looking at Izuku, but not as affected as his peers seemed to be all day over his showing of skin, likely due to the nature of Togata's very own quirk. "Sir wasn't the most impressed the first time I accidentally showed too much, so it's probably better to change first." Which Izuku isn't sure was necessary, after seeing Bubble Girl, but okay. Now Izuku just needs to go in. His blonde senpai isn't pushing for him to rush, a solid, steady presence next to him, but Izuku doesn't want to waste time. Not for the only known sidekick for All Might in all of history. With this in mind, Izuku knocks on the door, and then pushes it open when given the clear. Sir Night Eye is already standing, although it appears that he just got up, hands still resting on his desk and body angles in a way that implies he wasn't finished positioning himself. Curtly, the man rises fully, straightening his back and making himself appear even taller, all the more intimidating now that he can peer even further down at Izuku. But appearances aren't everything, Izuku knows, and so he still moves forwards, into the room, lifting a hand to shake the man's own. "Hi," Izuku greets. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I wanted to talk to you about work studies." Alright, so maybe he falters at the end, but Izuku thinks he did pretty well to start. But Night Eye simply blinks down at him, before shifting his gaze to Togata, who still lingers in the doorway. "Shouldn't you be on patrol right now?" Night Eye asks, and Togata shoots upright. "Right. See you around, Midoriya, hopefully around the office, too." Then, lowering his voice, he adds in a whisper, "Remember, try to make him laugh. He loves jokes." Izuku watches the door shut, and then looks to Night Eye, who still keeps the same, blank look on his face. Staring at the man, Izuku decides to lower his hand and pocket the All Might impression that he had planned to do, when Togata had originally given him the advice on the way over. He doesn't seem very amused, and probably wouldn't be afterwards, either. It probably wouldn't go over well, especially since Sir Night Eye and All Might aren't partners anymore. So Izuku chooses something else, taking a page from Aizawa's book and hopping straight to the point, because Night Eye seems like the type who likes to cut to the chase as soon as possible. "Togata-senpai recommended you as a great mentor," Izuku says, keeping his smile as perfectly in place as he can. "He said that you were able to make him the hero he's becoming today, and praised your ability to turn him from the weakest link to one of the strongest parts of the chain. I've made progress with my quirk, but it's fickle, and dash." "Your quirk," Sir Night Eye interrupts, and Izuku blinks in surprise. "Is that what you called it?" "Why yes, sir," Izuku agrees, and Night Eye hums. "Is that so? You have the nerve, the vanity to call it yours?" Head tilting downwards, Night Eye states, "I would have assumed it was All Might's more than yours, is it not?" Izuku doesn't know why it surprises him, the fact that Sir Night Eye knows that he is the current holder of One for All, but it's a surprise that he forces himself past. It makes sense, Izuku tells himself, that the man knows. Yagi had encouraged him to go to his former sidekick, and had mentioned that the man knew of the quirk's nature. It's only logical to assume that, somewhere along the line, Yagi let Night Eye know about who his successor is. Right. This should make it easier, then. Izuku watches how Night Eye frowns at the use of the man's last name, and quickly steers clear of that problem. "All Might gave me the quirk. He said it's mine, now, and to treat it as such." "And you use it like a fool," Night Eye states, and Izuku blinks in surprise, smile slipping. I'm sorry?" "You're not worthy of One for All," Night Eye says, voice dismissive as he steps closer, hand reaching out and tapping at his arm. "I saw your usage of it, during the sports festival. You were unrefined, an embarrassment to the legacy. You do nothing but break yourself, and you are merely a child playing with the weapon of a pillar." Izuku stares, wordless, as Night Eye shames him for the events of his past, for a time when no one was able to help, to offer advice. A time Izuku is well past, a time that no longer showcases even a % of what Izuku can do. Is full cowling nothing? Is his shoot style so worthless? Are the dozens of fighting styles that Izuku has adapted to, has made his own? Are they nothing? Does Night Eye not recognize these? Does Night Eye not care? Inexplicable rage. No, it's explicable, it's comprehensible and understandable, and oh, so strong, courses through him, hotter than the crackling lightning that dances under Izuku's skin, ready to burst and show this man exactly what he can do. And then Night Eye gives him the chance. "I don't want you here," Night Eye states calmly, as if talking about the weather, about something unimportant. "But I will give you a chance. You have 3 minutes to take this stamp from my hand, and mark your form with it. If you manage to do that, I will teach you." But he will not respect Izuku, will he? Will he? Izuku doesn't know, but he does know that he's being given a chance. Not a good one, no, but one he will take. One he will use, to prove a point. And so Izuku moves, lunging and darting and ricocheting, all predicted by Night Eye's ever-seeing gaze, empowered by a quirk that sees all that he does and all that he will. And Izuku knows, he knows exactly the message that Night Eye is trying to give. His every move is pointless. He cannot win. But Izuku isn't the bone-breaking, foolish teen that Night Eye has pinned him down as. No, he is Izuku Midoriya, and he's beginning to realize that he's a hell of a lot more than people have let him know. So Izuku moves, and he shows everything that he is, crackling green as he darts, as he drops, as he, eventually, figures something out. Night Eye can see his movements. He can't see some of the results. The flick of a finger can be tracked, but not the air that follows, if the current is weak enough. Grinning wildly, Izuku follows through, and the gust is enough to knock the stamp out of Night Eye's lazy grasp. Darting in, ignoring Night Eye's gasp, Izuku grabs the stamp, moves to his paper. And pauses. Hums. Drops the stamp on the desk, uncaring of how it leaves ink on his form, too busy glaring at Night Eye, who stares right back. The timer runs out, and Izuku doesn't care. Nor does he care about the fact that he won. No, he just shakes his head. I've changed my mind, Izuku says, voice full of a confidence and conviction that doesn't feel entirely like his own, but not unlike his own either. I think I'll find someone else to teach me. You passed, Night Eye states, however, eyes clearly confused, quirk still shining within them. You bested me. You won fair and square. I did, Izuku agrees. And now I am deciding, fair and square, that I do not want to be taught by a man who thinks he has the right to say whether or not my quirk is my own. I came here hoping to find a teacher, someone to build me up. If I wanted to hear someone belittle me, I'd go back to my middle school educators, sir. Night Eye looks, in all honesty, like he's going to say something. His mouth is open and his eyes are narrowed with a sense of loss, but Izuku doesn't trust the words he plans to say to be good. So Izuku looks away, picking up his paper, nodding his head in farewell, and walking out of the door. He doesn't pay much attention to Togata, who first offers a smile and congratulatory fist bump, only to blink in surprise at the anger in Izuku's eyes, and then the blonde is hurrying to Sir's office, as if he, too, is confused by this turn of events. No, Izuku pays this interaction little care, all too focused on getting out of the agency he was so excited to be in not 10 minutes ago. And for some reason, as Izuku exits the agency, he can almost swear that he still hears Night Eye's voice, the man talking to Togata. But it's probably just the wind. Sitting in his office, Shoyuta Aizawa hums, looking at his phone. He's considering whether or not he should give Midoriya an assignment for the next day, leaning more towards a no than a yes. But then, as he moves to type, he sees the signature 3 dots pop up, implying that Midoriya is texting. And then a message comes through. May I talk to you, sensei? He says yes, of course, and not 5 minutes later, the boy is knocking on the door, entering the office. I went to see Sir Night Eye, Midoriya begins, but he looks far too upset by such a statement. Especially when he follows it with, he offered to mentor me. All right, Shoyuta says, feeling far too much like a parent who is ready to fight a pro-hero. You sound upset by this. Why? He doesn't think I'm good enough, Midoriya says, and Shoyuta can't help but be confused, because in what world is his son not good enough? He says I don't live up to my potential, that I'm not as good and will never be as good as someone like Togata. He's wrong, Shoyuta says, plainly, and Midoriya smiles. It's weak, but it's something. I thought so, too. It doesn't make sense to me, to compare me to Togata. Of course Togata is stronger, and knows his quirk better. He's supposed to, that's the whole point of experience, isn't it? But Sir seemed upset by it, and I didn't get it. Shrinking into his seat, Midoriya admits, I rejected his offer. You did? Shoyuta asks, although he's not surprised. No, he's proud. I didn't want another teacher like the ones I used to have. Midoriya is standing up for himself, protecting himself. Why wouldn't Shoyuta be anything but proud? I'm glad, Shoyuta says, and Midoriya looks up with wide, wondering eyes. Kid, you don't need to intern with someone who is just going to knock you down for things that aren't your fault. Thank you, Midoriya breathes, but Shoyuta isn't done, an idea coming to mind. Problem child, Shoyuta says, and Midoriya still watches him with the same curious gaze. How would you like to mentor under me? Midoriya beams, and Shoyuta responds in kind. In the distance, the world trembles. Mirai Sasaki is known for his predictions. It's only expected, quite frankly, for this to be the case. Mirai's quirk is foresight, after all. It may not be flashy or overpowered, but it does not have to be. It is made for predictions, for scoping out the future and using the data to plan, to plot, to know what is and what will be and using this to his advantage. Unfortunately, Mirai is not as great with the past. One cannot track trends, cannot predict what has already occurred. He can see what moves will be played out, but it is hindsight, not foresight, that allows him to see what has happened in response. Hindsight is 20/20, Mirai has heard before, and he supposes, now, that the saying is true. It scorned him once before, ridiculed him for his foolishness. His ability to see ahead caused him to be left behind by All Might, to be nothing but the only sidekick who ever worked alongside the man, to be the only one forgotten in the past as well. One for all and all for one, the only remnants of their past, the only knowledge Mirai knew would go with him, down both of their separate paths, a secret that connects the duo even with their downfall. Mirai tried to find a successor, of course he did. He saw All Might's future, saw his brutal end just years down the line. Even if All Might refused to listen to reason, Mirai would always pick up the pieces shattered by the symbol of peace. And he found one. He found one worthy of One for All, of the title of All Might's successor. Mirio Togata. He wasn't much, admittedly, when Mirai first saw him, back when the boy was merely a second year. He was sloppy, unrefined with his quirk. Permeation was weak, Mirai could see, undertrained simply because of its oddities, its abnormal complexities. But Mirai is good at putting pieces together, is good at finishing half-completed puzzles. And Mirai could see the glamour in the half that was already placed before him, pieces interlocked with an ever-present smile, a hint of the symbol that the boy could become. Yes, Mirio Togata was a fine, young boy who could become a great young man, one suited for the legacy of One for All. It only made sense, therefore, for Mirai to take him under his wing, to raise him up and refine him, to help him hone his quirk and his skills until he was practically unstoppable, a beacon of radiance and light. But then All Might chose a different person to be his successor. With good intentions, apparently, but without the potential that Mirio already held. Scrawny, timid, and without a quirk. The boy clearly brought nothing to the table, had nothing unique to make him worth All Might's legacy, and yet still the man chose him. But Mirai is always there to pick up the pieces, and so he tried to do the same, despite how All Might chose to shake the table just as he reached the final corner, scattering the picture and forcing him to restart. He tried, too. He looked into the boy, into his past, his schooling. Nothing exceptional, as expected. No sign of greatness, no signs of potential. He even went so far as to watch the boy during his sports festival, considering sending an offer if the green-haired kid could prove himself. He didn't. Instead, Midoriya had shattered himself, over and over again, only to lose when the stakes were highest, the tension at its peak. He showed a reckless ideology that would only get him killed, and not even remembered for it. There was nothing that Mirai could see except for a child playing with a legacy far beyond his comprehension. And so when, many months later, Mirio brought Izuku Midoriya to his agency, to request to work under him? Well, Mirai did not hesitate to speak his mind, to state what he had seen. He saw the boy's future, saw the disappointment with which the child walked out of the room, and he knew that the boy would give up the quirk. And so he spoke, because, really, if the boy was that easily persuaded, he never should have held it at all. And he offered his challenge, knowing that it would be the breaking point. It was a breaking point, too. But not the one that Mirai had expected. Midoriya had changed, any sign of timidity disappearing, turning into something focused, determined. Angry. And he had won. Somehow. A flick of air, surprising enough to catch Mirai off guard. A hint of potential. But then came that look, full of confidence and a simmering rage, barely kept below the surface, and the boy's words with it. "I've changed my mind. I think I'll find someone else to teach me." He had passed, though. Midoriya had proven himself, undoubtedly, undeniably. He had proven Mirai wrong. Mirai is rarely proven wrong, if ever. Not with matters of time, of predictions. He sees the signs, dissects their meaning. Actions turn to emotions, which turn to words and decisions. Midoriya didn't make the decision Mirai expected, didn't say the words Mirai thought he would. And when Midoriya walked out of the room, it was not with the gaze of someone off to resign their future to another, to extend their quirk to an upperclassman. No, it was with the gaze of someone who had once again been dealt an awful hand, and had decided to stop playing along with the game, stepping away entirely. And Mirai was the one left stumped, befuddled by the events that had just passed. And then Mirio had come in, looking just as confused. And the blonde began to speak. "I saw Midoriya head out," Mirio said, glancing back through the office door. "You used the intimidation approach, didn't you?" Mirai nodded, almost automatically, and Mirio had laughed. "I could tell. He seemed different." The boy rocked back on his feet, arms crossing into their signature position. Tilting his head, the boy continued, "Whatever you said must have been really impactful, to make him look like that. He's really impressive, so you had to have gone plus ultra on him, yeah?" "What do you mean?" Mirai had asked, and Mirio had given him an odd look. "Well, Midoriya is like insanely strong. I've heard that he used to break his bones because his body couldn't contain the amount of power he held, which, wow. I don't know if I'd be able to handle a quirk like that. His pain tolerance is pretty impressive, too, if he's able to fight through broken bones. I saw his sports festival, actually, and he fought through some major injuries. And now that he's got such a good handle on his quirk, he's become something of a sensation throughout the school. I've been hearing about Midoriya for weeks. Did you know he's a good actor? Hadu says that he's said to be Aizawa's favorite. Eraserhead had favorites? And that he's been mimicking heroes for nearly a month now. He even mimics their quirks, too. Their quirks? Mirai asked, and Mirio nodded. Yeah. Midoriya actually did that against me, when I fought his class. He was the only one still standing when Aizawa called the match 10 minutes in. I couldn't get a hit on him, he kept changing his fighting style. I've heard that he's a late bloomer, Haru knows a lot when she wants to, but with how easily he wields it, you'd think he'd had it his whole life. I.C. It was the only thing Mirai could get out, that he could say. So, Mirio said, finally wrapping up the endless praises for the boy Mirai had just finished ridiculing. Did he pass? Is he joining us now? Because he looked oddly upset when he passed me. Mirai had started, but then the words had trailed off, fading away, as he stared at the still open office door. Clearing his throat, Mirai restarted. He passed, but decided to find a different place to work. Mirio had let out. Yeah, maybe he just knew you guys had incompatible styles? Your teaching methods might not align with his learning patterns, I suppose. But Mirai had known it was not that it was Mirai's fault for Midoriya's refusal. His focus is on facts, figures, and the future. There is no room, no time, to lie to himself. Mirai had gone too far. He sees this, now. Now that he has all of the facts, and can see the boy more clearly. Because Izuku Midoriya isn't the reckless boy from the sports festival, just as Mirio had pointed out. He's grown, certainly, and his control over One for All had been impressive during Mirai's test for him. But nothing proves the change, to Mirai, quite like the video he finds online. It's from Monday, just 3 days ago, when Mirai had sent the boy away. Midoriya makes up half of the title picture, proud and confident, smiling easily as he stands over a tied-up villain. Pro hero Maruko is next to him, and they're wearing matching uniforms. When Mirai clicks on the video, it's nothing but laughter and praise, the two bantering with one another before hopping away, practically in sync with how easily they jump away. A hint of the actor that Mirai has heard of is clear, and the way Midoriya uses One for All so cleanly to empower his role is even more apparent. Midoriya is a natural, a sort of diamond in the rough. He is someone Mirai should have accepted, should have given an offer to without airing his own grievances out first. But he had not, and it is clear that Midoriya has found a mentor much further up the rankings. There is no chance, now, for Mirai to fix his mistakes from Monday, not through work studies. Yes, hindsight is certainly not his strong suit, and now Mirai has broken pieces of his own to pick up. He wonders if he will get a chance to do so, however. Soon, he will see what a changed future can look like. It's a beautiful Thursday morning, with sunny skies and a calm breeze, and the students of 1A are stuck in a classroom, waiting for homeroom to begin. Midoriya isn't in the room, but no one can be sure if this means anything or not yet. Midoriya arrived late on Tuesday and Wednesday, after all, but Aizawa had not given him any assignments. Even now, mere seconds before the bell, the events of the day are unclear. Aizawa is already in the room, yes, but he is facing the wall, apparently asleep like usual. He doesn't seem to be keeping an eye out for the door, but he's here before the bell. Overall, it can mean anything, and so no one decides to make assumptions for either potential outcome. This, of course, means that everyone is mildly surprised when the door slams open, and significantly more surprised when they see Midoriya for the first time of the day. Because it is very clear that Aizawa, once again, did not get a say in Midoriya's assignment, or perhaps was not even aware that an assignment had been given. It certainly seems that way, if the blatant fear in Aizawa's eyes gives anything away, as the black-haired man watches his student walk in, steps light and full of pep, drawing attention to bare legs. No, it's clear that Aizawa was not in charge, not for this, as the whole of Midoriya's outfit is taken in. First comes the top, navy blue with a high collar, yet no sleeves to be found. A corset adorned with yellow, smiley face pins is layered over puffed orange and green striped shorts, and then there is nothing until the black boots that reach up a few inches past his ankles. Orange and yellow gloves cover his hands, doing nothing but drawing more attention to his arms. Even his curly green hair is tamed, straightened out and held back by an orange bandana. Overall, the message is clear: someone has a grudge against Aizawa, and a point to prove. And oh, are they proving it, by having Izuku Midoriya impersonate Aizawa's biggest annoyance, the smile hero known as Mrs. Joke. What a day it will be. Oh, what a day. Hisashi Yamada smiles unashamedly as he walks into the 1A classroom, and this doesn't even change as he catches sight of Midoriya. Midoriya, who has terrified Hisashi far too often for as sweet as he is, who has gone above and beyond the bounds of comprehension in order to impress and wow his peers. Midoriya, who has broken the laws of reality, most likely, because there is no other way to explain how Midoriya is so great of an actor, except it's Midoriya, so maybe that is more than enough of a reason. The Greenet has a tendency to change the ways of the world, to bend fate and destiny as if it's nothing more than a request, as if he isn't tethered by the expectations the world had for him. Maybe Midoriya isn't, and that's why he's able to shine so brightly. But whatever explanation there is for the anomaly that is the sunshine child of 1A, it need not apply today to quell Hisashi's fears, just his awe. Here, Hisashi just watches as Midoriya laughs, arms propped on the back of his chair, which has been flipped around as he leans over it, the boy happily talking to Todoroki, who is red enough that Hisashi wonders if he should be grabbing a fire extinguisher, lest the boy light up from his flustered state. But there isn't much worry coursing through him, admittedly. Not now. No, instead of his usual worries. Today, all Hisashi can do is laugh when he sees the green-haired boy's smile. He's so glad to see that Nezu took his suggestion, and gave it to the boy during their weekly Wednesday lesson. Glad to see that the tables have turned, even if just for a day. Perhaps Shoyuta should have been a little less cruel with his choices. Oh, well. Now it's his turn to see what it's like, to watch the ray of sunshine become a walking nightmare. Lunch arrives soon enough, as it tends to do, and the inhabitants of Yui head their separate ways. The students take their leave, heading to the cafeteria, while the teachers return to their lounge. A certain green-haired child goes neither way, disappearing down a different path, a fact that satisfies some and disappoints others. But for the moment, the focus is not on Izuku Midoriya, but Shoyuta Aizawa, who lays on the couch, face down, looking all the worse for wear. "What are you doing?" Snipe asks as he passes by, and Aizawa lets out a sigh. "Accepting my fate and upcoming death." Snipe pauses, tilts his head, considers the statement, and then nods. "Right. Send me a card for the funeral." "Absolutely fing not." "Understandable." And Snipe walks away, heading over to his desk and pulling out his lunch, which he somehow begins to eat despite never removing his mask. Meanwhile, Vlad King stares down at his rival teacher, a dismissive look clear on his face to anyone who is not currently face-planted on furniture. "Really, Aizawa?" Vlad King drawls, looking terribly done for someone who does not face Midoriya's chaos every single day, with or without his acting talents accounted for. "You're being dramatic. They ruined my problem child. He's a monster now. You've had him act as Shigaraki," Yamada points out as he enters the room, looking far too amused for his own safety. "Shigaraki has attacked your students, Sho. Mrs. Joke hasn't." But Aizawa doesn't listen to facts, instead simply stating, "He's terrible. Awful. His goodness is tainted by her. I'm going to quit." "Does that mean there's an opening for me?" Midoriya jokes, walking into the lounge with perfect timing, and Aizawa groans louder. "Maybe I can teach these kids that it's not just about combative quirks in this world." "Are you implying that you'd be a better teacher than Aizawa?" 13 asks, tilting their head, and Midoriya laughs. "Well, I'm not the one to say that. I'm sure Eraser here is a great teacher, but it sure would do him some good to smile more." "What do you think, Eraser?" "I'm going to defenestrate you," Aizawa states, and Midoriya laughs. "Always the joker. Come on, how about a grin? Just a small one?" "I'd rather go without coffee for a week," Aizawa responds, and Midoriya huffs. "So shy. I'm sure it's a nice smile, what if I just dash?" Aizawa's reaction is immediate, the man whipping up from the couch and glaring at Midoriya, quirk activated as he looks at the boy. Midoriya stills, but still smiles, as if he had expected this outcome. Aizawa wastes no time, activating his capture weapon and throwing himself out of the open window, latching onto the exterior and swinging himself to safety. Midoriya sighs with amusement, then walks out of the room. It's only when he's gone that Yagi clears his throat, nervously asking, did Aizawa think that Midoriya was actually Mrs. Joke? He acted like young Midoriya was about to use her quirk. "Who knows," Cementos murmurs, with the fatigue of a man who has watched too much Sheet in his lifetime. "Who knows? Who knows, indeed." Toshinori Yagi, admittedly, does not have much to say about hero training. It was a simple day, a simple plan, and all his students had to do was run through some basic maneuvers that they had been taught the day before. Nothing difficult, nothing special. And that's how the class goes, just as planned. Toshinori can't help but be happy about this fact, especially since young Midoriya is once again not in his own costume, this time dressed as a hero that Toshinori, admittedly, does not recognize. He's in oranges and greens, though, and he seems happy enough as he smiles at Toshinori, waving cheerfully with a glove-covered hand before turning his attention back to his training, eyes narrowing but grin never wavering as he throws a punch into the air. Even when Midoriya does play into his role more, he is not disruptive. Rather, he is more helpful, walking around and helping those who seem to need the assistance. From demonstrating how to do a kick to Zero, to helping Todoroki adjust his position, does young Todoroki need the help? Toshinori thought that the boy knew how to hold himself. Has he forgotten? To complimenting Uraraka for her perfect jab, Midoriya flits around to assist his peers without hesitation. It's a sign of both his character's, character, and his own. And perhaps it is also a sign of Toshinori's skills as a teacher, that Midoriya is able to help so effortlessly teach where Toshinori still struggles at times. Either way, Toshinori cannot help but be proud. So, yes. The day is simple, and it is calm, but that is good. Even if Aizawa seems a little too depressed for a single day. Although with Midoriya's past endeavors as certain, older heroes who have struck fear into Toshinori's heart, the blonde wonders if he can judge the younger hero. Probably not. Izuku can't help but be excited as he follows Aizawa off of Yui's grounds, practically vibrating within his costume, and, wow, it's nice to be in his own costume after a long day in his previous outfit. I wonder how she's able to breathe so easily. Izuku thinks as he trails after his teacher. All of the videos I watched showed that her corset is surprisingly tight, and it was definitely hard to tighten that myself. I can't believe I snapped the strings the first time. How does she do that? If she had to get into her costume quickly, would she bother with the corset? Does it interfere with her fighting abilities? It doesn't seem to, but if I hear you say one more word about joke, I'm bringing Shinso on patrol with me instead, Aizawa says, interrupting Izuku's unintentional muttering, but Izuku just laughs. He doesn't see just how much his reaction to such a threat has changed, when it comes to his teacher. Aizawa does, though. You can't do that, Izuku says, when he's come off of the high of pure joy, smiling merrily. Shinso doesn't have his provisional license, yet. He wouldn't be allowed to do anything except observe. Aizawa glares at him for a moment, then huffs, turning away. Joke, Aizawa simply mutters. Of all people, you chose joke. I didn't choose it, actually, Izuku admits, and Aizawa huffs. Nedzu, again, then? Sort of. When Aizawa tilts his head, gesturing for more information, Izuku supplies it readily. It was actually suggested to Nedzu. Yamada had a request for your next assignment, and I thought that this would be an interesting opportunity for you. Since Aizawa has decided, due to your work studies, not to present new acts to you, I thought it would be nice to give you the chance to play this part, instead. Offering his odd, special smile, Nedzu added, it's an assignment you wouldn't normally get the chance to play, but that just makes it more exciting, does it not? It had, and Izuku had been eager enough to agree. I'm going to burn his jackets, Aizawa mutters when Izuku relays the memory, and Izuku yelps. You shouldn't just burn Yamada-sensei's jackets. You're right, Aizawa agrees. It's too merciful. I'll give you the jackets, I'm sure you'll find a use for them, and Hisashi would never take them back once he saw your eyes. What about my eyes? Izuku asks, confused, and Aizawa snorts. You'll figure it out, problem child. Izuku has a feeling that he won't, but Aizawa doesn't seem to care, carrying on with his plans for revenge. Once the jackets are taken care of, I'll burn off that banana of a hairdo that he put on top of his head. What? Izuku squeaks, and Aizawa sighs. Okay, burning is a bit too unsafe. I'll just get scissors. That, you can't just, sensei, Izuku tries to chide, but Aizawa looks more serious than he ever has before, absolutely resolute about the path he must take. Izuku hopes that Yamada can sense the danger that is approaching, and will know to hide from his colleague upon their return. Oh? Name one good reason why. Aizawa goes so far as to still, looking back at him, an eyebrow raised as he waits, lips pulling into a smirk, like he's already won. What good could have possibly come from today, that it was worth being her? I had fun? Izuku offers, wincing and looking down. Mrs. Joke is a middle ground hero, she's known, but she also has a tendency to work on underground cases. I'm a big fan of underground heroes, and dash. You are? Aizawa asks, and Izuku blushes, remembering that Aizawa is practically the underground hero. But Aizawa doesn't seem upset, but rather pleased, smiling ever so faintly at the accidental praise. Good choice, Aizawa compliments. I guess Hisashi can keep his cockatiel style. Izuku can't help but snort at that, and smiles as Aizawa begins to walk again, their patrol continuing. Aizawa had told him, earlier, that he usually patrols later, when it's dark out and less heroes roam, but he hadn't wanted to make the shift too suddenly. That's how it's been these past few days, actually. Aizawa has been easing him in, piece by piece, letting Izuku see how his mentor became the hero that he is today, showing him the underground perspective of the world. Tuesday was combat and capture weapon training, Wednesday was focused on stealth, and today is an evening patrol. Tomorrow, if all goes well, should be a night patrol, since Izuku won't have class the next day, and therefore Aizawa won't, either. Training with Aizawa has been nice, quite honestly. Really nice. Aizawa is a good teacher, and that doesn't change during their work-study time. He's a much nicer teacher than Izuku has ever had, and he's really glad that Aizawa offered to mentor him. What are you muttering about? Aizawa asks, but he doesn't sound annoyed, not like Izuku's past teachers all did. No, he's just asking, and isn't that a thought? Smiling, Izuku opens his mouth to answer, to say something in response. He's cut off by a little girl, one who runs straight at him. Izuku tries not to move when she slams into his legs, thin arms wrapping around him, hands clutching into the fabric. Aizawa seems worried, but Izuku pays more mind to the little girl with wide, teary red eyes, and her soft whisper of, "Please help me. Don't let him take me back, not again." "I won't," Izuku promises immediately, because there's no other option, there's never another option, not when it's clear that she's terrified of the mystery man who she refers to. And from the way Aizawa straightens upon seeing the man, Izuku has a feeling that he won't have to fight his teacher to be on the same page. "Ah, there you are," the man says, narrowed eyes leering down over a bright red bird mask, cold despite the figurative mask that the man seems to be attempting to don. It's as fake as the old knockoff Eraserhead merch that Izuku got when he was younger, practically a disgrace to acting itself. He looks like he's trying to seem caring, but in reality he's just glaring, watching the white-haired girl with poorly concealed anger. "Come on, Eri, we need to go back." Eri. So that's her name. She doesn't seem to want to go, Izuku points out, and the man lets out a sigh, like this is nothing more than a trivial interruption. "We got into a little fight, you see," the Birdman says, a gloved hand gesturing lazily to and fro. You know how kids are, easily upset by the slightest hint of anger. As someone who cries over the smallest of things, Izuku supposes that the lie is a decent one. But it does little to counter the way that Eri clings to him, quivering as she hides her face from the man's view. But then Aizawa is putting a hand on his back, resting his fingers on Izuku's shoulder blade, and Izuku knows what needs to be done. And so he looks down to Eri, face gentle as he says, "Eri, right? I need you to let go of my legs, okay?" Eri looks terrified, the man satisfied, from his words, and she stares up at him with fear. Please don't," she whispers, but Izuku just offers a sweet smile. "It'll be fine, I promise. I just need you to let go of my legs." Gently, he undoes her tight grip, taking her hands in his own and squeezing them. And then he picks her up, placing her in Aizawa's grasp. Because there's no way he'd let her go, not with the information he knows, not with the way she had looked at them. Not when Aizawa used his hand to write "villain" into his back, a silent sign, and more than enough. "I just need my hands free," Izuku explains, and her eyes light up when he stalks forward, hands clenching into fists. The man glares, slipping off his gloves. "Contact quirk, 5 fingers?" No, he wouldn't have all 5 covered, then, as if preparing for a fight. "Don't bother," Izuku says, a toxic smile climbing up his face as he feels his quirk disappear, and sees the wide-eyed fear that shows the man feels the same. And Izuku pounces, quirkless but powerful all the same. The man doesn't even get the chance to scream. A block away, Mirio finishes his patrol, meeting back up with Sir Night-Eye and Bubble Girl. Work on the Shai Hasaikai raid has been slow but steady, and they believe that they are close to taking down the leader of the group, a dangerous man who goes by the alias Overhaul. Little do they know, he's just been taken down in less than 2 minutes, utterly defeated by a boy with a knack for defying odds backed by a man who can erase the quirk that empowered the villain. The future changes, and fate twists into a new shape, and none are the wiser to it. And so life continues on, its inhabitants blissfully unaware. It's on a normal Tuesday afternoon that the story known best as Life Progresses Onwards, Shoyuta Aizawa calling for Izuku. Midoriya to stay behind in a way that's far too familiar for the liking of Class 1A, leading to the rest of the students' quick departure from the room, fearful of whatever chaos will ensue. But chaos will not ensue, because Aizawa has not called Midoriya back to talk about a new assignment. Or, rather, not a personality-swapping one. "I've been requested to help on a case," Aizawa states, hopping straight to the point of the discussion, leaving no room for error or forgotten details. "Normally, I'd bring you along automatically, but this case works heavily with Sir Night-Eye and his agency. Considering your encounter with him, I wanted to ask, do you want to work on the case with me, or stay away?" And for some, this might have been a question to ponder for some time. For others, the answer may have clearly been to stay away, unwilling and unwanting to work with someone who had tried to tell them to give up their quirk to another student, as if it was okay to demand that someone give up an entire part of themselves just like that. But Midoriya is not like some, and he is also not like the others. No, he is simply Midoriya, for all that nothing about him is simple, and his goal in life is clear, to help as many people as possible as best as he can, and to do so with a smile. And if that means working with Sir Night-Eye? So be it. Besides, Aizawa has made it plenty clear to Midoriya that the man's words are nothing to be worried over. I'll join you, Midoriya says, and Aizawa nods, unsurprised by the response. All right. Let me know if you need to back out, I won't hold it against you. Not when Midoriya is so young, still, just a boy who has been hurt far too many times for Aizawa to feel comfortable not giving his kid an out, should he need it. But if that's your decision, grab your things, and we'll head out. Midoriya nods, turning around and grabbing his backpack before looking back up to Aizawa, who pauses for a moment before deciding, grab your notebooks, too. Midoriya does, and then they're off. And the day truly begins, on a simple Tuesday afternoon. When Mirai Sasaki saw the members of the Shai Hasaikai out and about at a much more frequent rate than usual, he knew that something was amiss. They were usually more cautious, he knows. The Yakuza group is known for its stealth, for its abilities to hide in the shadows and pull their strings from there. So to see multiple of them at the site Tome, spotted in several differing locations throughout the city, Mirai knows that something must be wrong. And when Mirai manages to bump into one of those members, getting the chance to activate his quirk and see where he will go. Well, like a proper businessman, Mirai sets up a meeting. It's not hard, knowing who to request. Fat Gum and his ments have had a run-in with some members, and Fat Gum claimed to have new information, so they'll be useful. Ryukyu and her interns have also had a run-in with some members, so they may have some insight. Other heroes, such as Rock Lock, have also been working on the Shai Hasaikai case, so it makes no sense to do anything but include them. More manpower is never a downside. Then there are those who Mirai requests, knowing just how invaluable they could be for the case. The police, for the sake of legalities and obtaining a search warrant, and Eraserhead, for his erasure quirk that will no doubt help in the fight against Overhaul. Yes, Mirai knows exactly who he requests, and who will come. All of the pieces are played out just as he set them. And then Izuku Midoriya comes in by Eraserhead's side, shuffling the puzzle into a mess once more. Which doesn't quite make sense. Midoriya is Miruko's intern, is he not? Mirai has seen the video, he remembers it well. Eraserhead is Midoriya's teacher, Mirai is certain of that, but that is not a reason for Midoriya to have tagged along. But the other first years seem less surprised by his arrival, and neither do the third years. No, they are simply excited. Midoriya. The red-haired boy, Kirishima cheers, already racing over to the boys' side. You're here, too. Of course he is. The gravity-wielding girl, Uraraka chides, also approaching Midoriya. Aizawa wouldn't just leave Deku. The final first year, Azui, just sighs, stating, well, now we're definitely going to fight a villain if Midoriya is here. Hey! Midoriya starts to protest, but then Eraserhead cuts him off, saying, we ran into two villains on the way here because you thought you heard something, problem child. Azui is likely correct in her assumption. Hey! Midoriya cries out again, face red. It's true, but you shouldn't say it. My apologies, Eraserhead deadpants. I'll have Mike scream it through the city next time. The boy sputters, saying something that sounds like, why is that your go-to reaction, but Mirai cannot be sure. He can, however, see the clear bond between Eraserhead and Midoriya, and he cannot help but wonder if his assumption about Midoriya working with Miruko being just that, an assumption. But then Mirio heads over to Midoriya, and he is willing to ask what Mirai wants an answer to, smiling as he says, Midoriya. I didn't think I'd get to work with you, but I guess life has other plans. You're interning under Aizawa? Yeah. Midoriya responds. It's been fun so far. Midoriya misses the horrified looks that Mirio's friends, Hado and Amajiki, give, but Mirai does not, and a part of him wants to question if Mirio was correct in his statement not long ago, his claim that Midoriya truly is Eraserhead's favorite. But there is stuff to be done, and so Mirai shoves his own opinions and thoughts out of his mind. Now is the time for facts. There is a raid to plan. The room quiets the moment that Mirai Sasaki stands, one hand raised as if calling for attention. He gets it, but any satisfaction this may bring him is unapparent, unshown by his expression. Good afternoon, Sasaki greets. All of you are here today because you have either been involved in the case revolving around the Yakuza group known as the Shai Hasaikai, or have been requested to join for our upcoming mission. As most of you are probably aware, the Shai Hasaikai has been out and about much more frequently than usual these last few days. Sightings have gone up from once every week or so to multiple times a day, in different parts of the city simultaneously. The reason for this change is not yet known, but the best assumptions are that they are looking for new material, new men, or a new place to hide. A map shows up on the wall behind Sasaki, red dots marking where the members have been spotted. There doesn't appear to be any rhyme or reason to it, other than, perhaps, covering as much ground as humanly possible. The only one we have not seen, Sasaki starts, and here the man clicks on a remote, showing the masked face of the leader of the Shai Hasaikai, is Kai Chisaki, best known as Overhaul. There is silence, the room simply staring at the man's face, taking him in. And then there is a snort, and a soft, confused, what? Heads turn, focusing on the source of the noises, centering on two people. Shoyuta Aizawa and Izuku Midoriya stare at the picture, then look at one another. That was a Yakuza boss? Midoriya asks, voice raising with every word, and Aizawa snorts again. That sounds about right for you, problem child. Yakuza bosses, his kid, she wasn't his kid Okami, I'm going to find him and dash. No, Aizawa cuts in. That's illegal. Is it, though? Yes. Nedzu will probably back me up. Sasaki blinks at the response, Aizawa simply sighs. Nedzu would back you up on total world domination if you asked him to. You're not beating him up again, problem child. Is something the matter? Sasaki finally asks, cutting in, and Aizawa grins, more than willing to show his amusement. No, nothing. But you should know Overhaul won't be a problem anymore. And why is that? Sasaki asks, and that grin only widens. Midoriya and I took him down last week. Silence fills the room once more, as all of the inhabitants of the room process what the Erasure hero has just informed them of. And then, there is chaos, voices overlapping quickly. You two took down a Yakuza boss? Togata asks. Deku. That's so cool. Uraraka cheers. So manly. Kirishima cries, and Azui nods along, her normally blank face looking impressed for once. Your intern assisted you with a capture like that? Fat Gum asks, then whistles. Good job, guys. Oh, he didn't assist me, Aizawa says, grin turning into what one may call that of a sheet-eating variety, especially as Midoriya's face begins to darken, turning scarlet. As the reports will show, it was provisional hero Deku who took down Overhaul. I was the assistant. The silence is almost deafening, but it's short, quick and to the point before Rock Lock cuts in. You mean to tell me, the man starts, looking at Midoriya with a skeptical gaze, that kid, that tiny little first year, took down a villain as strong as Overhaul? He snorts, shaking his head. I'm sorry, I just have my doubts. How'd the story really go? Midoriya blinks, looking at Aizawa, who motions for him to explain. Face still somewhat red, Midoriya recounts the experience. Aizawa-sensei and I were on a patrol, when a little girl ran into me. She showed signs of abuse, and when a man in a bird mask came to retrieve her, she asked me not to let her go back. I wasn't going to, of course. Then Aizawa warned me that the man was a villain, so I took him down after handing Eri off to him. Eri? Sasaki asks, and Midoriya nods. The girl. All right, say we believe you, Rocklock says, rolling his eyes. How'd you manage to touch him and not die? Did you even know how to deal with his quirk? Why would I deal with his quirk? Midoriya asks. My mentor is Eraserhead. But you can't possibly have avoided his sights and taken down a quirk-erased Overhaul, Sasaki realizes, and Midoriya nods. I didn't. The only quirk used was mine, Aizawa says, looking quite content with the shock everyone else is showing. Midoriya took Overhaul down completely quirkless. Rocklock sits down, surprised. He doesn't say anything else. Fat Gum does, however, asking, you said he had a daughter? She's not actually his daughter, Midoriya bites out. She's a young girl with an untrained quirk, we've been calling it Rewind. It seems to rewind things to their previous molecular state. Why are you pale? The quirk bullets, Amajiki whispers, face turning green, and Sasaki drops his remote. The bullets? What do you mean? Midoriya asks, and Sasaki clears his throat. Recently, the Shai Hasaikai has been spreading rumors of making bullets that can erase one's quirk indefinitely. Amajiki got shot with a temporary one, and we managed to pick up another that had been meant for Kirishima, but couldn't get through his skin, Fat Gum pipes up. Upon inspection, however. There's human DNA in the bullet, Sasaki finishes, and Midoriya's face drops. So this is why Kaken condones violence, Midoriya whispers, earning quite a few worried looks. That's illegal. So is using a little girl to make weapons. It is, Sasaki agrees, and Midoriya's gaze snaps to him. Along with all of their other actions. Thanks to the increased activity of the remaining members, no doubt, Now, their attempt to find the boss and girl that you removed from the equation, I was able to use my quirk to find out where the Shai Hasaikai has their base located. The map changes, a larger dot appearing. The raid is on Friday morning. Officer, a warrant would likely be best for this case. Heroes, clear your schedules if you can, and report if you have to back out for whatever reason. Any questions? There are none. They're dismissed, and head their separate ways. Midoriya, for his part, follows Aizawa out of the room, heading out of the building to return to Yui. The trip is silent, mostly, except for one moment. Eri is already safe, and Overhaul is detained, both thanks to you, Aizawa reminds his student, still looking straight ahead as he walks. You have done more than enough. You do not have to go on this raid if you feel uncomfortable. Sensei, Midoriya says, and Aizawa glances back to see the fiery determination that he's quite familiar with. I can do this. I figured, Aizawa says, then offers a lazy smile. I'll be backing you all the way, problem child. It's the truth, and they both know it. It's 8:30 in the morning when the raid begins. The sun is out, the sky is clear, and Mirio Togata has one goal in his mind, taking down the people who used a child to create their weapons. It's chaos, from the beginning, but perhaps that's to be expected. Their leader has disappeared, after all, and it's clear that they don't know that Overhaul has been detained, by the green-haired boy standing beside him, no less. But the raid begins, and it begins with a bang, a large man slamming open the door and lunging for the nearest person. Ryukyu and her interns have it handled, though, so Mirio wastes no time, sprinting into the building. Immediately, pros before and behind him, Midoriya still by his side. Next comes some common thugs, but the police handle them. They're strong, and can deal with the members that aren't quite willing to use their quirks, or perhaps don't have quirks that can be used. Details aren't always important, not during fights like these. Sir is quick to instruct them on where to go, but issues arrive when Midoriya and his friend, Kirishima, try to break through a wall. Because walls aren't supposed to move, but this one does. It's the director, Iranaka. A hero, Rocklock, shouts, and Mirio grimaces, watching the walls distort. It'll be impossible for the group to quickly traverse through the space, not with how quickly it changes. But Mirio is made for these sorts of environments, his quirk the perfect solution to their problems. I'll go on ahead. Mirio promises, and Midoriya frowns. Not alone, Midoriya says. You're strong, but they're dangerous. But what if someone escapes? Mirio refutes, to which Midoriya glares with him, with a gaze that looks just like Aizawa's. Then the others grab them. The place is surrounded, and those remaining aren't very stealthy. It's hard to miss a guy in a massive bird mask, after all. Tilting his head, Midoriya points out. Right now, they have no leader, and no one to protect. Their source of instruction and bullets is gone, and they're left without a head to think with. They're running around blind, it's better for us to not do the same. Mirio can admit, Midoriya has a point, so he nods his head and says, all right. Come on then, let's get a move on. Midoriya nods, and Mirio wastes no time, already racing ahead. For a moment, he hears further argument behind him, his mentor and the others debating whether to split up so some more can follow Mirio, or stay together to try taking down foes more easily. And then Mirio hears the sound of a capture weapon unreeling, and everyone goes silent. Footsteps pound, and Mirio glances over to see Midoriya carrying Aizawa effortlessly, his own capture weapon partially unwrapped as he pulls the man along. Huh? Mirio lets out, and Midoriya grins widely as Aizawa speaks. The rest are going to catch up in a moment. We're the front lines. But your quirk dash is useful if we find the source of the walls shifting, Midoriya cuts in. Sensei can take them down in an instant, just tell me where I need to break through. Right. Mirio smiles, flashing a thumbs up, and then he does what he can do best, phasing through the wall and smiling at the empty halls behind it before holding his breath, hopping right back through to Midoriya. There's a hall straight ahead, just break right on through. Got it. Letting Aizawa down, Midoriya crackles green before lunging forward, breaking through the wall with a single kick. Let's go. Aizawa follows quicker than Mirio, likely used to the boy's quick decisions after mentoring his own student. Mirio can keep up, though, and that's exactly what he does. It's a simple pattern, repetitive, but adrenaline keeps everything vivid and exciting as they break through wall after wall. Kirishima and Sir catch up after the third, explaining that the others have been ambushed by a few others. They'll have it covered. Kirishima assures. We're pretty sure there's only a few guys left ahead. And there are, indeed, but it's not one of the bullets, nor one of the heads, that they run into next. Nor do they come from ahead. Mirio doesn't realize what's happening, not at first, when the walls shift, shutting them in from behind. The others are on alert instantly, Midoriya and Aizawa quickly turning, each one facing in a different direction. Covering each other's back, Mirio realizes, but then there's a thud, and Rock Lock is running in through a gap, a broken hole in the wall. Finally caught up, Rock Lock breathes out, like it's a joke. They nearly had us back there, but I've got to hand it to you trainees, your friends are rather fierce. Mirio smiles, but then he sees Midoriya's frown. There's only one, Midoriya mutters, and that's enough for Aizawa to straighten, flashing his quirk and sending his capture weapon at their ally. Except that he's not an ally at all. No, to Mirio's surprise, the man starts to drip away, an odd, gray liquid slipping down his body, revealing a girl with messy blonde hair and manic wide eyes. Toga! Midoriya shouts, and the girl, Toga, grins. You remember me. Toga cheers, and then she's lunging towards Midoriya, as if unaffected by the capture weapon. Aizawa reacts, trying to pull the girl his way, away from his student, and Mirio begins to shout a warning when Toga embraces the motion, jumping up and whipping out a knife that she aims at the man. But Midoriya is faster. Quick as lightning, Midoriya leaps, pulling a knife out of his own belt and using it to knock Toga's out of her hand. The girl stumbles, eyes blown even wider as she watches Midoriya stand, guarding his teacher. Deku, Aizawa mutters. How about a new assignment? And just like that, Midoriya changes, his stance becoming looser, his grip readjusting around the hilt of his knife. Say, Midoriya murmurs, eyes narrowing with an odd sort of fascination. I wonder how much the color red suits you. Toga's face darkens, cheeks coloring, and she gasps before cutting herself out of Aizawa's weapon with a second knife and lunging at Midoriya. But Midoriya is different, now, ducking and rolling with the motions, no sign of fear on his face, just a smile of his own as he moves with ease. And Aizawa doesn't seem quite as worried either, one hand on the weapon, but his eyes simply track the fight as if it's nothing but an act. An act. Mirio lights up, watching as Midoriya moves, dodging the knife that Toga slashes at him before spinning around with a fluid grace that the boy doesn't normally have, a far cry from his usual movements that leaves Mirio in awe. Effortlessly, the boy ducks under her hit, swinging up before swinging his own blade down, sending Toga to the floor, unconscious from the hit from the hilt of his blade. And then the show is over, Midoriya standing upright. She's out, Midoriya states. Is anyone else coming this way? Fat Gum will be here as soon as he can, Kirishima assures. He's probably just stopped by the wall. Oh? Unsurprisingly, Midoriya's reaction is to turn and kick the wall down, leaving an open path. Kirishima, can you guard her until Fat Gum arrives? We'll keep going ahead. You got it. Kirishima assures, and Midoriya nods before turning to Mirio. Right. There's more to be done, and no time to be waiting. Mirio, Midoriya, Sir, and Aizawa continue on their path, with Mirio quickly checking through walls before Midoriya breaks the right one down. It only takes 3 more turns before they enter a large, broken room, where Aizawa immediately snaps his gaze up and activates his quirk, and a man comes falling from the ceiling. He's unconscious upon impact. Irinaka, Sir states, and Midoriya is quick to bind the man up, incapacitating him should he wake before they're ready to take him. There should be 2 more, I believe. And indeed there are, the 2 melting out of the shadows the very next hall over. The first one, dressed in a white cloak and brown and gold mask, is dealt with brutal efficiency, Midoriya taking the man in half the time it takes for Mirio to even advance towards the second. The moment the cloaked male hits the floor, the other pauses, looks over at Midoriya, and then back at Mirio. That's how they're training you kids nowadays? The man asks, then shakes his head. No way, not dealing with that. Just arrest me, please. Mirio blinks, then takes a pair of HNDCFFS from Aizawa, slapping them around the man's wrist. I don't think that's everyone? Mirio says, and Midoriya beams with delight. Good. Midoriya chirps, as if he didn't just toss a man to the floor in 3 seconds. Mirio can see why the second one surrendered. Midoriya is terrifying. Neat. Their opponents dealt with in a rather anticlimactic fashion, the 4 make their way back through the halls, helping anyone who needs it. They reach the entrance in no time at all, and Mirio smiles at the sight of Nijire standing over a collapsed villain, keeping a firm eye on him as the first-year interns stand behind her, gazes sharp even if their bodies are weary. Ryukyu is keeping an eye on all 3, still in her draconic form, and Mirio offers the hero a wave that she nods to in return. The brunette, Uraraka, perks up when she sees them. Deku! She cries. Kirishima was just telling me about what you did. Kirishima, for his part, is near Fat Gum, Tamaki elsewhere, perhaps getting treated for an injury. Mirio hopes he isn't too hurt. It was nothing, Midoriya is saying, a hand reaching up, running through his wild hair. I just dash. Behind you. Someone yells, and Mirio turns just in time to see Aizawa flashing his quirk as Midoriya swings around, punching the thug that lunged at him without even activating his quirk. The thug drops, and Midoriya blinks. I should have recorded that, Uraraka murmurs. I would have made so much off of Todoroki. Ha. Well, alright, then. Mirio glances around, watching as officers drag away the remaining villains, something warm filling his chest. It's pride. Looking at the heroes around him, of the now and training for the future, Mirio knows his pride is well placed. The future is in great hands, and maybe it won't be quite as grim as Mirio always jokes it to be. No, Mirio thinks it will be something much, much brighter. Mirai watches Midoriya move throughout the deserted meeting room, searching for something. It must be important, with how the boy searches, careful yet quick, efficient with every sweep of his eye. He's no longer in his costume, now dressed in his school uniform, but his case is in hand, so it can't be that. Nevertheless, it clearly matters to the boy who Mirai has, admittedly, wronged. And so Mirai steps forward, clearing his throat. What are you looking for? Mirai asks, and Midoriya startles before stiffening, straightening up and looking Mirai in the eyes. The boys are guarded, however, and Mirai feels even worse, as if the clouds in the boy's eyes are directly impacting Mirai's mood. They are. My notebook, Midoriya explains, and then, softer, as if he's not quite realizing he's still speaking, it's odd, because I always put it in my bag when I'm not using it. It's not smart to leave personal possessions out in the open where others can see them, especially when they're important. I've lost too many notebooks to keep making that mistake. But I didn't have my bag this morning, did I? No, so I wouldn't have packed it away. And didn't Aizawa ask to look at it to reference one of the pages? He did, so. Abruptly, Midoriya's mouth clamps shut, and his eyes widen before settling. I was mumbling. Sorry. It's fine, Mirai says, and Midoriya gives him a quick glance before nodding slightly, resuming his search. Mirai joins in, glancing around the room, moving from his spot by the doorway to look underneath the table, and, oh. Is this it? Mirai asks, lifting a yellow notebook from one of the seats, and Midoriya perks up. It is. Here. Mirai hands over the notebook, seeing how the boy calms once it's in his free hand, tucked up to his chest. It must truly be special, whatever he is taking notes on. What is it about? Mirai cannot help but ask, and Midoriya laughs sheepishly. It's just some analysis. I do it as a hobby. Shrugging, Midoriya says, it's nothing very special, although Principal Nedzu has been helping me refine it. Nothing special. But Nedzu is interested in it? That's quite the contradiction. If Nedzu has taken to helping you with it, it's certainly something to be proud of, Mirai states, and Midoriya looks at him strangely yet again. Thank you, he says, wary, cautious, and Mirai nods. Of course. Fixing his glasses, Mirai admits, strength is something anyone can gain, but a good head on one's shoulder is a skill that should be exploited. It would have been an honor to mentor you, and I apologize for my own shortcomings upon our introduction. Wariness is replaced by surprise, and Midoriya blinks at him before smiling. Thank you, he says again, but it's much warmer now. I don't think an adult has ever apologized. It's not a problem, though. Well, it did hurt, admittedly, but I don't hold it against you. Midoriya shrugs, readjusts the grip on his case, and says, but, maybe next time, you should talk to Yagi instead of taking your grievances out on his successor? There's something about the way Midoriya says it, a bit of a grin on his lips and a spark in his eyes, that makes Mirai chuckle, nodding along. Of course, Mirai agrees. I think it's about time I pay him a visit, no? I think so, too, Midoriya agrees. It's been a while. It has. And without thinking, Mirai holds out his hand, still smiling. It was a pleasure to have you on this raid. I look forward to seeing your progress in the future. I look forward to that progress, too, Midoriya jokes as. He tucks his notebook under his one arm, and then he takes the hand, shaking it before letting go, nodding his head as a farewell before walking to the door. But Mirai does not see him, but rather the future that will unfold, step by step, action by action, causing reactions he cannot yet see with the purple glow that surrounds each movement. For the record, Mirai calls out to Midoriya's retreating figure, "You're going to be a great hero." Midoriya pauses, 1 foot out of the door. And then he is turning around and smiling oh so softly, a hint of calm within the storm that he has become through his own determination. I know, he agrees, and then he is gone, off towards his future. And Mirai is content. Izuku Midoriya heads back to the dorms, steps light and easygoing as he heads back with Ijiru Kirishima, Ochako Uraraka, and Tsuyu Azui, much more at ease once he is within the walls of Yui. He's glad, quite simply, that the raid has gone so well. It would have hurt, surely, if someone had been drastically injured, or worse, but Izuku doesn't have to ponder about such a thing, doesn't have to grieve over something so serious. No, Izuku just has to smile, because everyone is alright. The villains have been apprehended, Eri has been saved, and the heroes are alright, sans a few minor injuries. And so life is good, Izuku thinks, as he enters the dorms for 1A. The week is over, and, other than the work Izuku needs to catch up on, Izuku has nothing to worry about. It's been a good week, a nice one. But, entering the common room, Izuku begins to wonder if his peers can say the same. Because half of his peers are in the room, all looking rather despondent. Did someone die, Karo? Azui asks, tilting her head, and everyone perks up at the noise. You're back. Hagakure cheers, and the others join in, many hopping up from their spots to greet the four. Are you guys okay? Kaminari asks. I know you guys left in the morning, why were you gone all day? Paperwork, Kirishima explains as cheerfully as one can talk about such a subject, and Kaminari winces. Yikes. You've been doing that all day. Not all day. Uraraka admits. Ryukyu took us to get food, actually. It was nice, Azui agrees. What about you? Shiro asks Izuku, grinning widely as he asks, did you and Aizawa go and grab a bite? He says it jokingly, and Kaminari snorts at the idea, saying, as if Aizawa would dash. We did, actually, Izuku interrupts, if only to see how Kaminari's jaw drops. We grabbed some food before going to the hospital. There's silence, for an instant. But only a single instant, and then chaos erupts, his peers talking over one another in their excitement. Why the F, does Midoriya get to be Aizawa's favorite? Todoroki might be onto something. Midoriya, are you Aizawa's secret son? Wait, did you say you got food before going to the hospital? Which one of you was injured? It had to be Midoriya, Aizawa wouldn't get more hurt than him. Aizawa was more hurt during the USJ than Midoriya, though, and that's when Midoriya broke his arms for fun. It wasn't for fun. Izuku cuts in, face red as he finally takes control of the conversation once more. And I didn't have any injuries today. Right, Shinso drawls, and Izuku sputters. He didn't. Kirishima defends. Midoriya was really manly today, he was, like, tag-teaming with Aizawa to take down villains. Yeah. Uraraka agrees. It was really impressive. At one point, I'm pretty sure Deku beat a villain while his quirk was being erased. Really? Shinso asks, and when Izuku nods bashfully, he whistles. DMN. Carry on, then. So Aizawa got fed up and had to get medical care? No. He had a few stitches, but we actually went to visit someone else. Instantly, his peers calm, tension leaving their shoulders, and Jairu states, maybe start with that, next time? Ah, right. Letting out a laugh, Izuku asks, so, what about you? How was class today? Instantly, his peers all lose their smiles, faces becoming saddened once again. I've never been so bored in my life, Kaminari complains, dropping onto the floor, carrying on as if the impact didn't hurt. Midoriya, my man, you've, like, ruined normal school? I'm sorry. Izuku apologizes awkwardly, and Ashido snorts, not moving from the couch that she sits on. You should be. It's too boring without you and Aizawa-sensei stirring up chaos nowadays. Even when you are not swapping your personality, your character is a beam within our darkness, Tokoyami agrees sagely, to which Dark Shadow pops out, adding, and Aizawa is fun. And I'm pretty sure Todoroki was ready to leave when he realized you weren't showing up, Jairu pipes up again, and Izuku blinks when Todoroki nods along seriously. Life isn't worth it without him, Todoroki states, and Izuku blushes at the kind declaration. His friends are so sweet, aren't they? Well, Izuku says, face a bit warm at their words, I can't promise that I won't miss a class again in the future, but I'm here all weekend, if that helps. It does, Todoroki agrees immediately, which, for some reason, causes his peers to laugh. And Izuku doesn't quite get it, but he does get one thing. If there is a perfect world, Izuku is positive that he has found it. The future is bright, and Izuku can't wait to see it, his classmates by his side. And he'll keep going beyond, plus ultra style, because that's the way he knows best, and always will. It's a calm Sunday evening when Shoyuta Aizawa finds Izuku Midoriya training in one of Yui's many gyms. Shoyuta isn't surprised, but he can't help the exasperated smile that slips on his face when he sees how intensely the green-haired boy is focusing, concentrating on everything he does with a dedication that many lack. But Shoyuta didn't track his student down just to observe him, no, but to talk. Problem child, Shoyuta calls, and Midoriya stops fighting the punching bag he's currently up against, fists stopping in their movement and tucking back to his chest before relaxing, dropping to his sides. Good evening, Aizawa. Midoriya says, still so cheerful despite the time of day and the energy he's no doubt burned already. Is there another case we need to help out? Quite the opposite, Shoyuta admits. For the first work study, the mentor usually lets their intern go once a few weeks have passed, or if they assist in a major case. We've already done both, Midoriya murmurs, and Shoyuta nods. We have. Unfortunately, Shoyuta wants to add, but it's clear Midoriya already thinks the same. So instead Shoyuta has to be the positive one, a feat that isn't too hard, not when he's speaking nothing but truths. You did well, Shoyuta praises. You've come a far way since you first came to Yui, kid. If you want to intern under me again in the future, just let me know. Really? Midoriya asks, eyes gaining their signature shine of tears, and Shoyuta nods. You're doing great, problem child. And you're doing perfectly with underground heroics, there's no reason not to extend an offer. And Shoyuta isn't wrong. Midoriya has been excellent, has been excelling, while working through Shuta's underground schedule. The boy has been a key player the last couple weeks, going so far as to take down a Yakuza leader with minor assistance from Shoyuta himself. Not once had Midoriya faltered, not even despite the fact that he fought most battles quirkless so that he could work under the safety of Shuta's quirk. Yeah, he'd be happy to have Midoriya work with him again. But Shoyuta didn't take the time to search for Midoriya just to tell him about the end of their work studies, no. Shoyuta doesn't plan to just bring disappointments, but also some amusement. Amusement for the two of them, at least. Since work studies are over, Shoyuta starts back up, and Midoriya perks up, eyes widening with interest. How would you like to go back to your assignments? That'd be great. Midoriya agrees immediately, and Shoyuta snorts. I figured, especially since you were eager enough to take Hisashi's assignment. He still hasn't forgiven Hisashi for that one, although the man doesn't seem to regret anything yet. It makes a part of Shoyuta wonder if there's a centipeder costume that he can get for Midoriya, just to spite the man, but no. No, Shoyuta won't do that. He knows that Hisashi's decision was only payback for the many assignments Shoyuta gave Midoriya that terrified the man. He'll play nice. For now. If Hisashi drops his guard, after all, it'll only be that much easier to scare him in the future. Yeah, Shoyuta will assign something else for Monday, something nicer. Brushing past the flustered expression on Midoriya's face, no doubt from Shuta's teasing reference to his time as Mrs. Joke, Shoyuta explains who he wants Midoriya to be. And the redness disappears, replaced by bright eyes full of conviction. Do you think you can do this one? Shoyuta asks. It'll be difficult without the accessories, but I'm sure that you'll be able to do it. But Midoriya isn't deterred, instead pulling out his phone and sending a text, getting an instant response back. Don't worry, sensei, Midoriya assures. I'll be ready for tomorrow, I've got help. Shoyuta believes it, and he grins at the boy. Yes, tomorrow will be great. The day starts off rather calmly, for a Monday. Class 1A is happy enough, especially after the weekend that has passed. With 4 of their members back from the raid and work studies that had taken up quite a bit of their time, the rest of the class was glad to get the chance to spend time with their once-absent peers. Some more than others, like Shudo Todoroki, who still has a small smile on his face from the past 2 days. You'd think that Midoriya proposed to him, Hitoshi Shinso murmurs to Ochako Uraraka, who giggles at the exasperation on his face. All they did was watch a documentary. But Shinso, Uraraka says, with a far too wide grin that holds anything but innocence, can't you see? Deku fell asleep on him. I know, Shinso says. I was there. You were there. We were all there. It's romantic, Tsuyu Azui states, and Shinso snorts. I've never seen him so happy yet so terrified. I didn't want to wake him, Todoroki says, defending himself, and Shinso nods his head sagely, acting as if Todoroki's plight was a serious one. Of course. So noble, Todoroki. At this rate, you may actually get the nerve to ask him out on a date. Todoroki perks up ever so slightly, as if encouraged, then freezes. So do the rest of the self-proclaimed Deku Squad members, a feeling of dread filling each and every one of them. One by one, each student turns, only to find Shoyuta Aizawa glaring right at them from inside of his sleeping bag. Perhaps not, Tenya Ida says, the one with the most self-preservation in the moment, and Todoroki nods slowly. The eyes of their teacher closes, appeased. But just as the group of 5 begins to relax, the bell rings, and the door opens. And then Izuku Midoriya walks in, and the rest of the room falls silent. Short black boots tap ever so lightly on the tile, nimble and lackadaisical as Midoriya enters the room. Gloved hands are tucked into the pockets of baggy, tan pants. A well-recognized black and gold shirt is tucked underneath a tan jacket, and headphones rest around the boy's neck, and the way that Midoriya's hair is swept back definitely manages to draw some attention higher. But the most intriguing part, perhaps, would have to be the large, red wings that are on Midoriya's back. Fluttery and light, yet with a hint of machinery at the edges, Midoriya's character is clear to see. Moving as if he's weightless, Izuku Midoriya offers the signature lazy grin of the number 2 hero, Hawks. And it's clear to 1A that today will be an interesting day to remember. What a great way to start the week, huh? Hisashi Yamada won't lie, he's surprised that he hasn't been murdered in the middle of the night yet. He knows that Shoyuta had been set off, seeing Midoriya out and about as Mrs. Joke, and he can't tell if he's impressed that Shoyuta has restrained himself from attacking Hisashi upon sight. Or completely terrified. Because sometimes Shoyuta can hold one hell of a grudge, and Hisashi isn't sure if this is one of those times. All that he knows is that the longer Shoyuta waits, the worse the revenge is. So Hisashi may be a dead man simply biding his time, but he'd rather spend his last days in ignorant bliss than use his last moments fretting about his inevitable demise. That's why Hisashi can be happy enough, walking into 1A, only somewhat sure that he won't find an attack on his character or sanity in the form of Midoriya. Luckily for him, Hisashi is right. Because Midoriya isn't dressed up as someone who lives to terrorize Hisashi, or someone that would give the voice hero a heart attack due to their personality or actions. No, Midoriya is actually Hawks today. Which, now that Hisashi is thinking about. Wow. The giant wings on Midoriya's back are impressive, so realistic that Hisashi wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya sprouted them himself. If it weren't for the faint hint of metal that occasionally glints from underneath the feathers, Hisashi would be checking to see if they were a part of the boy. It's as fascinating as it is distracting, and Hisashi has to shove down the odd urge to call Midoriya by the wing hero's name. He doesn't think that the others would blame him, however, because of how much Midoriya matches the hero's look in the costume. Really, it shouldn't be too surprising, given how much Hawks is known for his signature red wings. Quirks like that are rare, and they're well known when they exist. Hisashi has only ever seen one other person with wings, and those were more like a butterfly's, so he thinks he can be forgiven for his near mistake. Instead of calling out to Midoriya, Hisashi simply carries on, calling for the attention of his students and beginning the lesson. Throughout the PRD, though, he can't help but keep an eye on the greenet, watching how the kid reacts. He's doing good today, Hisashi notes. He always is, but today seems special despite how laid back the hero's personality is. A constant, lazy smile stays on Midoriya's lips, eyes alert but relaxed at the same time. He sits in his chair abnormally, legs swung over one of the arms, but that makes sense, it'd probably mess up the wings, sitting normally. Midoriya looks at ease, relaxed, and if it weren't for the fact that Hisashi watched him take a mental note of every entry and exit point, he'd think that Midoriya was the calmest he's ever seen the kid. No, Midoriya is doing great, playing up Hawks' easygoing demeanor while staying true to the vigilance that a hero has to have. And yet there is a part of Hisashi which feels off, when he finally ends the lesson. A part that wonders why Midoriya glanced at the windows multiple times, why the boy perked up long before footsteps would pass the room. A part that wonders why Midoriya took his phone out of his jacket pocket, placed it on the desk, only to shove it into the pocket of his pants not 3 minutes later. It means something, surely, the little things that Midoriya does. Because Hisashi has learned that Midoriya doesn't just do things, when in character. He keeps a motive. He can't quite put his finger on the oddities, though, and it leaves Hisashi feeling a little too worried when he finally leaves the room. Especially since Midoriya didn't always look like he was aware he was doing those things, either. But, no, that's silly. Of course Midoriya knew. Of course. Lunchtime comes, and the students of 1A go, eager to get food before they go to train for the day. And one student diverges, going down a separate path, or rather up, feet taking him up, higher and higher until he is sitting on the rooftop of Yui, eyes searching over the campus, and the city that runs past it. Bright eyes scan the world, then, finding nothing, look to the skies above. It's a clear day, no clouds, the slightest breeze moving through the air. Perfect for flying in, the boy supposes. And so he hums, slipping his headphones from his neck and over his ears. Takes one step forward, then another, and climbs onto the railing. And then he takes a leap of faith, and he soars. Few students see the initial takeoff, see how he plunges for all but a second before green courses over him, activating the mechanisms of the wings. Only one, with bright pink hair and cross-haired eyes, will understand that the wings are tied in with the boy's quirk, a point of connection between man and machine allowing the wings to move when he wills them to, activating his quirk and the wings in turn. But those who do not know simply watch on in awe, delighted by the sight. And no matter how shocking the sight may be, it is not all that surprising, no. Not when the whole of Yui knows, deep in their hearts, that Izuku Midoriya is a boy made to be a star, a shining light above to brighten the days of those he oversees and guides, a beacon of hope to one day become. It only makes sense, then, that he be able to soar up into the sky, high above their reach. Yes, the students of 1A see the spectacle that is Midoriya's first flight, but it is the rest of the city who sees what comes after. It is the civilians, the citizens, those who only know of Midoriya from shaky footage and random patrols, who see what happens next. For they are the ones who get to see the moment that Izuku Midoriya meets Hawks. It was all because of a thief, admittedly. A scream had been heard from his spot above Yui, and Midoriya had reacted immediately, shooting forwards in a flash of red, green, and tan, arriving at the scene in seconds. It had not taken the boy more than a mere moment to apprehend the man, too, feathers pulled and sent forwards with flicks of air, catching the man and pinning him to the wall so quickly that not one person could recall exactly where Midoriya had pulled the feathers from. It was over just as quickly as it began, with a speed expected of the number 2 hero. And this is what gathers attention to the boy, his mimicry so close to reality that those nearby cannot help but be impressed. Videos are posted, blurry and excited, as Midoriya reaches the ground, speaking good-naturedly to those who talk to him, acting as though he is the man he is impersonating. It does not take long, either, for the actual number 2 to reach the scene, eyes bright with interest as he reaches the ground. Not much more is heard, nor is it known what exactly the two said to one another past a few simple sentences. A greeting from Hawks, first. Simple, efficient, explanatory. I heard from a little bunny that I had another little birdie running around. I've heard you're pretty good at acting, huh, kid? A tilt of the head, a closed-lip smile. I've never considered myself much of an actor. I've no reason to be anyone but myself, after all, do I? Two smiles became thinner, eyes sharper, predators meeting gazes before shutting their eyes in sync. Opening once more, they smile more kindly, gently. Want to fly with me? Hawks asks. We've got some time for patrol, after all. I've got plenty of time, and there's plenty to do, Midoriya agrees, and then they take to the air. Their mouths seem to be moving, but no one knows what comes after. No, not until Hawks reaches the ground an hour later, Midoriya already gone. I'm thinking of taking on a second intern in the future, Hawks hints, and then he is gone, the words lost to the winds, and the single phone that captured his thoughts. No one catches the gleam in his eyes, and especially not the fear. Midoriya is not the only actor in the world, and it seems that Hawks understands how deep the boy's work goes. And while the rest of the world simply watches on with wonder, Hawks wonders whether he is more impressed or terrified by the implications. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Perhaps it is nothing to ponder. It is only an assignment, after all. The story continues, and the worries are left behind, the surface barely scratched. Toshinori Yagi is not ashamed to admit that even he can be fooled by what he sees. Illusionary quirks are as impressive as they are confusing. Magicians always held a sense of intrigue to him when he was young, and he will never be disappointed after looking at one of the odd images that will show up online every so often, asking him to stare at a dot for 30 seconds before looking at a wall, or perhaps checking if a dress is blue and black or white and gold. But he will admit, it is somewhat embarrassing to confuse his student, his personal successor, of all people, for the number 2 hero. There are, of course, reasons that Toshinori knows he should be at least somewhat abashed by his mistake. Young Midoriya's green hair, for one, is a clear difference between the hero and the hero in training. The difference in height is another, his student noticeably shorter than the actual wing hero. And yet there is the matching outfit, the similar manner of movement, and, of course, the bright red wings that are the signature symbol for the avian hero. So when Toshinori sees his student talking to a friend, back facing him, he cannot help the confused Hawks that slips past his lips. And it is not until Midoriya turns around, attentive and ready to respond, that Toshinori realizes that this is his boy, and not his ally. Embarrassment aside from his silly mistake, Toshinori can appreciate how well his successor is doing today. He moves with confidence and a silent grace, steps fluid and easygoing, simplicity creating a complex character. And complex, the boy truly is, his persona going beyond the hero's persona in a way Toshinori had not expected. Toshinori knew, of course, that he is not the only hero who put on a brave face in the face of approaching danger. It was a way to calm fear, in himself and in others. Truly, it is not unexpected that other heroes hold such a facade as well. But to watch Midoriya drop a mask whenever alone, shoulders untensing, wings tucking in, head dropping and his smile going with it. He looks tired, when out of view of the others. And yet the moment someone moves closer, Midoriya perks right back up in an instant, the lazy smile returning and his carefree attitude coming with it. The greenet always manages to do so before he even spots someone approaching, before he should even be able to hear their approach. Perhaps that's a part of the wings, or the headphones on Midoriya's head. Perhaps they're made to increase how much sound Midoriya can hear, or how much he can sense, somehow. Toshinori doesn't know. He just knows that, whatever his boy is doing, he's doing phenomenal. Toshinori will never be ashamed to admit that, either. Izuku smiles as he exits Yui, walking with his friends. It's been a good day, he thinks. He got to act, he got to cause some mild chaos, and he even got to fly around with hawks. But now the day is over, and Izuku gets to be Izuku again, which means he gets to talk with his peers. And answer their questions, too, when they speak up. So, Kaminari asks, and Izuku looks over at the blonde, how did you get the wings? Oh, these? Pointing to the bright red wings on his back, Izuku grins. Hatsum made them. The inventor? Ida asks, looking pained, and Izuku nods. Why, Midoriya? She's incredible. Izuku says, sincere because she is. She made the ears from my Maruko assignment, too. She had to recreate pre-made stuff from top heroes for an assignment, but instead of remaking gear, she decided to remake the mutant aspect of some quirks. I just got lucky that Hatsum wanted to make both of the things I've needed. She doesn't back down from Plus Ultra, huh? Kirishima asks. Kind of like you, Midoriya bro. Flustered, Izuku laughs. I suppose so. When do you have to return the wings, Kero? Azui asks, and Izuku grins even brighter, because, I don't have to. What do you mean? Uraraka asks, and Izuku answers. Hatsum actually sent me a text right after class. She said I can keep the wings, since I'm good advertisement, duh. Oh, Shinso says. She must have seen the video. What video? Izuku asks, and a phone is being shoved in his hands mere seconds later, showing Izuku a somewhat shaky video of himself flying alongside Hawks, Izuku with faint hints of green darting through his feathers, Hawks mid-nod beside him. Someone pointed out that you can see a hint of a logo on your right wing, when your back is to the camera, Shinso explains. It probably won't be long until they figure out it's Hatsum's. Probably not. Izuku hums, glancing at the feather that he knows has Hatsum Industries marked on its back. He's glad that his acting has been able to help her, much like she's helped him. But for now, Izuku's back is beginning to hurt, the weight uncomfortable after such a long day, no matter how exciting. It's been fun, but now Izuku just wants to be himself, and to be with his friends. And so not 10 minutes later, Izuku is doing exactly that, racing out of the dorms dressed in comfier clothes, ready to hang out outside, a pair of blazing red wings laid carefully against his wall, feathers positioned just so. Plus Ultra can wait until tomorrow. And as Izuku Midoriya continues to enjoy the company of his peers, Shoyuta Aizawa sits once more in a room with Principal Nedzu and Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. This time, however, there is an air of joy hidden underneath the rage that all three feel whenever working on the case against Aldera. A sense of relief, because they are one step closer to justice. Everything is ready, Tsukachi says, shutting a far too large file with care. I want to be glad to say this is an open and shut case, but, well, I'd rather the kid had gone through none of this at all. Don't we all, Shoyuta mutters, glaring at the table. They've got enough evidence that even the most biased of witnesses can admit that Aldera was guilty, stacks of incidents left unreported, injuries left unattended to. The facts are clear, Izuku Midoriya was discriminated against for being presumed to be quirkless, and Aldera was one of the biggest contributors. When do you go to court? Tsukachi asks, and Nedzu hums. It's a short, toneless sound, merely the creature processing. I'll be presenting the case with one of my best lawyers in the next few days. If my predictions are correct, the trial will likely be in a week or so. Aizawa, you won't mind coming if needed, right? Shoyuta shakes his head. Of course he wouldn't mind, not for his kid. But that does beg the question. What would I be there for? Other than going to Aldera once, what role do I play, if you are the one going against the school? You likely won't be needed at all, Nedzu assures instantly, but his smile isn't happy and Shoyuta quickly learns why. However, Aldera's defense may try to force the victim to the stand. You think Midoriya will have to go? Perhaps. The evidence we provide should be enough, but they may ask for his testimony anyways. Facing Shoyuta, Nedzu says, he'd no doubt want emotional support, and you are by far one of the closest to him, perhaps contesting with all might. I'll go, Shoyuta promises, praying to whatever higher being that Midoriya isn't called to testify in a case he probably doesn't want to even think about. But if his problem child has to go, Shoyuta will be right behind him. Very well, Nedzu says, and then his smile is twitching upwards, more genuine. Then that is all. Have a good day, gentlemen. The cue is clear, Shoyuta and Tsukachi waste no time in getting up and exiting the room, paces synchronized as they go. Exiting the school, Shoyuta isn't surprised to see some of his students racing about, uniforms long gone and replaced by more casual wear, bundled up enough to escape the chill that permeates through the air, a hint of fall's upcoming end, and a sign of a winter just a few weeks away. The term is already halfway over, huh? Tsukachi asks, and Shoyuta shrugs. Your students have grown, you must be proud of them. A smirk grows on the detective's face, and the man adds, especially Midoriya. He is, of course, but it's not something he wants to go out and say. It's one thing, after all, to tell your student that you are impressed by their progress. To say such a thing to Tsukachi, however? It feels more like a parent's bragging. So Shoyuta simply shrugs again, hiding his smile in his scarf as he says, they've improved. Tsukachi grins, as if Shuta's two-word answer meant far more beneath the surface. He opens his mouth, no doubt ready to say more. But then there is a voice that will always be recognizable shouting his name, and a flash of green as Midoriya appears, grabbing a ball that was hurtling right at them. Sorry, sensei. Midoriya says, eyes wide as he clutches the ball to his chest. Uraraka accidentally used her quirk before trying to throw it at Shinso, and Shinso has some self-preservation, so he dodged, and it just kept going, but I caught it. Good job, sport, Tsukachi compliments, and then, I hear you've impersonated me, huh? Tell me, how much coffee did you drink? Midoriya is red-faced at the acknowledgement, but still he answers, saying, 5 cups and a coffee pot, detective. You took the whole pot? Tsukachi asks, and when Midoriya nods sheepishly, the detective whistles. I'm impressed. No idea how you knew I did that, but DMN. Eraserhead gave you full marks, right? He better have. He did, Midoriya agrees. And Yagi has mentioned your love of coffee a couple of times in the past. He told you I take the entire pot with me? What a traitor, Tsukachi jokes, but Midoriya shakes his head. Yagi never mentioned that. Midoriya says, and then explains when Tsukachi gestures for him to elaborate. As I said, Yagi has mentioned that you have a strong love for coffee. Aizawa does too, but Aizawa really likes coffee thanks to his lack of sleep. Yagi knows this, and I know Yagi once saw Aizawa fill his cup with coffee that just finished brewing before drinking it all scalding hot, and then do it again, so I figured you must be similar, if not more appreciative of the drink. Shoyuta has to give the kid credit, that's the nicest way Midoriya could call Tsukachi addicted to coffee without actually saying it. Tsukachi seems impressed, too, tilting his hat up and letting out a laugh. That's some good analysis, sport, Tsukachi compliments. Speaking of sports, though, I think we're holding you up from your friends. Midoriya jolts, whipping around to face his peers before turning right back. Right. It was nice seeing you again, detective, but I'm going to dash. Go have fun, problem child, Shoyuta interrupts, and Midoriya nods, beaming. And then Midoriya races off again, crackling sparks of green lightning as he sprints back to his friends, all of whom wait eagerly for his return, some whooping, others simply grinning with delight as he quickly reapproaches his group. Shoyuta watches his kid race off, a warm feeling filling his chest as he is reminded of how much good Midoriya has in his life, here at Yui. And when Shoyuta looks away, Tsukachi has a grin on his face. It's softer, though, than the one from before. I'm glad he's got someone like you in his corner, Tsukachi says, already resuming his walk to the quickly approaching entrance gate. Someone like me, Shoyuta repeats, following the man, and Tsukachi nods, letting out a laugh. Yeah. It's always good for a kid to have a dad, you know. Shoyuta doesn't stumble, but it's a near thing, admittedly. Tsukachi turns his head, gives him a wink. And then he's walking away, the wind causing his trench coat to billow behind him in a dramatic fashion that reminds Shoyuta of Midoriya's day as the detective, causing him to look away, back to his students. Back to his kid. They're happy, laughing and chasing one another. Todoroki is floating through the air, Ida trying to redirect himself to the ground, and it seems that Midoriya is the next target to go airborne. They're carefree, just like children. Just like they should be. They deserve a lot of good, Shoyuta knows, and he's glad because he knows that, right now, they have that good. No longer hiding his smile, Shoyuta decides to follow Tsukachi's tracks, heading off of Yui's campus. There's another kid that deserves to smile, one with a powerful, untrained quirk and a life that needs more joy. One that Shoyuta will go to visit yet again. And if Shoyuta considers the idea of adopting the white-haired girl far more seriously than he probably should, well, that's a topic for another day. Plus Ultra, and all that.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.